3 years passed since the dead rose from their graves and overran the world. Donald Bishop sat in his impenetrable bunker staring down the barrel of the 3 guns pointed at him, and wondered how he reached this point. No one casts themselves as the villain in their own story, and Donald saw himself as the hero of his. Was this the way things ended for him, or would he find an out? "Donald, you know why we're here, and you know how this ends. Give us what we've come for." The giant of a man spoke. Donald didn't remember ever meeting this man before, but his voice sounded familiar. He pointed a Glock 24 long slide pistol at Donald, and it looked like a child's toy in his huge hand. This strange sight caused Donald to roar with laughter. He couldn't help himself because of the comical appearance. Partial T. What the hell is so funny, Donald? He knew the redhead well, but unfortunately for him, not intimately. A night between the sheets with her would have killed him. Russia made her into an assassin and taught her how to masquerade as a typical Westerner. It worked well, except for the time she got angry or excited and lost the fake accent. She would be the one to watch carefully because danger lurked behind her beautiful face. Donald didn't know if killing him would excite her or if death had become meaningless to her. We're getting nowhere here. I can make him talk. This third woman had been a complete mystery to Donald. She shared the same dead eyes as her 2 companions, telling him she witnessed plenty of violence during her life. But who could avoid violence during the apocalypse? Only the strong survived, and Donald still considered himself part of the strong. The ties he cut kept him powerful and made him near invincible. Now he needed to discover a way out of this mess brought here by the 3 who stood across from him. No, his end wouldn't happen here today. This was the place where the story started from, not the end. 3 years earlier. The death of the mighty crime boss and his father, Joey Bishop, and then the betrayal of his wife, Corinne, led Donald to the love of his childhood. Baseball. Joey had been a poor father, but a brutal businessman, so Donald became an extremely wealthy man overnight. More money than he could have ever dreamed of. Maximilian Wolfe, the crooked mob lawyer, sourced a brand new shiny Airstream trailer and Chevy Silverado for Donald's trip. He caught games in Washington, D.C. and Baltimore before he headed to Boston. The Bishop family ruled Boston for years and expanded to Virginia via a merger with the Irish mob when Joey married Donald's mother. Donald got prime seats for both series to start his trip of a lifetime and hoped to find the same in Boston. But unlike the bottom-feeding Nationals and Orioles, the Red Sox led the American League East. Choice seats weren't available for any of their upcoming games. So Donald chose the next best thing and purchased tickets in the right field bleachers at Fenway Park. Cheap seats where the beer flowed freely. All the true and rowdy Red Sox fans watched the games from the bleachers. With the Sox on a winning streak, the games wouldn't disappoint, and the bleacher crowd would be as interesting and lively as the games on the field. Donald parked the Airstream at a campground outside of Worcester, Massachusetts, and took the T into Boston for his day of sightseeing and the first of 3 night games. He wanted a coffee before he started his day exploring the Freedom Trail. The first coffeehouse he found wasn't crowded, so Donald entered the Moonstag coffee shop. Moonstag occupied every corner in the country nowadays. Anytime you ordered a plain black coffee from a fancy coffee shop, you always got dirty looks from the tattooed and pierced barista. Somehow, they thought you were a simpleton for not ordering one of their overpriced fancy brews. Anyone who paid that much for a cup of coffee was the true fool. The tall, slim woman with elven features and an athletic build, her name tag read Gwen, who served it to Donald, had been no different even if she lacked the tats and extra holes in her body. She tried to talk him into some fancy overpriced iced coffee drink, but he stuck with the hot black coffee, which he preferred to drink year-round regardless of the weather. He had to admit the coffee tasted fantastic. Donald thought of Boston as a major tourist destination, especially during the summer months, so it surprised him to find small crowds in the city. Even the original Cheers location didn't have a wait for lunch. While he enjoyed a giant Norm burger, he heard the talk from the few other patrons. They spoke about the large numbers of people who got sick from this new flu bug. The flu didn't pay respect to sex, race, or social economic differences. Everyone got sick from it. City officials urged those who displayed symptoms to stay home and get rest and drink plenty of fluids since hospitals experienced overcrowding conditions. Rumors spread of patients who fought with each other and hospital personnel while they waited for care in the emergency room. It sounded like a typical drunken night at any college frat house to Donald. After his filling lunch, he headed out for a ride on the duck boat. Donald had never been on the tour before, but he saw them on TV during the last Red Sox World Series championship parade. He enjoyed viewing all the historic sights from the duckmobile, and had been glad he got this in at the start of his visit. During the trip, they mentioned today would be the last trip for the week, since the hurricane coming up the coast would make the waters too rough for their amphibious vehicles to navigate safely. They were antique military surplus vehicles, after all. 2 hours before game time, the gates to Fenway Park opened, and Donald led the crowd inside. He sought the full game experience during his visit. Batting practice, hot dogs, peanuts, and just basking in the presence of the historic ballpark. Donald didn't expect to find a better experience at any other ballpark in the country. The energy level inside of Fenway seemed high. Boston won a record number of games this season, but by game time, the crowd hadn't filled even half the stadium. Wonder why he couldn't purchase better tickets. There were plenty of empty seats scattered throughout every section of the ballpark well after the first pitch. Donald expected a rowdy crowd, and the citizens of the bleachers didn't disappoint. The occupants of the seats next to him made his night. Deborah Joseph, a tall, slim brunette with big brown eyes, brought her 9-year-old son Matthew to the Red Sox game. A pleasant divorcee and the complete opposite of his former wife, Corinne. She treated Matthew to a game because of his upcoming 10th birthday. Matthew would have his first double-digit birthday, so she planned the game as a big celebration for him. Donald sprung for some hot dogs and sodas, since he sensed the tickets alone stretched Deborah's budget to the breaking point. During the 7th-inning stretch, he decked Matthew out with all the proper souvenirs. A new Red Sox hat, t-shirt, baseball, and mini bat. Donald didn't want to start a charity, but he discovered Deborah was fun to talk to, and Matthew a brilliant kid. Donald only wanted to give them both a treat and get to know them better. Besides, he was rich now. The game ended with another Red Sox victory, but Donald didn't want the night to end so soon. He asked Deborah if they wanted to go out to celebrate both the Sox win and Matthew's birthday. With a dimple-revealing smile, Deborah agreed to extend their evening together. Thanks to Joey's continued interference, Donald never served as a Marine MP or a police officer. So he never experienced the sounds and coppery smell of death before this lovely summer evening in Boston. As they exited onto Lansdowne Street, both this unique smell and the cacophony of chaos rushed toward the three of them at full force. The scene surrounding them made the most bloody and gruesome war movie look like a G-rated family musical. People fought with each other everywhere he turned. He found fighting wasn't a strong enough word to describe the actions of the masses. Massive large-scale riots weren't even a strong enough descriptor for the amount of bloodshed in the streets of Boston outside Fenway Park. Moans and groans which didn't even sound human, mixed with the screams of humans as people pushed, hit, scratched, and even bit each other. Ragged strips of human flesh filled their mouths. His eyes fell onto a body where two people leaned over it and ate the intestines out of it. What the hell? Faced with confusion and certain death, people have one of two reactions. They freeze or they run. The crowd exiting the ballpark froze as they tried to understand the disaster scene unfolding before them. But Donald's adrenaline kicked in, causing him to move. He grabbed Deborah and Matthew, one with each hand, and dragged them away from the carnage. At least he hoped they headed away from the rioting mob. He picked a random direction and sprinted for their lives. There wasn't time to do anything else or even think if they wanted to survive. As they raced away, Donald saw a cop with his sidearm drawn into a two-handed shooter's grip. Multiple gunshots hit his intended target's center mass, but the bloodied attacker kept charging straight at the officer. The police officer pulled the trigger until the slide locked back. Last Donald saw, the teeth of his attacker had torn the cop's neck open. Must keep running. Chaos reigned as screams, moans, and groans surrounded them. Keep moving, even though Donald became hopelessly lost in the maze of city streets. Up ahead, Donald spotted the train station. The train would be their ticket out of this mess. He hoped the station was clear of this insanity and the train still ran. Donald jogged daily as part of his physical training regiment, but he sensed the woman and the boy slowing down. Only pure shots of adrenaline kept them moving, and neither could run much longer. They slowed as they prepared to enter the train station. Before they reached the entrance, Donald noticed a microcosm of the scene from Lansdowne Street happening inside the building. Bodies scattered everywhere, being torn apart and eaten by their many attackers. They looked like the victims of a massive disaster. What the hell was happening? People went mad while they watched a baseball game. With no other choice left, they turned and bolted away from the scene of death. Deborah and Matthew stumbled, and both felt like dead weights as he pulled them behind him. But the danger hadn't faded. Instead, it appeared to be growing. The survivalist part of Donald's brain said to leave them both behind. What did it matter? He didn't know either of them. Better to escape this disaster alone and survive to live another day. Donald's conscience cried out to stop these evil thoughts. He won't become a monster like his dad, Joey. Time to let the evil bishop legacy die. Up ahead, Donald noticed a door slightly ajar, and he hoped it would be an opportunity for them to stop and catch their breath in safety. The constant running affected him now, and Donald couldn't imagine how Deborah and Matthew felt. As they reached the door, he did a quick threat assessment and decided it was safe inside the small space. They entered, and Donald pulled the door shut. Mailboxes lined one wall of the small lobby. A single light hung from the ceiling flickered, and it hid a young couple who slumped in the shadows of the room's far corner. The couple drew closer together when Donald approached them. He didn't notice any external injuries, but Donald suspected 2 cases of PTSD. Who could blame them, with the bloody battle ensuing outside the building's lobby? "Hi, my name is Donald. Are you 2 injured?" Maybe the couple didn't speak English? Neither even looked his way as he spoke. Donald turned back to Deborah and Matthew. "Are you 2 okay?" Wide eyes, sweat, heavy breathing, and continued shaking were the only response he received from the 2. He guessed they suffered from physical exhaustion and shock from what they witnessed. They would feel even worse physically as the adrenaline in their systems crashed. They needed to press on because movement was life, but none of them were machines. Donald's MIT education gave him the technical knowledge to fix equipment, not people. They needed a plan to stay alive, and he knew it fell completely upon his shoulders. The street outside the apartment building became quiet, and their breathing returned to a normal pace. Donald knew they couldn't stay hidden inside this lobby forever. It only provided a temporary oasis. He decided the time to move again had come. They needed to find transportation out of the city so they could get to the safety of his airstream. He left it parked in Worcester because of a lack of campgrounds in Boston proper. "Things are quiet now but won't stay that way forever, so we need to get moving. We have to find transportation out of the city and away from this outbreak of madness." Deborah and Matthew acknowledged his words with a nod each. The young couple stared at him like he was an alien invader, speaking a foreign language. It surprised Donald to see the couple stand and follow them out the door. They remained silent with glassy eyes, but they moved. Donald's #1 priority was the safety of Deborah and Matthew. He'd try not to fail the shell-shocked couple, but he considered them expendable. Donald directed the ragtagged group the opposite way from where they came. He didn't know for sure what lay ahead, but he knew they would find only a painful death if they headed back toward the park. They walked several blocks away from the war zone they had previously fled, seeing no one. No crazed rioters, no police, nor any other fleeing refugees like themselves. He found it eerie to see nothing after they witnessed all the deaths in the crowds surrounding Fenway. Eventually, they found a sign pointing the way to the Massachusetts Turnpike. It wasn't a perfect plan, but if they hiked to the highway, they could catch a ride away from this certain death. City blocks continued to pass by, and they found no new threats or any help. It looked like all 5 of them might make it out of Boston alive. It turned out, this thought hit Donald a little prematurely. As they rounded the next corner, the group ran straight into a horde of the murdering rioters. At first, the rioters were unaware of the group's presence. Then the woman from the lobby chose this moment to make her first noise. She screamed. The closest monsters lunged for the screaming woman, and the man tried to play hero. He got pummeled, bitten, and ripped apart for his meager effort. Instead of running away, the woman stood there and screamed even louder. Like a ringing dinner bell, the next wave of monsters couldn't resist her shrill call, and they rushed toward her. After the first tackled her, the rest of the crowd dogpiled her. There would be no saving the couple, and not waiting to see what happened next, Donald grabbed Deborah and Matthew and dragged them away from the grisly scene unfolding. The sound of the fading screams and the gnashing teeth drew more monsters to the gruesome party of death. They closed in from every direction and threatened to take down Donald, Deborah, and Matthew. Time ran out, and Donald knew they were only one poor decision away from death on the buffet line. They turned away from the oncoming mob, and Donald pushed them into what he thought was a deserted side street. He realized his fatal mistake after they only took a few steps. In his moment of confusion, Donald guided them into a dead-end alleyway, rather than a through street. They're trapped as the crowd of monsters closed in to claim their 3 delicious living prizes. Matthew hung onto the souvenir bat during all the running, so Donald took it from him as he pushed Deborah and Matthew behind him. It was the only weapon they had, and it would only be a meager attempt to protect them. He caught Deborah's eye and said, "I'm sorry." The mob in front of them numbered about 10 strong, but Donald carried only the miniature baseball bat as a weapon. Too bad his AR-15 sat locked inside the Airstream back at the campground. Instead, he prepared to make his last stand armed with only a child's toy. He edged back and hoped being chewed to death wouldn't hurt as bad as he thought it would. Donald hadn't faced this much danger in his life.
Gwen Quinn notched an arrow and pulled back on the drawstring, preparing to release a razor-pointed projectile at 320 feet per second. She performed this task many times before at various competitions, as a college athlete on a full scholarship, and even during the Summer Olympics. There must have been hundreds of thousands, or maybe even millions of arrows she shot since Harry showed her how. Harry encouraged her talents for archery when she had been a young orphaned girl back in middle school. After her father's death, Harry had been the only man who ever supported her. Every time Gwen let an arrow fly in the past, she pointed it at a stationary target. This time, she stood in the window of her tiny Boston apartment and faced down a human attacker. Well, if she believed Nolan, they weren't human anymore, but zombies. Gwen couldn't decide if she or Nolan were crazy, because they sure looked like people. But they didn't act like a living human anymore. "Aim for the head," Nolan said. She took a calming breath to settle her nerves. The wind was calm on this warm summer night, so this should be an easy shot at this range. Another dozen arrows laid nearby, awaiting their turn to fly at the Walking Dead targets. Gwen questioned her sanity one more time and then released the string. Earlier that day, Gwen Quinn stood before Moonstag Coffee and wondered how this place had become her entire life. She wasn't about to stroll inside to buy one of those complicated, overpriced crazy coffee drinks, but she headed in to start her daily shift as a barista. People considered her the best barista at Moonstag Coffee, but that brought Gwen little comfort. They complimented Gwen's brews and heavily tipped her all the time. This dead-end job allowed her to remain in her tiny Boston apartment. Gwen couldn't decide if city life remained a positive aspect of her existence anymore. Even if she developed the nerve to leave the city, Gwen had nowhere else to flee to. When Gwen was only 8 years old, a drunk driver took her parents from her. She still remembered her dad's deep voice, as he did the silly duck's voice when he read her favorite bedtime stories over and over again each night. Mom didn't die that same night, but she might as well have, because the grief turned her mother from a loving, supporting parent into an abusive junkie and whore. That led to the overdose, which led Gwen to her aloof aunt and uncle's house as an orphaned middle schooler. With this rough break, Gwen could have turned to alcohol, drugs, or sex to dull her pain. Instead, the loss drove her to work harder than anyone else. Gwen found her identity in success. Her high level of intelligence allowed her to excel in school with minimal effort, which allowed her to spend her free time at a local stable. Gwen worked there for some spare cash, plus she earned riding lessons and free riding time. The horses and other riders accepted her and made her feel alive again. Harry, the stable owner, took a liking to Gwen. He said she reminded him of his own granddaughter, who lived on the other side of the country. So Gwen became his surrogate granddaughter. She missed having a loving parent and didn't know her grandparents, so Harry became a welcomed friend. He taught her the wonders of archery and the enjoyment of other outdoor activities. Horseback riding, camping, and fishing were activities Gwen never took part in before she met Harry. Competitive archery would be the pursuit which changed her life forever. Like many things Gwen tried during her life, archery came naturally. With her strong work ethic, Gwen didn't rely only on raw talent alone, but spent her day perfecting her technique by shooting hundreds of arrows at targets. Her passions drove her to be perfect at everything she attempted. Harry admired Gwen's skills with a bow and arrow and watched all her hard work around the stables. He encouraged her to enter regional archery competitions and provided the sponsorship money for her to compete. Gwen won award after award for her accurate shooting. He beamed with pride at all her success and told her archery would be the key to her success in the future. This combination of academic success and athletic ability led to a full-ride athletic scholarship at a prestigious Boston university. Gwen could finally escape this miserable life with her aunt and uncle and have a fresh start on her own. A fresh start at life in a major city would be the icing on the cake. Her aunt and uncle told her they were happy for her, but Gwen suspected they were glad to see her go. Their politeness prevented them from telling her so to her face. This scholarship would be their freedom from feeding another mouth. She believed Harry when he said he would miss her. He promised to attend every one of her college archery competitions. It wasn't until after Harry's fatal heart attack that Gwen realized how much she missed him. Gwen thrived during her first years in Boston. She devoted herself to her academic studies and to her archery. Each semester she would achieve the highest academic honors, along with continued success with her bow and arrow. Gwen marveled at the loneliness she felt living in a large city. With all the loss in her life, she was ill-equipped to develop meaningful relationships with other people. At the university's prompting, Gwen took a year off from school to take part in the Summer Olympics. Gwen captured a gold medal in archery, and both she and the university enjoyed some fleeting fame because of her success. She should have pursued basketball with her height and athletic ability, since no professional sports league for archery existed. The American public forgot about Gwen and her gold medal as soon as the closing ceremonies ended. After the Olympics, Gwen returned to school for her junior year and enjoyed the same success in both the classroom and on the range. Unfortunately for her, the economic downturn slowed donations to the university. The poor economy didn't care how prestigious the university had been in the past, and their discretionary spending evaporated. The university looked for places to cut back, and they decided the archery program had to go. Poor Gwen lost her scholarship after completing 3 of the 4 years toward her degree. With no money, family, or home to return to, she had to fend for herself. She faced the classic catch-22. The $75,000 a year for tuition put the completion of her degree out of reach without a full-time job. But Gwen couldn't get the full-time job because she hadn't finished her degree. During this low time in her life, Gwen saw the Help Wanted sign in the window of Moonstag Coffee. She knew nothing about coffee, but she was intelligent, pleasant, and a quick learner. The store's owner had been kind or desperate because he gave her a job that day. A voice interrupted the flashback. "Gwen, are you coming inside or are you going to stand there and stare at the building all day?" The nerdy guy who always wrangled the same shift said. He asked her out many times, but Gwen passed each time. He finally got the idea and quit asking her out after the 10th time, but he still made it a point to work the same shifts. "Sorry, just lost in thought." "I'm coming," she said. "You're always lost in a daydream. Is your actual life too boring for you?" Moonstag Coffee, like every overpriced coffeehouse, had a wide range of clientele. They served busy business people, the hipsters, the yuppies, the wannabes, and the weirdos. Gwen's favorite weirdo was a small geeky little nerd who called himself Nolan Ryan. Gwen wasn't a baseball fan, strange to say since she lived in Boston, but she knew enough to know this guy couldn't be the Nolan Ryan. He admitted to spelling his last name differently than the pitcher, so it wouldn't confuse anyone. One look at his physique would confirm this. Nolan's views classified him as a first-class conspiracy nut, but talking to him always made her day. Each visit of Nolan's featured an alternative theory on how the world would end. Gwen never took him seriously, but Nolan never failed to entertain her with his wacky stories. He should put his efforts into writing apocalyptic fiction instead of his ridiculous blog. Therefore, Gwen wrote off his latest conspiracy theory too. Nolan reported changes in the weather systems, leading to an early and severe hurricane season. Hurricanes will wipe Florida off the map this year, Nolan said. Yes, Nolan, I watch Al Ricker on the Weather Network too. That's not a conspiracy, but pure hyperbole to increase their ratings. Then Nolan pointed to the experts' reports of strange bee activity all around the country, which defied any logical explanation. There were large swarms of yellow jackets attacking people without being provoked. The most famous attack happened in Times Square, in the heart of New York City. Bees swarmed around a hot dog cart and stung multiple people in the surrounding area. It's hot, and bees swarm during the summer, Nolan. Especially around open food sources. Nolan's next visit came with a report of a mystery sickness on multiple airplane flights, which all originated from New York. These flights arrived at Orlando, Florida, and St. Louis, Missouri. Both incidents of this mysterious sickness happened on flights shortly after the bee attack in Times Square. Thank goodness we aren't in the Big Apple then, Nolan. Besides, the CDC said it's just an early flu season this year. It's only the flu. No bee sting conspiracies here. Never trust the government to tell you the truth, Gwen, unless it suits their agenda. During his last visit, Nolan came in with red eyes, messy unwashed hair, and unshaved. Even for him, this lack of hygiene seemed out of place. He pleaded with her this time. Gwen, we need to get out of Boston. The cities aren't safe anymore. Did you see the latest news about riots at hospitals in other states? Orlando and St. Louis were two of the cities. It's coming here to Boston. Please get out of the city now before it's too late. The few customers who trickled into Moonstag this afternoon gossiped about the sick people who suffered with the new flu bug as they ordered. Rumors of strange happenings at the city hospitals became the second popular topic of the day's buzz. It made Gwen wonder if the entire city read Nolan's blog, or had they all gone mad. Before Gwen finished this train of thought, Nolan walked into the coffee shop. Today, he looked like a homeless man. His rumpled clothing appeared like he slept in them for the past week. He started at the smallest noise and repeatedly looked over his shoulder at the closed entrance door. When he approached the counter to order, his face showed worry lines and his eyes were bloodshot like someone pepper sprayed him. Nolan never looked this bad before, regardless of the crazy conspiracy flowing from his lips. Please, Gwen, leave the city today. It will be too late if you wait any longer. We must get out of Boston right now. As usual, Gwen readied to make another wise crack at his expense, but she couldn't bring herself to do it with the pain and confusion reflected in his eyes. Instead, she said, Nolan, I need this job and have to finish up my shift. I'm not independently wealthy. After work, maybe I'll consider a vacation. I have some unused vacation time. No promises. With Gwen's rejection, Nolan's shoulders slouched, his head drooped, and he turned toward the door, leaving without even ordering his daily coffee. On her way home from work, Gwen stopped at her favorite pizza shop. The owner knew her well, since Gwen helped put his kids through college with all her takeout meals. Based upon her slim stature, most people wouldn't have guessed Gwen enjoyed so many pizzas. But Gwen ran daily and possessed a naturally slim, athletic body type. While she waited for her pizza to finish cooking, Gwen talked with the owner. Their conversations were one of her only ongoing human connections in the city. How was business at the coffee shop today? It was dead. That doesn't help the tip jar. You look slow tonight too. Yes, you're one of the few takeout orders we've had all day. I should have closed the store and gone to the Sox game. Speaking of which, you would assume business would boom with a home game on the schedule. There's a conspiracy nut who comes in for coffee each day. He told me about people getting sick with this new flu bug and causing riots at the hospitals. Do you think this could really happen? I've heard nothing about those things. Sounds like the ravings of a madman to me. Boston's finest would keep the hospitals and streets safe on game day. When the Sox win, they attract crowds and bring a ton of money into the city. I watched the drunks staggering down the street earlier today. They usually come out after the game, not during the afternoon. Just no customers. Before the night ends, the drunks will pee in the alleys freely. Home games bring out all the crazies. You can say that again. Your pizza is ready. Enjoy. Thanks, Al. Have a good night. A loud and persistent knock at the front door startled Gwen. After consuming all the carbs from the pizza, she drifted off into a deep sleep on the sofa. Usually, the buzzer for the locked front door of the building would have alerted her to a potential visitor rather than someone knocking at her door. Gwen didn't know the time, but it seemed late since the sun had already gone down. Another bang on her door made her jump. Who could it be? Nolan Ryan stared back at her as she looked through the peephole. What the hell was he doing here so late? How did he even know where she lived? Gwen didn't think Nolan was a psycho, but could anyone be sure anymore? She let him in because the curiosity of why he stood at her door overcame her. Earlier in the day, he looked like he hadn't slept in a month, but somehow Nolan looked worse now. What's the matter, Nolan? It has started, Gwen. We have to leave the city. Have you been drinking or something? You look terrible. How do you even know where I live, anyway? I wish I had only been drinking, but I finally put all the pieces together, and this time it's bad. It's the end of all life as we know it. What the hell are you talking about, Nolan? You sound like a lunatic. They sat down, and he explained all he learned about the coming zombie apocalypse. Once he finished his explanation, Gwen didn't know if she should laugh, cry, or call the police. The worst part was, she believed what he had said. The apocalypse, here in Boston? It sounded far-fetched, but his explanation made events from the last few weeks come together and make sense. Gwen gathered a few of her things together so they could run. They would drive her car out of the city. No idea where they should head to, but an escape either way. Her car, an old Honda with almost 300,000 miles, sat a few blocks away from the apartment, but it should get them out of Boston. Between the large population in Boston and the government's plans for containment of the virus, the cities weren't a safe place to stay. The lives of the many outweighed the death of a few city residents, even if it meant every major U.S. city. In her bedroom, Gwen grabbed an old backpack. A boyfriend in college talked her into walking the Appalachian Trail, and she bought the pack along with other camping equipment, but the relationship didn't last long enough for her to use any of it. Along with the pack, Gwen grabbed her bow and arrows. As she returned to the living room, she found Nolan sitting there staring off into space. She told him to gather the bottled water and protein bars from the kitchen. Gwen hated the thought she would have to babysit him too. He preached action a few short minutes ago, and now sat in a catatonic state. Nolan, get your ass moving. I won't die here tonight. Or is everything you told me a crazy man's story? Is this your weird idea of getting a date with me? Instead of answering her barrage of questions, he pointed out the window at the street below. They sat and stared out the window. It felt like hours, but only minutes passed. Groups of zombies wandered the streets in front of the building. They staggered like drunks and moved as if unaware of the other monsters moving around them. Where had they all come from? They swarmed the streets like flies drawn to food rotting in the sun. Gwen and Nolan wouldn't make it through the crowd to her ratty car without being noticed. The 3 blocks separating them from the Honda might as well be 300 miles. How would they escape the city now? With everything packed and ready to go, they waited for a break where they could make a run for the car. Each time they thought the gap became big enough, another group of zombies wandered along to fill the openings left behind. Gwen hoped this nightmare would end soon. A scream rang out from the street below. Someone out on a walk got noticed by a pack of wandering zombies. By the time Gwen got to the window, the body laid on the street and a group of zombies consumed its flesh. After a time, it felt like forever, the monsters lost interest in the partially consumed body. Suddenly, the snack spasmed. Then it moved again. Finally, the shredded body struggled to its feet and staggered down the road with its intestines hanging out. It became one of them. They both sat in silence and stared at the newest member of the zombie army. Gwen won't let this happen to her, so she needed a plan to stay alive. Another woman's scream drew Gwen's attention back toward the street. This time, Gwen determined she wouldn't be a passive spectator in the deadly fight. Gwen grabbed her bow and notched an arrow, prepared to make a stand. Humanity versus the zombies. The living versus the living dead. She continued to hear the screams, but couldn't see the woman from her vantage point. Her cries tapered off, and Gwen knew what happened to her without witnessing it. As Gwen turned away from the window in frustration, she saw a family of 3 run into view from the corner of her eye. From her elevated perch, she watched them round the corner, right into the path of another pack of zombies. Oh no! Gwen wanted to scream, "Run!" The man spotted the oncoming zombies and turned the 3 away from their path. They turned the wrong way and ran into the alley across from Gwen's apartment. There's no way out. Gwen watched him stop and push the boy and the woman behind him. He wielded a miniature baseball bat like a battle axe, proving he was the bravest man in the world, or the stupidest. Either way, Gwen wouldn't let the 3 of them die tonight. Gwen notched the first arrow and took aim at the lead zombie's head. Then she released the string and let the arrow fly toward her first target. Gwen notched a second arrow and repeated the process. This was crazy, she thought, as the third arrow flew at the monster standing directly in front of the family.
What Donald wouldn't have given to be kitted out with his AR-15 rifle and backed up by a squad of armed Marines. Even having a 9mm pistol along with 2 rookie cops would be an acceptable option. But here he stood holding a miniature Red Sox souvenir baseball bat with an unarmed woman and a 9-year-old boy. No armed backup. The monsters continued to lumber toward them, cutting off any chance of escape. Donald witnessed these monsters as they attacked before, and nothing stopped them from their kill. They were relentless, killing machines just like great white sharks. Closer they staggered. Donald backed his 2 charges up against the far alley wall, and he prepared for his last fight. Only 10 beasts advanced toward them, but what kind of fight could he muster against them unarmed? Could you really count the toy bat as a weapon? Donald might stand a chance against 1 or 2 of these freaks, but not against 10 of them. He wasn't Jackie Chan, nor did he get a second take if things went wrong. The first monster closed in and prepared for its attack. Donald could smell the coppery stench of blood on its putrid breath. His insides hung out from a mortal wound to its midsection, and a chunk had been ripped from its neck. Its neck leaned to the left because of this damage. Donald braced for the attack, but as he did, the body dropped at his feet. No time to wonder about what happened since the second monster wasn't far behind, but then it fell into a heap too. Now a third and a fourth monster collapsed to the ground along with their fallen comrades. What the hell? A voice sounded from the building across the street. If you want to stay alive, then get your ass moving now. He looked up as an arrow flew from the open window and took down another of their attackers. No time to lose. He grabbed Deborah and Matthew by their arms and dragged them toward the safety of the building across the street. As they ran, a monster reached its gnarled dead claw toward them, and Donald struck it with the miniature bat. By pure luck, the bat penetrated the eye, punching through to its brain, and the beast dropped like a switch thrown to the off position. They made it to the front door of the building, just as they heard the buzzer acknowledge the release of the electronic lock. Donald pushed Deborah and Matthew into the lobby as he slammed the door in the face of another monster poised to attack. Somehow, they made it across the street and safely inside the building without suffering a scratch. The arrows came from the far end of the 3rd floor. "Let's go meet our saviors," Donald said. "Are you sure it's safe?" "Deborah, right now nothing in this city seems safe, but maybe there is someone who can help us. We can't survive another attack alone and unarmed." With no further arguments from either Deborah or Matthew, they headed up the stairs. It was quiet, but Donald moved with stealth down the hallway of closed doors. No need to repeat the close call in the alleyway. They didn't know what lay behind any of the doors in this building. There may not be a second savior to rescue them again. Make no mistakes this time, because the next error could be their last. Their journey up to the 3rd floor proved uneventful. A tall, slim female beckoned to them from the open door at the end of the hall. As they passed by each door, Donald imagined an enemy hidden behind it. Each might be human or monster. Don't let your guard down. They entered the small apartment, and the woman slammed the door behind them. As Donald turned toward her, he recognized her immediately. "You're the woman from the coffee shop," Donald said. Gwen laughed. "You're Mr. Black Coffee. Who buys black coffee at an expensive coffee shop? Where else does one get a cup of coffee? I'll admit, it was one of the best I've had in a long time." A short, nerdy guy interrupted their conversation. All this talk about coffee is fine, but don't forget there's a zombie apocalypse going on outside. Let's figure out how not to die tonight." "Zombies? What the hell are you talking about?" "I know Nolan sounds crazy, but from what I've seen outside, the craziness might be the truth. Anyway, I'm Gwen, and this is Nolan. We are glad to see another group of normal people, since it looked like we were the city's last survivors. Especially a family like yourselves. My name is Donald, and this is Deborah and Matthew. We aren't a family, well those two are, but we met while watching the Sox play tonight. Thanks for bailing us out of that nasty spot out there. You're good with a bow and arrow. You'll remember tonight for the rest of your life. What a first date. That's if we all live long enough. How did you get here from Fenway? What is it like near the ballpark?" Nolan said. Donald told them their story about the journey from Fenway Park to Gwen's apartment. He didn't leave out any details, including all the death and destruction they witnessed along the way. When Donald finished his story, Nolan said, "So it looks like we're screwed. I told you we should have left the city earlier, Gwen." Gwen told them her story. She started with her shift at the coffee shop, including Nolan's visit, and finished at the point where she shot arrows out of the window of her apartment. Donald knew this last part of the story and had been happy Gwen acted when she did, or the three of them would be dead now. They had to figure out how to get out of the city. Donald realized it would be too dangerous traveling while it remained dark. It's not like someone would equip them with night vision goggles. Now, with Gwen as their guide, they could make progress, leaving the city at first light. They slept in shifts with 2 people on watch at all times. When the morning light appeared, they would be ready to make their escape. Donald revealed his simple plan as the sun turned the sky a brilliant red. They needed to get to his truck at the Worcester Tea Station, and then drive it to his trailer at the campground. His trailer contained the supplies and weapons they would need to survive. Then they could travel together to the cabin in Maine to ride this mess out. Between the remoteness of the cabin and the smaller population in Maine, they should find safety there. Donald felt responsible for their survival, even if he didn't really know any of them. The dark bishop part of his brain said to cut his losses and run on his own, but he buried those thoughts. He cursed Joey for the evil ideas in his head. If his dad hadn't been so broken, he'd be a better man. That's an actual plan. Magically run out to Worcester and then drive north to Maine, Nolan said. His eyes focused on random spots around the room without making eye contact with anyone. "Do you have a better one, Nolan?" "I didn't think so." "You realize Worcester is about 60 miles away, Donald." Donald didn't know because he rode the train into the city and hadn't been back to Massachusetts since his college days. Even then, he stayed in Boston and didn't travel around the state. "Do either of you have a vehicle we could use?" The good news is, yes I do. The bad news is the car is a piece of junk and it won't hold all of us. Oh, and the even worse news is, it's 3 blocks away in the direction you traveled from last night. No one wanted to head back in that direction after hearing Donald's story of flight from Fenway. Only zombies and death waited for them there. Plus, it would be pointless to try for the car if they wouldn't all fit inside of it. Too bad they didn't have a tank or a Humvee at their disposal. What a great idea for a rideshare app during the apocalypse. "Gwen, do you have any weapons?" "Besides my bow and arrows, no. Massachusetts isn't like Texas, where everyone carries a gun on their hip." "Next apocalypse, I'll head to a Rangers or Astros game then," Donald said. "I don't even have any sharp knives in my kitchen since I don't cook, so there's no need for them. For the next zombie uprising, I think I'll join you in Texas instead. This joking around is really fun, but it isn't getting us any closer to safety," Nolan said. He still wouldn't make eye contact with anyone in the room. "Wait. There's a new car dealership about 5 blocks from here. I think they sell Hondas or some other foreign make. They're right across from the highway entrance ramp, so we could get a ride from there." Great idea, Gwen. You want us to go sit down with a sleazy salesperson and buy a new car? Mr. Texas had better ideas than that, Nolan said. I'm not sure your nasty attitude is helping the situation any, Nolan, Gwen said. What difference does it make, Gwen? We are all going to die here, since we waited too long to leave. Either the dead will get us, or the government containment plan will. Enough. Gwen's idea is good. It gets us closer to our destination and away from last night's war zone. If chaos has taken over there too, then we can take our pick of cars on the lot. If we find things normal there, then I will take care of purchasing a vehicle. Turning on each other will not improve our situation. We need to work together if we want to survive. Nolan glared at both Donald and Gwen. They ate an unsatisfying breakfast of protein bars in complete silence. Donald planned on success for their escape from the city, but he mentally prepared for the contingencies. A well-executed plan might save them all yet. If these monsters bit and scratched, they could come up with a way to protect themselves from those types of attacks. Some kind of body armor? Spying the leather-covered furniture, Donald had an idea. Donald detected no movement of either humans or monsters below. This might be a good omen for the start of their journey. Don't stop believing, because they needed a break. They divvied up the supplies from Gwen's apartment in amounts each could carry easily during their cross-city hike. Protein bars and water would keep them alive during this trip to somewhere safe. How long could it take for them to travel 5 blocks? Gwen took her bow and a quiver that held the rest of her arrows. Donald carried a loose arrow to use as a weapon if needed. Matthew wanted to bring his bat, but they lost it after Donald impaled a zombie while they escaped the alley. Deborah watched over Matthew and passed on carrying any weapons. Nolan had a framing hammer he had brought with him from his apartment. Who carried a framing hammer around with them in Boston? Donald expected Deborah, Matthew, and Nolan to be no help if they ran into any more zombies. It would be up to him and Gwen to defend their group of survivors. She had already proved her abilities with a bow and arrow by saving his ass. They decided Gwen would lead the way. Donald would have preferred to lead the group, but Gwen knew the city and how to get to the car dealership. It would be the only practical decision. Nolan would follow, hopefully he'd stay out of her way, followed by Matthew and then Deborah. Donald would have their backs as he watched over the group. This would be the way they exited Gwen's building and started their journey. The first 2 blocks passed by without issue. No zombies, no survivors, and no help from any officials. A complete absence of any police or military presence in the city. They took the next left onto the road where the car dealership was located. He expected the coast would be clear on the crossroad too, since the zombies had been AWOL. Donald hoped Gwen would continue to guide them along a safe route. Gwen performed her task of running point for the group well. They turned the corner without incident and things remained clear. Only a few blocks left to travel and they would reach the dealership safely. No running, screaming, or any other violent action so far. The strips of leather cut from Gwen's couch and secured to their forearms seemed like an unnecessary precaution now. They're so close to their goal that Donald could read the dealership's sign from where he stood. Almost there. Gwen halted the procession and frantically signaled for Donald to join her at the front of the group. Donald hated to leave their rear unguarded, even when the streets had been silent so far. It bothered him because the roads had been so empty. Where had everyone gone? Not what he would have expected in a major U.S. city like Boston. He scurried forward to find out what had upset Gwen. Donald smiled at Deborah, winked at Matthew, and scowled at Nolan as he passed each one by. He hoped these actions would show he was calm and his demeanor would wear off on them so no one panicked. When he got to the front of the line, Gwen just pointed toward the dealership's parking lot. Plenty of shiny new vehicles, check. But plenty of zombies stumbled around the lot too. He took a quick count and stopped when he hit number 25. Like an invading army, the monsters appeared to have the dealership surrounded. No way in and no way out.
Pamela Bowman worked as the assistant sales manager at Harrison Honda in Boston for 5 years. For the first time, she found herself in real trouble. She planned on closing up the dealership last night, but even with the dawn of another day, she still hadn't returned home. It wasn't dedication to her job that kept her locked inside the building, but the crowd who surrounded the building. An enormous crowd at a car dealer would normally be something to celebrate, but not this time. This crowd meant certain death rather than more car sales. So Betty, her 14-year-old daughter, and Pam hid in the back office, not knowing what their next move should be. They needed to escape. She placed the first 911 call an hour before the scheduled closing time last night. A couple of drunks staggered aimlessly around the lot. This happened often, especially on the night of a home game for the Red Sox. Usually these drunks were harmless, besides their public urination. As Pam watched from the showroom, a junior salesman walked out to ask the partiers to leave. At first, they acted as if the salesman had been invisible. They stood motionless and stared into the sky like they found the meaning of life there. Then, teeth bared, they turned and attacked him. He collapsed as the two people bit and clawed at the poor boy. They must be high on drugs rather than drunk. What else could explain their odd behavior? The 911 call she made brought 2 police cruisers to the lot. Pam wondered why an ambulance didn't accompany them, since she reported the physical attack on her salesman. 3 officers with guns drawn and a canine dog stood over the crouched attackers. The invaders ignored the police officers' shouts to freeze. Then the 2 drunks sprung up to their feet and charged the officers. Their faces and hands dripped with the salesman's blood and gore. All 3 pistols fired, but the attackers continued their charge. The 2 bloodied attackers pounced on the first 2 officers and bit down and tore the flesh from their necks. The dog and the 3rd officer tried to fight them off, but they continued their blitz. Like a fight at recess in the schoolyard, the noise attracted a crowd of onlookers. Those attracted by the frenzy of battle had the same countenance as the original crew. Instead of helping the remaining police officer, they jumped on both him and his dog. Teeth first, they tore at any exposed flesh. Pam couldn't believe her eyes. 3 police officers and a police dog, all crushed and ripped apart by a psychotic group of drunks, or were they on drugs? They had to be on bath salts. People committed serious acts of violence and even cannibalism when they took bath salts. Pam made her second 911 call of the evening after she witnessed this horror. This time the 911 operator seemed frazzled, but promised to send more help when possible. It seemed like a casual response for a report of 3 officers and a police dog being down. Wait, did Pam see the salesman wandering around the lot? How could he walk around after the first 2 attackers snacked on him? His clothes had been soaked in blood while ragged pieces of his skin flapped in the breeze. He moved with an awkward gait. The part of Pam's brain which pushed for survival at all costs called out to her and said, "Lock the damn door." God help her if the salesman remained alive, because she locked him outside to die with the violent crowd. She retreated to the more secure sales manager office in the back of the showroom. The showroom's walls were all glass. Tempered glass, but how much of an onslaught would they be able to withstand? Of all the nights for her deadbeat husband to be sick. He claimed to have the flu, but more than likely he suffered from alcohol poisoning. So her daughter Betty stayed at the dealership with her tonight. Betty was only 14 years old, and she hadn't been quite old enough to stay home alone. Temptation and trouble would call out to a teenage girl. This had been one of the few nights Pam brought Betty to work, and a bloody riot happened in the parking lot. What kind of mother did this to their child? By the time the next 3 police cruisers arrived, the crowd of drunks had grown to about 20. Pam swore she saw the 3 original police officers, along with her salesman, milling around in the crowd. How could this be? All 4 should be dead from the traumatic injuries they received. It looked like the salesman's intestines hung from his midsection. Maybe this was just a crazy nightmare, and she'd awaken comfy in her own bed? A vivid dream because she ate too much rich, spicy food before bed. The new police officers drew their guns and shouted at the crowd. They told them to lie down on their stomachs with their hands clasped behind their heads. Instead of complying with the instructions, they turned toward the police like one entity. They rushed toward the cops and the police opened fire. These police officers carried a combination of shotguns and pistols. They're ready for trouble. Bullets ripped into flesh, but the crowd surged forward. 1 or 2 from the crowd toppled because of the barrage, but the rest continued their relentless advance. Finally, the group descended on the new arrivals, and the guns went quiet. Like an all-you-can-eat buffet filled with a group of hungry sharks, the crowd feasted on the officers. Blood and guts flew from all the biting, ripping, and tearing of flesh. Pam's nightmare continued. This event prompted Pam to dial 911 a third time. The harried operator didn't even pick up the phone. Instead, a recording answered. "All circuits are currently busy, so please try your call again later." "Are you kidding me?" She punched 911 into her phone again, and the same cheerful voice told her to try again later. Again and again she tried. No one answered any of her calls for help. Somehow, even after she witnessed the horrors of the night, Betty fell asleep. Pam continued to dial 911, but now even the cheerful voice which had asked her to try again went on break. At first, her attempts resulted in only a ringing line. Later, nothing but silence. Not even a dial tone came from the handset. Only dead air on the phone line, which told Pam no help would come. The crowd in the lot had grown to around 25 or 30 people, including the police officers and Pam's young sales associate. How were they still able to wander the lot? Their injuries had been fatal, and all displayed the scars of their wounds. No one in the wandering crowd spoke any words. Their communication consisted of periodic shrieks, moans, and groans that no longer sounded human. Pam tried to call Mr. Harrison a few times during the evening, but no one ever answered any of her calls. The calls didn't even go to voicemail. Crazed killers wandered the sales lot, and she couldn't reach anyone to help them. What happened? How would Pam save them? Why did this happen the one night Betty came to work with her? Maybe it was better to have Betty with her than home alone. Pam jerked awake in a panic, not remembering where she was. Then all the memories of the nightmare her life had become rushed back to her as she realized she still sat in the sales manager's office at Harrison Honda. Pam hadn't meant to fall asleep, but the utter terror of what happened outside in the car lot had zapped her energy. Betty had been with her before she fell asleep, and now the office was empty. Fighting the urge to scream, she remembered noise attracted those things outside. She rushed out into the showroom to find her daughter. Pam moved in a stealth manner through the building. With all the time she spent at the dealership, it had become a second home to her. She could see the bloody ragtag crew of murderers still gathered in groups, as they wandered around the lot outside. Betty wasn't in the showroom. There's a break room between the sales and service areas, and there she found Betty raiding the snack machines for her breakfast. Relief flooded Pam's brain as the tension left her body. She wouldn't have been able to continue if Betty had become one of those monsters. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming out here?" "Mom, you were sleeping and you needed the rest. Have something to eat. We need to figure out how to escape the zombies." Pam couldn't help thinking how much her child sounded like the adult in this crazy situation. Betty showed no panic, as if zombies roaming the earth were a normal daily occurrence for her. While they ate, Betty continued with her explanation. "Those monsters outside are zombies. We need to escape to somewhere less populated. If Boston is the only place they've infected, the government will bomb us soon to contain the threat within the city. If they are in other locations already, then they are everywhere, and we're screwed. We are the survivors, and our only hope is to avoid them and stay alive." Pam couldn't believe what her daughter just said. Zombies? Can't be. Maybe. Is there any other way to explain how the salesmen and cops rose to their feet after being mortally wounded? Where would they be able to go to find any safety? Based upon the news stories the last few days, I would say they are everywhere now. Don't bother with checking the news today because there is nothing on the air anymore. A major hurricane hit the southern part of the country, so our only option is to head north. What makes you such an expert on zombies, Betty? Watching The Walking Dead and every other show or movie with zombies in it, and reading every zombie book I could get my hands on. Don't laugh. Look out the window and see for yourself. What other explanation could there be? I'm open to another if you have it. They gathered the remaining food and drinks from the break room, while they continued to make their escape plans. The plan they came up with wasn't complicated. Take the supplies, get a vehicle filled with gas, and then drive northwest. The northwestern part of Massachusetts was rural, and the population sparse, so it should be the ideal place to hide and ride this mess out. Pam was optimistic help will come quickly, but Betty told her mother this won't end anytime soon. It never did in any of the zombie stories Betty watched or read. They parked their personal vehicle outside yesterday when they arrived at the dealership. The zombies are outside too. Pam couldn't believe she called them zombies, so they wouldn't be able to reach it without being swarmed. Plus, the gas gauge on their old jalopy registered under a quarter tank of gas. She had planned on stopping for gas today, but the zombie apocalypse changed those plans. There are vehicles inside the showroom, but they have the batteries disconnected for safety, and Pam wasn't sure how to reconnect them. She knows how to sell cars but had no idea how to fix them. The lot was full of plenty of other excellent choices, and Pam had all the keys in the showroom, but the zombies stood in the way. They needed to find a way to sneak past the zombies and get to an escape vehicle. Inside the service area, there were 2 flatbed tow trucks along with 3 customers' vehicles in various states of repair. Not knowing if the customers' cars ran, they would have to pick one of the flatbed trucks. Pam had never driven a large truck before. She drove an old Accord, but thankfully both trucks had automatic transmissions. One of them had almost a full tank of fuel. The keys were in the service manager's office, so they had found their escape vehicle. After a quick check, they found the zombies still wandering around the lot in front of the building. They were listless and shuffled back and forth between the cars with no logical destination. Last night, the noise of the police office's shouts drew their attention, so Pam wondered how to get the door of the service center open and the truck through it without attracting any unwanted attention. While she dwelled on those thoughts, Betty said, "Don't worry, Mom. The truck is huge and we can run those zombies down. It will be okay." Pam hoped her daughter was right. They loaded the supplies, food, flashlights, and a few paper maps into the flatbed truck. Clipped to the sun visor, Pam found a transmitter that opened the rolling door so they could drive out of the building without leaving the safety of the truck's cab. Pam turned the key and the truck roared to life. It became impossibly loud inside the closed service area. Immediately, the zombies responded to the sound of the truck engine by scuffling around the side of the building, and they swarmed the service department's roll-up doors. Pam reached up to press the transmitter to open the door, and at that exact moment the power winked out. The door stayed closed while the zombies pressed against it. They moaned and shrieked while they banged against the door. How long would it hold? Shit. They sat defeated in the running truck, stuck inside the darkened service area. The only light shined through the small windows on the rolling doors, the emergency lighting by the exits, and the lights from the dashboard of the flatbed. Pam considered driving through the door, but didn't want to damage the truck or get stuck while trying to escape. It was their only lifeline. With no other plan, Pam shut the truck off to figure out their next move. The zombies outside the door calmed down when the engine quit, but they stayed congregated in front of the door. They ambled around the back of the building with no clear destination. Without power, the door wouldn't open since it wasn't equipped with a battery backup. Pam found the manual override, but whoever operated it needed to stand next to the door as it opened. With all the zombies assembled around the back of the building, it would be a suicide mission. Pam didn't want to die by zombie, especially since Betty had no experience driving at her age. They needed another plan to make their escape. She didn't plan on dying today. Pam's hope of reaching safety easily evaporated with the power failure. They couldn't open the rolling door without electricity, and they couldn't take a chance of damaging the truck by ramming it. Pittsfield, Massachusetts would be too far a drive with a damaged vehicle. If the truck got stuck trying to crash through the door, then they would both end up dead at the hands of the zombies. Fear paralyzed her as she feared her daughter wouldn't see her 15th birthday. A breakdown threatened to disable her, even though she knew it wouldn't help anyone. Then Betty spoke as she pointed across the street. "Look." Another group of survivors. We have someone to help us. Pam didn't know who would help who escape, but suddenly a plan formed in her mind. They would survive this day.
Donald's mouth fell open as he stared at the car lot. 5 police vehicles were parked haphazardly in front of the building. The crowd of zombies included 7 cops, a guy in a torn-up suit with his intestines hanging out, and a bunch of other random people with pieces and parts bitten off each of them. They had been living people with dreams and ambitions at one time, but not anymore. Now they were flesh-eating monsters desperate to hunt living flesh. The vehicle's keys would be locked inside the building, and the crowd in the parking lot made it no simple task to enter through the front door. Those monsters made it a near impossible task. The police explorers parked out front were tempting targets to grab for their escape. If they were lucky, the officers left the keys in the ignition, and they hadn't run out of gas. Police often left their vehicles running when they responded to a call to maintain the battery charge with all the electronics inside. If they were unlucky, the keys would be in the police zombies' pockets, or they left all 5 explorers running, and now their tanks were dry. It's a gamble, but it looked like it might be their only option. They broke cover and slinked toward the lot. Donald would have liked to scout the police vehicles alone, but he didn't want to leave the others unprotected. Gwen was an impressive shot, but she only had 10 arrows left and she wasn't a trained fighter. The ability to shoot a stationary target without pressure wouldn't be the same as hitting a moving target while under pressure. What greater pressure could there be than certain death? Donald reached the first explorer and found no keys in the ignition. The hope for a quick and easy escape evaporated. The next vehicle was a K9 unit, and it wouldn't do since they removed the back seat to accommodate the police dog. It will only hold 1 human passenger. Doesn't matter because the ignition was keyless. As Donald approached the third vehicle, he heard a loud engine roar from around the back of the building. Someone hid inside the building. The zombies shambled around the back of the building as if someone rang the dinner bell. Loud noises attracted them. 3rd time's a charm since the keys had been left in the ignition of this explorer. Donald climbed inside and noticed the keys remained in the run position. Not only had the vehicle run out of fuel, but the battery was stone dead. Only 2 police vehicles left to check. He hoped their luck might change while the zombies remained around the rear of the building. Explorer number 4 had no keys in the ignition. This must be the Boston Police Department's standard operating procedure, to remove the keys when they arrive at the scene of a call. Only 1 cruiser left to check. Donald moved over to the last Boston PD Explorer and found the keys in the ignition and in the off position. Careful to not draw the monsters back, he turned the key to the on position to check the fuel level. The tank was still half full. This might be the lucky break they needed. As Donald readied to load everyone into the Explorer, all hell broke loose on the lot. Donald turned to wave the group over as the engine from around the back of the building roared to life again. The motor raced and then the sound of a loud crash followed close behind. Before Donald could react, a young girl ran out the front door of the building yelling, "The red SUV! Get to the red SUV!" A red Honda Pilot was parked 3 rows over, so Donald grabbed both Deborah and Matthew and dragged them toward it. He could sense Gwen right on their heels while they ran. The lights flashed and it beeped as the locks disengaged on the SUV. As the girl ran by, she dropped the keys into Donald's hand and then jumped in through the back door. Donald pushed Deborah and Matthew safely into the back as Gwen closed in. The girl yelled from the back seat as soon as Donald jumped inside. "Wait for my mom." As the girl's scream faded, a lady sprinted from the building. At the same moment, Nolan picked up the officer's Glock off the ground. Nolan raced straight at the woman while he took aim with the pilfered gun at the zombies who closed in on her. Boom, the first shot went wide and attracted more of the undead toward the noise. Nolan tried to correct his aim, but the next shot went wide too. Donald watched him continue to pull the trigger, but the gun only dry fired. Nolan ran out of bullets. "Drop the gun and run," Donald said. Nolan and the woman disappeared into the stream of zombies that swarmed them. Gunfire interested the zombies more than the crash from the back of the building. Gwen and the girl screamed and wanted to run to their aid, but Donald knew there was nothing they could do to help. There were too many of the undead. He grabbed the girl as she tried to escape and threw her back into the SUV before he slammed the door. "Gwen, get in or you're going to die too. There's nothing you can do to help Nolan." Both Gwen and the girl collapsed into their seats and turned away from him, but at least they were both still alive. Donald hoped they could grieve and heal later once they found safety. He used all his defensive driving training, and maybe a few things he learned while watching NASCAR, to maneuver the vehicle up the ramp onto the highway and away from the city. The SUV swerved between the stalled cars scattered along the highway. The gas gauge showed a full tank of gas and the Pilot was brand new. This will be a simple trip all the way to Donald's truck in Worcester. The screams had dried up, and the shock of all their recent loss will travel with them on this road trip from hell. Donald knew how they felt, since he had lost much in his life too. However, flesh-eating monsters didn't consume them right in front of his eyes. His mother's cancer may have been bad, but he said goodbye to her. The first 22 miles of the drive down the Mass Pike went smoothly. Then they reached the mother of all traffic accidents. It looked like a giant tired of playing with his toy cars and strewn them across the room, or the highway in this case. Many types of vehicles, trucks, buses, cars, and even some motorcycles stretched clear across all 6 traffic lanes and the median. Some had the doors left open as if the drivers wandered off, either injured or recently risen from the dead, while others entombed their passengers. While Donald and his crew stared, they could hear snarling, gnashing, growling, and moaning coming from the crash scene. No human voices. Only the voice of death. Donald scanned the accident scene to find a way through or around it. The obstacle frustrated him. Does anyone see a way around this roadblock? Silence and a few shakes of heads were the only response he received. Even the SUV's 4-wheel drive wouldn't deliver them to the other side of this wreck. To further complicate their situation, this section of highway had natural rock walls on both sides, so driving around the wreck was out. The twisted metal from crashed vehicles blocked even the median. No option to get around this mess. They needed an alternate route, so Donald consulted the Pilot's GPS navigation system. It told him to backtrack about 7 miles to the closest exit. Once there, they'd find a parallel route back to the highway, another 12 miles ahead of their current position. With plenty of gas still in the tank, the detour wasn't an issue. Only a slight delay. After they completed the U-turn, the exit came into view quickly, with no other issues. The ramp delivered them onto a 4-lane divided highway in a commercial district. Abandoned cars dotted the roadway here on the back road too. Some vehicles had been in obvious accidents, while others appeared undamaged and left behind by their owners for some other mysterious reason. Traffic lights were dark, showing the power in this area had winked out. They came across no large zombie hordes, but they're still present in small numbers. The back roads were slow traveling with all these potential hazards for them to avoid. They couldn't afford to crash the Pilot being reckless because it was their lifeline. There were no signs of normal, everyday human activity. Things had gone bad quickly. Donald spotted the small store up ahead with the 4 large letters on the sign over the door. GUNS. He knew being unarmed in this violent world wouldn't be a smart idea. Donald brought the car to a stop in the parking lot, being careful to park so a quick exit would be possible. Before he climbed out of the car, he asked if Gwen or Deborah had any experience firing a gun. Both answered no, and it didn't surprise him. He asked Gwen to keep watch while he went inside the store. Gwen readied her bow and arrows for any potential action. Donald didn't know about the depth of her relationship to Nolan, but he appreciated Gwen's desire to survive after such a recent loss. There was hope for her. Donald approached the building vigilantly. There could be business as usual inside, doubtful, a crowd of hungry zombies or some crazed reckless survivor protecting his stash of weapons. The door opened, but the building was pitch dark inside. Not an inviting combination after everything he had already seen today. Good thing Gwen packed a flashlight. Once inside, he found the typical small gun shop. Not top-of-the-line hardware, but functional anyway. They hit pay dirt with a selection of serviceable weapons. He grabbed 2 Cobra Arms Freedom 380 pistols, 2 Remington 870 TAC-14 shotguns, and a Remington 783 bolt-action 30-06 rifle. He found a duffel bag inside the store and filled it with ammo for each gun. Overkill to arm one person, because Donald thought putting guns in the hands of individuals without shooting experience wouldn't be smart. Gwen might be able to handle a rifle like she did a bow and arrow, but this was a question for a later time. He would provide her with some basic firearm training once they got to safety. The discipline she used with a bow would translate well to another weapon. But could she use it on a person? As he returned to the parking lot, Donald heard a scream. Across the street, a group of bloodthirsty zombies gnashed their teeth while they surrounded a man and a woman. Gwen looked torn between attempting a rescue and protecting the SUV. Donald put down the bag with the guns and took out the hunting rifle. If he couldn't save them with the 4 shots from the rifle, then the strangers were dead. Gwen mirrored his moves with her bow, and the discipline she showed encouraged him. He propped himself on the hood of the SUV and took aim. "Remember to take headshots," Gwen said. Not the zombie thing again, he thought, and almost said before he thought better of it. The first round struck one monster in the shoulder. He would need to zero the sights, not a headshot, but the zombie lost the use of the arm. A quick change to his aim and the second round met its mark. Headshot. One monster down. Shot number 3 hit the target, and again another zombie dropped. Gwen let 2 arrows fly and another creature went down. She yelled to the trapped couple. "Run your asses off. The coast will not get any clearer." He grabbed the guns and turned the key in the ignition, and they were off again. A quick stop before they departed, and they had 2 new passengers in the SUV. They reached the highway entrance ramp with no other incidents, and found themselves about 15 miles outside of Worcester. A few more minutes and they would arrive at the T-station where Donald parked his truck. His confidence would increase once he got behind the wheel of his own rig. The Pilot wasn't bad, but his Chevy Silverado was more capable and massive than the Honda. It turned out the couple they saved were brother and sister. Shawn and Joan Graham lived close to the store where they found them. They had ventured out to pick up some supplies to ride out this disaster. Donald's unplanned stop at the gun store prevented 2 more zombies on the streets. Humans had become the endangered species. Something bothered Donald about these new passengers. Nothing solid he could put his finger on, only a feeling in his gut. Shawn claimed to be a cop, and he seemed obsessed with getting his hands on one of the guns Donald liberated from the gun shop. Shawn would be a valuable asset if he really was a trained police officer. But Donald's intuition continued to tell him something wasn't right about the supposed brother and sister. The 15 highway miles passed without another incident or delay, and they arrived at the parking lot with Donald's truck. During the drive, Donald discussed his plan with the group. Gwen, Betty, Deborah, and Matthew would ride in the truck with Donald. A lack of trust of the 2 newcomers led to this distribution of passengers. Shawn and Joan would take the SUV and follow them to the campground. Fueling Donald's ill feeling about the 2 was the fact neither disagreed with the plan, and Shawn seemed eager to get behind the wheel of the Pilot by himself. As plans went, this one initially worked as expected. Everyone got out of the Pilot, and Donald walked to the truck to unlock it. Gwen stowed her bow and arrows in the truck's bed. After he opened the truck, Donald turned back toward the Pilot to grab the bag of guns and ammo. Before he reached the SUV, Shawn and Joan jumped in and sped off with the Pilot and the bag of guns. A pistol from the gun shop remained tucked in his waistband, and Donald had a loaded .50 caliber Desert Eagle pistol in the truck, but he chose not to fire either weapon at them. Carjacking isn't the worst thing they experience today, and he wanted to save those rounds in case he needed them later. Plus, hitting a moving vehicle across a parking lot with a pistol was a difficult to impossible task. Not like the movies where every shot from the hero's gun hits its target, and they never run out of ammo. So they all got in Donald's truck and headed to the campground and the shelter of his Airstream. Before he started this trip, the only exotic travel Mel had ever done was to Vietnam as an 18-year-old soldier. He had pride in serving the country he loved for 2 tours of duty in the Army. Eager to start their life together, Linda waited for him to return, along with their first son in their New England home. When he returned, he found the America he loved became an unfamiliar place. People spat on uniformed veterans who served their country. Disrespect became the new normal, and it persisted in America today. Mel got a good-paying and stable job with the local water company. It provided a lifetime of security for his family. The boss grew up in a different time and still respected the men who sacrificed to serve their country. Mel spent his entire career at the water company, doing almost every job, except the role of the big boss, during his working life. Soon after his return from Nam, their second son came along. He loved being a father and having the time to spend with his sons. His job provided him with both the money and time he needed to provide for them. Last, their baby girl came into the world and she completed their family. Mel served both his country as a soldier and his county as a trusted employee at the water company. Linda had loved the time spent with her family, too. Time marched on and the family grew, and then one by one the kids moved away. Their children wanted something more for their lives than what rural New Hampshire offered. After their last child moved out, Mel came up with his crazy plan to travel the country he loved and had served all those years ago. So Mel and Linda Jackson sold their house and most of their possessions when they retired. They had raised 3 kids in a rural town in New Hampshire, but all those obligations that trapped them there for years ended. Retirement would bring them into a new era and a traveling lifestyle in their new RV. Linda and Mel had traveled by RV for over 10 years now. They had visited every state, they flew to Hawaii, and some parts of Canada when they drove to Alaska. Their lifestyle of exploration and constant travel brought them to the campground north of Worcester, Massachusetts, when the end of civilization started. 2 days before, a polite man pulled into the spot next to theirs in this campground. The bounder looked a little rough when parked next to the shiny aluminum Airstream trailer. From their first interaction, Mel knew he liked this guy. After getting his trailer set up on the campsite, he came over and introduced himself. "Hi, my name is Donald Bishop. I'm traveling from Virginia and came here to Massachusetts to catch a Sox game." "Nice to meet you. This is Linda and I'm Mel. Are you on vacation?" "Retired from a field service job in the utility industry last month." "Where are you two headed?" "We are trying to figure that out now. One son is in Florida, and we thought about visiting him but have put it off because of the hurricane they keep talking about on the news. Our other son is up in Maine, but he says our granddaughter is sick with the flu. Our daughter is in St. Louis, and we thought about heading there, but we heard rumors of riots in the city. She is an elementary school teacher in the suburbs." They went back and forth about their lives for a few hours. Donald became as close as a family member after this first visit. He even helped Mel out with a couple of minor repairs on the bounder during their afternoon visit. He proved to be handy and respectful to his elders. 2 characteristics Mel appreciated since they had disappeared from American society. The next day, Donald left early for Boston to see the Red Sox game and play tourist in the city. That had happened yesterday, and Donald hadn't returned. The Airstream's panels shined from its parking spot, but the Silverado's parking spot remained empty. Mel and Linda worried something happened to him in the city. He preached words of assurance to Linda, and they became a hope for him too. He might have gotten lucky in the city, or the game may have ended late, so he spent the night in a hotel. Mel acknowledged the strange occurrences that happened around them this morning. Families flocked to RV parks during the busy summer tourist season, but this campground still had many vacancies. The morning news reported stories about overcrowded hospital emergency rooms and riots breaking out in the streets in cities throughout the country. In the middle of the news broadcast, the station stopped broadcasting. No luck finding any news on the radio either. Only static or a reoccurring emergency broadcast message anywhere on the dial. Did the entire city of Boston disappear overnight? People predicted California would slide into the ocean, not Boston, Massachusetts. Linda started having some sniffles yesterday, and now a hacking cough followed. Mel worried it might be the latest flu strain, because the news had said recovery would be tough. She rested inside the bounder because the fever had drained her. They both were old, but they had been active all their lives, so sleeping during the day was abnormal. Normal didn't explain any of the day's activities. With worry about riots, his wife, Donald's absence, and not much else to do, Mel pulled out and cleaned his old Remington shotgun. He sat outside and enjoyed the bright sunny day while he cleaned, lubed, and loaded his gun. Linda hated the fact he brought the gun with him, but Mel always said, "Better to be safe than sorry." Yes, it was cliché and Mel knew it, but he had a sick feeling in his gut things weren't right in the world anymore. At least less right than things had been. What else would explain all that happened so far this morning? He hadn't had a premonition of dread this alarming since his time in Vietnam. When he fought the VC, he didn't have to worry about Linda's safety like he would have to now. After he finished cleaning his gun, Mel took a sandwich and book outside so he wouldn't disturb Linda while she slept. He had loaded the shotgun, but he returned it to its spot inside the RV. Things might not be right, but things weren't bad enough to sit outside with a loaded shotgun in his lap. Warm sun, a full stomach, and a comfortable camp chair caused Mel to drift off to sleep. He awoke while he experienced the dream about his time in the war. Somehow, small arms fire from the dream leaked out into his woken present. Gunfire in the campground? Couldn't be. Mel realized he slept no longer, and the gunfire persisted. It came from the direction of the campground's entrance, and not from the state forest behind him. Hunters might roam the woods, but they wouldn't shoot up the park. His 72-year-old body ambled into the RV. Thanks to his forethought, the shotgun sat ready to fire. Mel didn't know if he was ready for the battle or not. Over 50 years had passed since he had been in an actual firefight. He thought of Linda and his desire to see his kids and grandkids again, so Mel knew he would do what he had to. Both a shotgun and a small caliber pistol echoed through the campground. The pistol sounded like a .22 or .38, but either still packed a big enough bullet to kill someone if they were hit. Mel figured there were two attackers from the frequency of fire, and the two distinct weapons being discharged. In his youth, facing down two undisciplined gunmen provided no challenge, but at his age Mel wasn't so sure. They had parked their RV at the far back corner of the campground. Behind them the state forest sat and not much else. If Linda hadn't been sick, disappearing into the woods until the attack ended would have been his plan. Some may say it sounds cowardly, but Mel was practical since he had become an old man. He wouldn't leave his wife behind, so he needed to make his stand here in the campground. Aluminum walls and thin wood paneling provide little cover from even the smallest caliber weapon, so he needed to find some real cover. Mel hoped this wouldn't be his last stand as he tried to form a survivable plan for the two of them. Minutes dragged on like hours while Mel waited for his targets to appear. Shouts and gunfire continued to break the odd moments of silence. Some thought the worst thing about combat was the non-stop action when the bullets flew. Mel discovered this wasn't true. The worst thing he found was the wait. Adrenaline and training got you through the fight, but fear and the dread of the what-if zapped your attention and reserves of energy. Mel debated setting up his own ambush versus waiting inside the RV for the fight to come to him. What were the chances they would drive by and not notice them? The RV wouldn't provide any cover. Even RV refrigerators aren't solid metal when the bullets flew and they could hit Linda in her bed. This led Mel to leave the relative safety of the RV to set up his own ambush. He took the Remington and the box of shells and went outside to make his stand. A grouping of 6 campsites made up this side access road where the Bounder and Donald's Airstream stood. Mel wished Donald were here to help him with this fight. Even a few of his elderly buddies from Nam would have helped. They were at the far end of the circle of the road. Next door was an open site, but the first site had a family-sized trailer and a heavy-duty Ford pickup for its tow vehicle. Mel decided the engine block of the truck would provide his best option for cover, and it would allow him to position himself for the surprise attack he had planned. He crouched down behind the front passenger side of the truck to wait for his opportunity to storm the enemy. The Battle of Bunker Hill took place in Massachusetts, and just like that battle, he would have to wait until he saw the whites of his attacker's eyes before he fired. The Remington packed a powerful punch, but it only held 4 buckshot shells, and he expected at least 2 attackers. Plus, the buckshot reduced the effective range of his weapon. While Mel waited, he prayed for his and Linda's safety, and a quick death for those who wanted to do them harm. He floated a prayer for Donald, too. What could it hurt? The sounds of a one-sided attack continued to close in on his location. No return gunfire, so it was a total massacre at the campground. What happened to the armed guard who patrolled the grounds? Then Mel saw them. A new red foreign SUV of some type with 2 armed people inside. The vehicle crept down the road with 2 weapons stuck out the front windows. A shotgun barrel, like his, stuck out the passenger side while the driver held a compact pistol out their window. Mel had to time this right since their lives lied in the balance. He waited as the SUV edged forward. When it came within range, he fired. Boom. His shotgun roared. The windshield shattered into a million pieces. Pump boom. This time the driver's door filled with pellet holes. Pump boom. The front tire went flat. Pump boom. Nothing to hit this time. Coming to their senses, the attackers put the truck into reverse and hit the gas hard. Easy pickings of their previous victims made them complacent. As they retreated to regroup, Mel ducked below the hood line of the Ford to reload. Mel waited but heard no sound, so he peeked above the hood to see what the invaders were up to. Maybe he hit them with the volley from his shotgun, and they were bleeding out? As he rose to look over the hood, a rifle round shattered the windshield of the truck he hid behind. Guess they aren't dead after all. They had a high-caliber rifle, and he only had this shotgun with buckshot shells loaded into it. Not a fair fight for him. 2 more rounds struck the body of the truck while he remained crouched behind it. If it were him, Mel would keep the enemy pinned down with the rifle while his partner outflanked their attacker. He wouldn't stay here waiting to die, but this was his best and only sure option for cover. Mel's only chance was to outflank the enemy trying to flank him. A surprise attack in the face of their surprise attack. So he moved toward the back of the truck while the bullets continued to ping off the forged sheet metal. The trailer would block their view of him, even if it didn't provide adequate cover from the rounds of a hunting rifle. Beyond the trailer laid the woods, and he slipped in without making a sound. Again, Mel prayed he would succeed with this crazy plan, and Linda would remain safe. It felt a little like he abandoned her, but if he stayed in place, they would kill him. Then it would become Linda's funeral too. He crept through the woods back toward the road the attackers had come down. If anyone tried to flank Mel, this would be the most likely route for them to take. He found a 100-year-old oak tree, and he used it for cover. Its trunk was big and solid and would stop any bullet, including the hunting rifle, from reaching him. Now Mel hoped and prayed his guess proved correct. If he guessed wrong, they both would end up dead at the hands of the 2 gunmen. Within a minute, the woman from the SUV came into view. She inched through the underbrush, but not as quiet as an experienced woodsman. The tactical shotgun she carried erased any doubt of her being an aggressor. With the patience of an experienced combat soldier, Mel waited behind the tree and took aim. Bullets still pinged against the truck and trailer he had hidden behind. They still thought he hid behind the big Ford pickup truck. He had a surprise for them. Mel took a deep breath to steady himself. Then he took aim and fired. Donald didn't know what pissed him off more: Shawn carjacking them or his own foolishness that allowed it to happen. Something felt wrong about Shawn and Joan the moment he met them, but he didn't act on the feeling. The lost guns wouldn't have mattered if they were back at the Airstream, because Donald had better hardware stashed in the trailer. Here, Donald only had the crappy .38 caliber pistol from the gun shop with no extra ammo, and his trusty Desert Eagle pistol in his truck. The Desert Eagle had 3 extra clips giving him 28 rounds, but if they came across many more zombies, there wouldn't be nowhere near enough ammunition. Lost in thought, Donald bit his upper lip. What's with the grimace? Forget those 2. Things have been quiet, but they won't stay quiet forever. We need to get moving, Gwen said. Her words broke his paralysis and stirred him into action. Without looking her in the eyes, he started the truck and drove toward the exit of the commuter parking lot. The campground wasn't far from here, so they should reach it within 15 minutes. Estimated travel times were only valid if they didn't run into any more trouble. What else could go wrong? The highway north through Worcester was quiet, like their trip out of Boston on the Mass Pike. Abandoned vehicles sat scattered along the route impeding their progress, but none traveled down the road. They discovered no other living humans while they drove. The roads were empty of any other traffic on this beautiful summer day. It felt like someone threw a switch and shut everyone else in the world off. It might be mistaken for peaceful if zombies didn't roam the earth. The total absence of any other human life scared him. Could they be the only survivors of the zombie apocalypse? Gwen tried the truck's radio while they drove. She tuned to the frequencies where the local Boston area radio stations should have been, but she found nothing but static. Both the AM and FM bands provided the same results. No local stations transmitted their normal programs. She switched to satellite radio and found the normal music channels playing their songs. Do you think the music on satellite radio proves other areas of the country are fine? Are the zombies limited to only Massachusetts? Gwen asked after she shut the radio off. Donald wasn't sure what the correct answer was, or even what the group needed to hear in this situation. I don't know. It's likely they pre-recorded all those music shows, and nothing has interfered with the satellite transmitters yet. It's the zombie apocalypse, and it's happening everywhere. The world has been building toward this tipping point, and it has happened. It's fallen and there's no going back, Betty said. Betty dear, zombies are fiction. They don't exist in the real world. They're found only in stories. Deborah said. Last night my mom and I watched the dead walk and then kill the living. The fresh kills rose back to their feet and went on their way, looking to procreate via their bites and scratches. Cops came and opened fire, and the zombies didn't stop their assault on the living. The zombies even killed your friend and my mom. If they aren't zombies, then what are they? Open your eyes. Quiet filled the truck for the rest of the ride because of Betty's words. Donald didn't know how to respond to the teenager, even if he couldn't believe in zombies himself yet. He had seen plenty of people die during his life, but not one of them ever got up again after they died. The dead stayed dead. Then again, not too many people kept running forward while being shot multiple times as if nothing happened to them. Was it time to stop calling them rioters or monsters and start calling them zombies? Maybe Betty was right after all. Dark buildings lined the highway. Half the state must be out because of this massive power failure. Groups of monsters, zombies, wandered throughout the area while Donald drove. None of the groups of zombies were large or organized. Donald took it as a good sign they would get to his trailer without issue, and then get to the cabin in Maine safely. Before they reached the campground, they needed a plan to keep their stop short. He needed to break camp with the trailer and then get it hooked to the truck. The 5 of them should be able to make quick work of it, since he can bug out fast by himself. He ran the required tasks through his mind and drew up a viable plan. Then he filled everyone in on what their role would be. As they approached the entrance gate, Donald knew they had found trouble. Someone crashed through the barricade that blocked the road. The gate hadn't provided high security since it had been a single wooden board, but it would damage any vehicle who tried to ram through it. Those not registered at the campground could push the intercom button to speak to the office and gain access to the park. Donald drove with caution through the wrecked entry gate. Then he noticed the first body. Not a zombie body this time, but what had been a living human survivor. A shotgun blast mutilated their skull. Very messy, and that said something with all he had already witnessed today. The camp's office and general store shared the same building at the entrance to the campground. 2 more bodies laid in front of the building. One corpse belonged to the retired Boston cop who provided the camp's security. He must have grown complacent and let his guard down since he had been armed. Donald spoke with him the day he checked in and found him to be a pleasant guy, but now he joined the dead. He didn't recognize the other body next to the former cop, but he thought it had been someone from the office. Donald pulled to a stop and checked the Desert Eagle to assure it would be ready. He offered the .38 to Gwen, but she said no in preference to her bow and arrow. Betty offered to take the pistol, saying her dad took her shooting, but Donald didn't think arming a teenager he didn't even know made sense. While Donald checked his weapon and tried to develop a plan, shots rang out from deeper inside the park. Both a shotgun and a pistol boomed, and he had an idea who pulled the triggers. It meant he should have listened to his gut and let the zombies have those 2 at the gun shop. He pulled the truck around the back of the office and hid it from view of the access road. Gwen, you stay here with the others and watch the truck. I need to track down the gunfire. Before you object, someone needs to watch over both our ride and safety of our group. Plus, I need to correct my mistake. He didn't give her a chance to object before he grabbed the extra magazines for the Desert Eagle and ran across the road and disappeared out of sight into the trees. A state forest surrounded the campground, so it had an isolated rural atmosphere, even though the city was close by. He parked the Airstream in the far back corner of the grounds. An access road weaved through the park with spur roads leading off on both sides. Each spur road contained 4 to 8 campsites around it. A .50 caliber bullet would put a big hole in something or someone, but Donald yearned for the more effective weapons he had locked inside the Airstream. What he wouldn't give to have his body armor and an AR-15 right now. Donald slipped through the woods while periodic gunfire exploded ahead of him. Nobody returned fire, only the one-sided attack. No other noise at all, except for the occasional scream of a new victim. Donald discovered their gruesome work along the way. They gunned down innocent people who tried to survive without giving them a chance. He closed in on the assailants. A third weapon joined the volley of gunfire. 4 quick shots from the new rifle and the invaders' weapons quieted. Another survivor awoke and fought back against their onslaught. Donald melted further into the trees to avoid getting stuck in the middle of the crossfire. No need to become another target for the shooting gallery. He continued his trek until the realization of his fear came true. It's what he expected to discover after he found the smashed gate. A red Honda Pilot parked in the middle of the road. Shawn stood behind the open driver's side door as he took aim with the hunting rifle at a heavy-duty Ford pickup parked on Donald's Spur Road. Joan took off for the woods across from him while Shawn laid down cover fire. Whoever shot back at them must have taken cover behind the truck. Could it be the old soldier Mel fighting back? Donald understood the plan they hatched and attempted to execute. Shawn would provide cover fire while Joan flanked the pinned-down vigilante who had fired at them. If Donald had one of his rifles, they were still in the airstream, he would have been able to take out both targets from his current position. Armed with only a pistol, Donald would have to get closer before he could engage either target. Joan's position exceeded the effective range of his gun since she ran away from him. Donald hoped whoever hid behind the truck possessed enough intelligence to move before Joan flanked him. Under the cover of the woods, Donald moved toward the back of the Pilot. Shawn continued to lie down cover fire for his sister's advance. His continued gunfire masked any noise from Donald's advance on Shawn's secure position. Donald approached from the passenger side of the vehicle, so he had to make his shots count. He didn't want to face a madman with a rifle armed with only a pistol. After taking a calming breath, Donald took aim and then pulled the trigger. The Desert Eagle barked and snarled 8 times. In between his shots, the pinned-down vigilante fired again. Donald hoped whoever had hidden behind the truck escaped Joan's flanking attack. To not give away his advantage, Donald dropped after he emptied the pistol and slithered back into cover on his belly. He slid magazine number 2 into the Desert Eagle and prepared to fire again. Before moving from cover, Donald listened for any threats. The gunfire had ceased and he sensed no movement close by. Peering under the vehicle, he didn't see a body there, but a blood trail led away. He crept forward and tried to find Shawn or his dead body. No assailants on the side of the Honda closest to him. Movement registered in the woods from the same direction Joan traveled. Using the Pilot for cover, Donald aimed into the woods and waited to see who walked out. Armed with an older Remington shotgun, Mel Jackson emerged from the woods. Donald guessed correctly because it was the old man who parked his RV next to the airstream. It didn't surprise him since Mel fought in Vietnam. He exuded a certain toughness, even though he had to be well over 70 years old. Donald waited and then called out, "Mel, it's Donald, don't shoot." Mel turned toward the voice as Donald stood up. A smile broke out on his face. "Man, I'm glad to see you. There is another one around here somewhere." I shot him through the open door of the SUV. There's a blood trail leading away, so he couldn't have gotten far. They both searched the area for Shawn or his corpse. After a few steps into the woods, the blood trail vanished. Shawn disappeared into thin air, but he had a serious wound, and he bled at a good rate. He would bleed out in the woods before doing anyone else any harm. Mel showed Donald the body of Joan. He caught her full in the face and in the chest with the 12-gauge Remington, so only a bloody pulp remained. Mel recognized their plan to flank him, and he headed Joan off before she got into position. With the threat neutralized, they parted ways. Mel needed to get back to his wife, who had gotten sick with the flu. Along the way, he would continue to try 911 to get some help from the police. Donald needed to get back to his group and his truck so they could all get on the road. They needed to reach the safety of his cabin in Maine. At least he hoped it was safe. Had Donald's father predicted the apocalypse before his own death? Shawn Graham didn't know what kind of gun shot him, but it felt as if a red-hot chisel cut through his midsection. Each breath he took radiated spikes of pain throughout his entire body. He struggled to push his bloody and battered body through the tangle of trees and brush, trying to stay ahead of certain death. Each prodding step drained more from him, and Shawn didn't know how much longer he could continue. He lost the rifle, his primary line of defense, and he couldn't remember when he dropped it. His brain became foggy and sat on the verge of shutting down for the last time. Keep moving, or death will catch up and overtake you. Yet Shawn knew death closed in, and he didn't fear it anymore. As he trudged deeper into the woods, he awaited his reunion with Joan. She wasn't only his sister, but also the one and only true love of his life. Soulmates from birth. 10 years earlier, Shawn's father married Joan's mother, and the two became brother and sister. Well, stepbrother and stepsister to be exact. Shawn loved Joan from the first day he laid eyes on her, and not in a brotherly way either. He lusted after her. The 4 of them grew into one big, happy family. Like many adults, their parents got tied up in their own lives and ignored their kids. Shawn and Joan did unspeakable things together that brothers and sisters shouldn't do. Their parents never knew about their escapades. Shawn and Joan claimed their evil acts as a genuine love. They got away with these lewd acts in the privacy of their own home, so they took their show on the road and looked for new playmates. Lost pet signs started showing up all around their neighborhood, but Shawn and Joan both knew the final resting spot for each lost pet. Neither bothered to collect any of the rewards, since the people posting them didn't want a mutilated corpse returned to them. Animal torture and killing entertained them for a season, but like all fun things, it became predictable and grew boring. Shawn found a gun one day, so they graduated from helpless animals to solving the homeless drifter problem, one corpse at a time. One victim stayed alive for over 2 weeks while they tortured him daily in many horrible, but imaginative ways. Each time they would return home to each other's arms and perform more unmentionable acts on each other's bodies. The violent and reckless acts fed and grew their lust for each other. One day they woke up and found the civilized world had ended. An event of their dreams where people killed and ate each other. Victims on every corner. Shawn and Joan's first act that beautiful day was to put bullets in each of their parents' heads. Once Mom and Dad fell asleep, Shawn and Joan slipped into their room and shot them both. What a splendid start to a lovely day of total freedom. After eating a filling breakfast, Shawn and Joan headed out to spread their acts of love to anyone they found. Things started out well with them recording some kills of their favorite neighbors. When they say their favorite, they meant their favorite ones to hate. Killing them before the apocalypse started would have been too risky, but now chaos ruled. They worked their way into town, and a horde of the dead almost overwhelmed them. Those zombies proved to be more onerous than they expected, but then a group of losers came along and saved them. This pointed them to their destiny and allowed them the ability to take even more lives wherever they pleased. During the ride, Shawn dreamt about getting his hands on one of their guns and offing them all. Shawn had lost his gun during the scuffle with the zombies. Their self-righteous leader had some worthless plan to get back to his camper, and there they would somehow be all right. Shawn didn't like this man at all, and he longed for the opportunity to kill him and all his friends. The group made a stop at a commuter lot in Worcester, and the guy planned to switch vehicles, letting Shawn and Joan drive the SUV. All the others would get into the leader's truck, and they would follow them. Good-riddance suckers. Shawn had his own plan. Once he got the chance, he would take the SUV and go with Joan to fulfill their destiny. The guns and ammo would be all theirs. Then this pathetic little group of survivors would be unarmed and defenseless. Only one campground sat north of the city, so they would race there before the group. Shawn and Joan would capture their own big fancy camper and take their show of terror on the road. What a glorious day of death it would be. Shawn's plan started out so well. They stopped in the parking lot, and all of them got out of the SUV. Before the group grabbed their gear from the back of the vehicle, Shawn and Joan jumped in the front seats and sped off. Those idiots lost everything, and Shawn and Joan would reach the campground well before them. They would have their pick of RVs to steal, and they'd inflict pain on anyone who got in the way. Shawn figured the campground had no armed guards, so this coup would be a cakewalk. Drive through the park and blast away. A special treat to remember for the rest of their lives. Then take the best RV and leave. Even if the group of do-gooders showed up before they finished their reign of terror, it wouldn't matter since they were now unarmed. No yuppie city slicker with a $100,000+ rig would carry a weapon, especially in Massachusetts. What could go wrong? When Shawn and Joan reached the entrance to the campground, they discovered a rickety old wood gate blocked the entrance. An old guy stood behind the gate and waved for them to stop. Instead, Joan blew his head off with a shotgun while Shawn crashed the SUV through the gate. 2 more guys ran out of the campground's office to investigate the racket. One wore a rent-a-cop uniform with a holstered pistol, and they both died at Joan's hand. The poor rent-a-cop never even had the chance to draw his weapon. Shawn continued their slow drive through the campground as they looked for the perfect RV to steal. It's a marvelous day for a ride through the woods while shooting everything that moved. Windows opened and both of their weapons pointed out as they searched for their next victims. Anyone who dared to move would die. They made excellent progress, killing everyone who crossed their path. As they neared the end of the campground's road, the windshield of the SUV exploded into hundreds of tiny pieces right before their eyes. Shawn's brain didn't register what happened at first until the pilot continued to take more damage. Someone had the nerve to fire at them with a shotgun? They killed today, and their destiny wouldn't end here. He threw the shifter into reverse and backed away from the incoming gunfire. Shawn had a hard time controlling the SUV because the gunfire had flattened one of the front tires. The bag of guns contained a rifle, so Shawn had an idea. He would pin the gunman down with cover fire from the rifle while Jones snuck through the woods to shoot their attacker at close range. Any person who dared to shoot at them would soon be dead, and then they would finish their raid on the campground. Their reactionary plan appeared to be effective. Shawn fired the hunting rifle at the would-be hero, who hid behind the truck. Pinned down, they returned not one shot at Shawn. Joan disappeared into the woods to gain her advantage and collect another kill shot for herself. He reloaded and continued to pull the trigger. Almost done. Once Joan reached her position, another would-be hero would be dead. The clown should have minded his own business and hid in the woods. Right when Shawn thought they were on the verge of victory, a roar erupted to his right, and red-hot pain cut through his side. Shawn tried to turn away from the pain and run, but then it stung him in the right leg. This damage caused his leg to collapse, and the remaining rounds passed over his prone body. With a break in the gunfire from the attack, Shawn's only choice was to flee into the woods and hide. If they classified dragging and shuffling as fleeing, then Shawn fled. Voices spoke, but the meaning of the words eluded Shawn. They drew him to the place where Joan had died. The voices belonged to some old fart and Mr. Goody Two-Shoes, who wanted to save the world. Joan lay dead in a puddle of her own blood, alone in the woods. Shawn had nothing left to lose, and he needed his revenge. So Shawn headed off to find the rest of the group to end their lives before his life bled out of him. The old fart would die soon enough of old age, and he wasn't the priority. If Shawn still stood after dealing with this bit of revenge, he would return to deal with him too. He had lost a lot of blood, and he knew it limited his time, so Shawn needed to act now. Soon he'd join his beautiful sister in death. As the camp office came into view, Shawn found the remaining members of the group outside of the truck. There stood the tall bitch with the bow and arrows, 2 kids, and another woman. The second woman looked weak, so Shawn guessed this would be the easiest target. Even though he lost the rifle, he still had a pistol with a few rounds left in it, and his hunting knife. Shawn's last feat of revenge relied on stealth while he approached the group. His blood continued to flow out, and his strength waned by the second, but he hoped he had at least one last kill in him. Shawn trudged toward them from a blind angle, and he held his knife in one hand and the gun in the other. Working his way through the cover of the trees, Shawn snuck up behind them. They weren't the most observant group, and they all faced the opposite way, as they watched the road going into the camp. Shawn's target stood at the back of the group behind the 2 kids. Some mistaken form of protection for the children. He sprung from cover and wrapped his right arm around her neck. He pointed the gun, held in his left hand, at the others. "If you don't want to die, then make no noise." The woman with the bow and arrow spun toward Shawn's voice. But she was too late to stop him. She drew back the bow but couldn't take the shot with his human shield. There's no way she would attempt to shoot him. "Put the bow down or I'll kill her." "Not on your life. We should have let the zombies kill you." "Maybe you should have. But your kind is too weak. See what it gets you." "What's our kind?" she asked. "Civilized people. Kind people. Take your pick. You won't survive long in this world. This world belonged to people like me and my sister." The man who deserved Shawn's vengeance walked up the road. Great, he will get to see her die. He carried a large handgun. It must be the same one he tried to turn Shawn into Swiss cheese with. Shawn ready to serve his just desserts. This death should break them all. "Drop your weapons and we will let you live," said the man in a commanding voice. Shawn wondered if he had been a cop before the world's end. "I wish that were an option for either Joan or me, but you have already taken her from me. Now I'll take something from you." With those last words, Shawn drew the knife across her throat while he pulled the trigger on his pistol. He couldn't hit anything at any distance with his left hand, but he could empty the gun through the woman's back. Shawn wanted to assure she died before he did. As her limp body fell from his arms, Shawn felt the bullets burn through him again. He was beyond feeling any more pain, and Shawn couldn't wait to be back in his sister's arms.
The fidgeting in the back seat told Gwen both Deborah and the kids had grown restless as they waited inside the truck. If she were honest with herself, the wait bothered her too. The fusillade of gunfire inside the campground had stopped. She hoped Donald prevailed during the firefight because he had kept them all alive. What would they do without him? Gwen thought there wouldn't be any harm if they waited outside. The camp office kept them out of sight from the road. From an upright position, Gwen could make an accurate shot. Archery would be impossible while seated inside the truck. She justified her decision to step outside with these thoughts in mind. Okay, we'll all get out of the truck to stretch our legs a little. Donald will return any minute now, and we'll be off again. Stay out of sight behind the office building. Thanks, Gwen, we all need a break after our ride out of Boston this morning, Deborah said. Watch out for zombies, Betty said. Matthew had been silent the entire trip, and Gwen couldn't imagine what went through his young mind. Even with her being over 3 times his age, she had difficulties processing the events of the day and controlling the fear. The sun felt good as it shined down on Gwen and warmed her body. She had faith the bright sunny summer day was an omen of how things would turn out. Everything would only get better for them. The horrors of this unknown life were over for both Nolan and Betty's mom. Poor Nolan. Gwen met him in the coffee house a while ago, but didn't know him in any deep way. He had only been a customer. It wasn't like they hung out after her shifts ended. Nolan may have been a brilliant guy or a deranged serial killer for all Gwen knew. As her mind drifted, she heard a raspy voice speak from behind her. If you don't want to die, then make no noise. As the unsteady voice with the ominous message shattered her daydream, Gwen spun toward it with her bow drawn and an arrow notched. Shawn, the guy who they saved and then paid them back by stealing their vehicle and weapons, stood behind Deborah. He wrapped his arm around Deborah's neck while he held a hunting knife to her flesh. His other hand held the pistol Donald took from the gun shop. Guess she should have accepted it when Donald offered it to her back in the parking lot of the gun shop. Shawn wouldn't have been able to use it to threaten them now. Put the bow down or I'll kill her. Not on your life. We should have let the zombies kill you. He coughed as he laughed and then replied. Maybe you should have. But your kind is weak. See where it gets you. What's our kind? Civilized people. Kind people. Take your pick. You won't survive long in this world. This world belonged to people like me and my sister. Gwen racked her brain for a way out of this situation. She couldn't hit this guy with an arrow without hitting Deborah, because he used her body as a human shield. For the first time, Gwen noticed the blood that dripped from Shawn's wounds. Donald must have gotten the jump on him, so where was he now and why didn't he finish this guy off? As Gwen continued to ponder the situation, she heard Donald's voice behind her command Shawn, "Drop your weapons and we will let you live." I wish that were an option for either Joan or me, but you have already taken her away from me. Now I'll take something from you. After he spoke these words, Shawn drew the knife across Deborah's neck and severed her carotid artery. He held her body upright while he emptied the pistol into her back. She stopped bleeding because a bullet punctured her heart. Death claimed her in an instant. Deborah's limp body dropped to the ground, and Gwen heard "no" being yelled by someone or everyone. Then Donald's gun roared, she didn't count the shots, and Shawn's body collapsed. Next thing Gwen knew, Donald grabbed both Matthew and Betty and led them away from the 2 fresh corpses. Keep your eyes on me. Don't look back, he said as he swept them away from the carnage. Gwen helped Donald bury Deborah. Matthew hadn't spoken a word since Shawn murdered his mother in front of him. Poor kid has seen more bloodshed in one day than most see in a lifetime. Will he ever recover? Gwen wondered when their lives would get better. Matthew and Betty had a common bond now, since they both watched their mothers die a horrific death on the same day. One a death by zombies, and the other a death by a psychopath. No idea if either had living fathers, or if they both qualified as orphans now. Gwen decided she would do everything in her power to keep them safe. She turned away from the group and admitted to herself her failures, which led to both Deborah and Nolan's death. Even Betty's mother died because of Nolan's foolish actions. Gwen felt responsible for all their deaths, even if her hand didn't commit any of the murders. With the sun directly overhead, they sat at a picnic table between Donald and Mel's campsites. The discussion turned to their next move. Before both the television and radio airways went quiet, there had been reports of a major storm about to hit southern New England. A massive hurricane which showed no signs of weakening and drifted up the coast. This slow movement caused utter devastation in its wake. They tagged it as the proverbial 100-year storm. They all agreed they couldn't remain here in the campground, so where should they go? Where would they find safety? My original plan was to head to Maine after the Sox game. I inherited a piece of property from my father, with a cabin on it. It's in the middle of the woods. The population of the area is low. Fewer people should mean fewer zombies. We might find safety there, Donald said. Linda and I thought about heading to Maine too, so we could see our son. We haven't been able to get a hold of him, but it seemed like the best option based on what we knew. Okay, Mel, get your rig ready to travel, and I'll get my trailer ready, and we can hit the highway within the hour. We found smooth travel on the highways all the way here from Boston. Except for one major accident. You don't want to take the highway, Don. The people who live in northern New England can be an odd lot, but they are fierce survivors. I can guarantee they won't want trouble getting in, and will lock down the bridge into Maine from I-95. We lived most of our lives in the White Mountains, so we can show you the back way into Maine, and that should be clear. Okay, Mel. We'll give your way a shot. Let's break camp so we can get moving. Gwen had never camped before, especially in something as fancy as Donald's Airstream. A complete home on wheels with a bedroom, full bathroom, kitchen, and living area. Breaking camp required them to stow items which would fly around the trailer, disconnect the power and plumbing connections, and connecting the trailer to the truck. Gwen thought Donald was being paranoid, since he wanted to store certain supplies in the truck rather than in the trailer, just in case. Besides the home on wheels, Donald's trailer held a small armory. He had changed his clothes into pants with pouch pockets all over them, and a vest like a fisherman might wear. A holster for his pistol, and a holder for a rugged-looking knife hung from his belt. He had a short-handled pump shotgun strapped to his body, and every pocket had some gear stored in it. Gwen didn't know how he kept it all straight. Donald equipped Gwen with a rifle of some type, a pistol he called a Glock, and a hunting knife. He gave her quick instructions with the weapons, and had her fire a few rounds with each one. No one would mistake her for Annie Oakley, but she could hit a stationary target after this brief practice session. This time Gwen wouldn't turn the guns down. She took responsibility for the deaths on her watch, and vowed to not let it happen again. If she had something besides a bow and arrow, Nolan, Betty's mom, and Deborah might still be alive. Both children wouldn't be orphans, their dads must be dead by now, and stuck with two strangers. They debated their plan until they reached a reasonable solution. Mel and Linda would lead the way in their RV, while Donald, Gwen, and the kids would follow in his pickup truck, as it towed the trailer behind. The prospective route took them north on the highway for a dozen exits, and then west on a rural state road. They would make their last turn north on lightly traveled roads through the White Mountains. Once they reached the cutoff into the mountains, they would turn right straight into Maine. The road less traveled. It would make Robert Frost proud. Mel and Linda raised their children in northern New Hampshire, so these were familiar routes for them. Based upon his experience, Mel thought it would be the safest route, since the areas they passed through had smaller populations. Only locals or lost tourists ever drove on them. The big downside would be a much longer travel time compared to driving straight up the highway. Donald's truck came equipped with 2 gas tanks, and both were close to full. If they could avoid the zombies and any other survivors with evil intent, they would survive. Gwen was still unsure about using the rifle because of her inexperience. She would do her best when the time came for her to defend the group. The bow and arrows were effective weapons, but the need for more firepower had become clear. The ammunition supply would dry up someday, and she would have to turn back to her trusty bow and arrows then. Mel pulled out of his campsite, and Donald followed. The trip to the cabin in Maine started now. Gwen hoped the cabin would be the island of safety they sought, and not a death trap.
Donald pulled out behind Mel's RV. He didn't know if these two big vehicles were an oasis on wheels or targets. With the damage done to the pilot during the shootout, this had been their only option to escape. They carried adequate supplies and had a place to sleep out of the elements, which would be a plus. If they ran into a road obstruction, then maneuverability would be difficult with the long rig, and they'd end up screwed. A minus. The things Donald learned about surviving in the wilderness as a child would come in handy if he kept his mind in the game. He needed to remember his only backup was Gwen and Mel. One lacked any outdoor survival skills and the other had been tough at one time, but now was too old. Back at the campground, Donald gave Gwen some quick lessons on how to fire and reload both the rifle and pistol he presented to her. For a beginner, she shot well. Gwen's archery skills translated well to the firearms. There was an enormous difference between shooting at a non-moving target and firing while stressed, so Donald hoped she wouldn't choke when the time came for them to fight. Plenty of opportunities to battle with both the living and the dead lay ahead. The worst came out of people when their lifestyle fell apart. People couldn't handle any change, and this presented a permanent life-altering change. Donald counted on the fact that Mel's circuitous route to Maine would be their best bet. The quickest route followed the I-95 highway north, but Mel worried about crossing the bridge that separated New Hampshire from Maine. Either official law enforcement, military, or opportunists might barricade the bridge to keep people out. Choke points are the perfect place to plan an attack, and bridges provide an ideal choke point. Plus, the population density was higher in the areas along the highway, and more people meant more zombies and more trouble. Donald remembered the massive accident which blocked both sides of the Mass Pike, and knew turning this rig around in a tight spot would be tough if not impossible. Donald trusted Mel's judgment because of his experience as a soldier and a long-term resident of northern New England. A short trek north on the same highway they traveled, getting to the campground, would start the first leg of their journey. They came across scattered broken down or wrecked cars, but each time they maneuvered around the mess without stopping. Many of these dead vehicles had doors thrown open with no one around them. Why would people walk away from a running vehicle? Donald didn't see any survivors or zombies from the highway, but he stayed alert, not knowing what they would run into next. This highway led them to a state route which bisected the state from east to west. They traveled west, which took them up a northern route into New Hampshire. This direction passed through rural areas, so they found less abandoned vehicles the farther they traveled. It looked like Mel picked the correct route. Brake lights glowed from the back of the RV, and Mel slowed to a stop. What's he doing? We're in the middle of nowhere. Why is he stopping? Gwen said. Be on alert, Donald said. I don't like this. Neither do I, but we have to trust that Mel knows what he is doing. Donald watched Gwen ready the rifle like he taught her. It looked like she had paid attention and wanted to survive. He had the Desert Eagle and a K-bar knife strapped to his belt along with a Mossberg shotgun with a pistol grip within easy reach. Unless there's an army in the road, no one would outgun them. Before he climbed out of the truck, he said, Gwen, you stay with the truck and the kids while I find out why Mel stopped. He exited the truck before she could question his decision or complain about her assignment. He readied the shotgun as he slipped around the right side of the RV. Before Donald could question the reason for their stop, he discovered Mel talking with 3 people. Donald slid around the side of the RV, using it as cover, while he kept his weapon trained on the targets. Mel saw Donald's approach and said, Don, it's okay, put your weapon down. These guys aren't a threat. Donald didn't know who any of them were and remembered the treat Shawn and Joan had been. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. With his gun still pointed at the 3 strangers, they raised their hands. Look, mister, my name is Ron, and this is my brother Tim and my sister Amy. I'm ex-military, my brother is a local cop, and my sister works in a bar. We're looking for a ride to a town about 50 miles north of here to meet up with our family and friends. We aren't a threat. Please point your weapon away from us. Unlike Shawn, Tim produced police credentials from the police force of the town they had just passed through. Mel quizzed Ron about his military service, and he seemed legitimate. He didn't bother asking Amy about how to mix drinks. Someone who served alcohol lacked a viable skill in this world of death. The zombies wanted human flesh, not a cocktail. We don't have any room in my truck and Linda is still sick in the RV, Donald said. Look, we'll give up our weapons if we can ride in your trailer. It would be a lot easier getting to our family with the ride. Drop us off wherever you see fit, since it will be closer to our destination than we are now, Ron said as he offered his gun to Mel. Sounds fair to me. What do you think, Don? His mind raced. You keeping your mouth shut came to mind. But instead of expressing the thought, he said, Where's your vehicle? It ran out of gas a few miles back. Turns out we weren't ready for the apocalypse. Always keep the tank full of gas, Ron said and then chuckled at his own joke. Donald still didn't like the situation, but he didn't want to sign their death sentence either by leaving them on the side of the road. It went against his nature to let them die. Besides, when would be the safe time to trust others? Plus, he could contain them inside the trailer while they traveled. They collected the strangers' weapons and loaded them into the airstream. During the next hour, they made it 30 miles north and traveled past without delays. Then the brake lights shone on the RV again. This time Gwen said, I know, be ready for anything, as she readied her weapon. He thought she might make a dutiful apocalypse soldier yet. Donald pulled to the side of the road and readied his weapons. Again I know, stay with the truck, said Gwen. Ron and Tim charged from the trailer before Donald made it around the RV. Even unarmed, they were ready for a fight, or maybe to cause one. What do you see? Ron asked. Donald shook his head and continued forward. Mel stood outside of the RV again, but he didn't talk with anyone this time. Instead, he stared down the hill at the road ahead of them. None of them could believe what they saw below. A group of around 50 zombies surrounded a van full of people. The zombies were in a frenzy as they slammed into the sides of the truck, moaning and groaning, trying to get to their lunch. The van had a camp logo painted on its side. Even from this distance, they could tell those trapped inside were still alive and kicking. At least for now. Their human screams gave them away. Mel said, Any ideas, guys? In the ideal world, we would have enough ammo so we could pick the monsters off with rifles from a distance. It would be easy at this range, and we would be safe from attack. However, there's a chance of hitting the people inside the van, said Ron. How about a distraction? Tim asked. They're attracted to noise. With all the screaming coming from inside the van, the zombies will never leave the van alone. We have to do something. They're blocking the road, Mel said to point out an obvious fact. I'm all out of C4 and RPGs, bro. If we shoot, they'll start coming this way, and even with all 4 of us working together, we can't manage a group that large. Even if we had that much ammo, Ron said. I think I might have what we need in my duffel bag, Tim said. When Tim opened his bag, Donald saw a half-dozen hand grenades and 2 assault rifles inside, along with extra clips. When the world went to hell, I raided the property room at the police station. These items were courtesy of a gang of scumbags from a recent drug bust. The grenades are live, and I cleaned, oiled, and loaded the HK rifles myself. So they constructed their plan. Donald, Gwen, and Mel sat at the top of the hill with loaded hunting rifles sighted at the van. They positioned themselves far enough away to not become part of the action, but close enough to make easy headshots if they needed to. They would only shoot if the planned distraction failed. Each of them had a shotgun close by in case things fell apart and the zombies charged them. You don't have to take the time to aim with a shotgun. Point and shoot, just like the old-time instant camera. Ron and Tim took the grenades and the assault rifles and walked down the far side of the road. They used the tree line to remain out of sight of the van and the angry horde. Amy, armed with only a 9mm pistol and a hunting knife, moved down the near side of the road, well hidden within the cover of the trees. When the mayhem started, Amy would jump into the driver's side of the van and drive away from any zombie threat which remained. Easy peasy, they would save the passengers. If the zombies didn't fall for the distraction, they might all die on this rural southern New Hampshire road. Even though they knew the plan, the 3 of them jumped when the first grenade exploded. The sharp noise radiated for miles in the quiet New Hampshire landscape. It would attract zombies for miles. Some monsters turned at this unfamiliar noise and peeled away from the van to check it out. The grave news was, most of the group stayed put as their meal continued to cry out from within the van. If the passengers stopped screaming, the rest of the zombies might depart. The explosion riled up the van's passengers too, and it made them only scream louder. It's not working, Gwen said. A second grenade shattered the silence and vibrated the ground, and a few more zombies staggered off to investigate. There were a stubborn few who won't desert the noisy snack that called from inside the van. Why won't those last few zombies leave? Gwen said. None of the three had the answer, but Donald said, probably because they won't stop screaming inside the van. Maybe we can shoot the rest, Mel said. If the van wasn't full of people, Donald thought they could open fire and take out the last of the stragglers who remained. We could hit the people we're trying to save if we tried to shoot the stragglers, Donald said. The boom from the third grenade cut their conversation short. If they're not careful, they will end up attracting every zombie in a 50-mile radius, Mel said. Donald wasn't sure if more zombies or more human survivors would be the more dangerous option. He didn't want to stick around to find out. The last of the group of zombies moved toward the sound of the last explosion. Shots rang out of the woods that dropped those last few zombies as they cleared the van. Amy slipped out of the woods and inched toward the driver's door. Donald noticed the straggler who crept up behind Amy. As the zombie reached out to grab her, its head exploded from the bullet fired by Donald's gun. The distance and the elevation made it an easy kill shot for him. Amy climbed into the driver's side of the van. All Gwen, Mel, and Donald could do now was wait to see what happened.
Amy's nostrils flared as she inhaled a long and noisy breath. She worked at a bar, that was true, but her worth measured more than any ordinary waitress. Her brothers continued to overlook her actual value even now, as they depended on her. She had never helped herself to goodies from the property room of the police station or committed any war crimes. She didn't think Ron and Tim were evil, but they had ambition for something greater than their brainpower could deliver. At least their ambition had always been the justification they provided for their misguided actions. Instead of chasing false ambitions like her brothers had, Amy spent her free time training. It started with intense physical exercise. One day she hit the gym and went for a run, and Amy hadn't let up on the physical conditioning since. Amy tried weekend camping and learned the survival skills necessary to live outside with nothing but nature to support her. She learned how to navigate through the woods without a GPS, hunt game, and what plants were edible. Then Amy learned about guns. They taught her how to shoot and how to take care of them. For the last 6 months, she had furthered her training with a survivalist group in New Hampshire. Before the apocalypse, people suspected preppers were wacky. But who had the last laugh now that the world had ended? Amy wished her brothers could see her value, instead of treating her like their helpless little sister. They would see. So Amy rode in this trailer, pounding her fist on her thigh, and stared at both of her brothers with cold, hard eyes. They didn't value her, but they accepted a ride from strangers to reach the survivalist compound she had spoken of. Amy didn't care about or fear these strangers. The old man seemed too kind to survive long, and the younger guy seemed capable of handling himself but no actual threat to her. It must be tough traveling with your kids while death surrounded you, so protecting his family would be his downfall. At least their family would die together. The aluminum walls of the trailer shone without defect. A touchscreen built into the wall controlled the lighting, AC, and the projection TV. This Airstream trailer cost as much as a house. Either this guy had money before the world ended, or he had been an opportunist like her brothers. We need to find us our own ride. We don't want these clowns hanging out with us. They're soft and they'll get us killed, Ron said. Don't think about taking this guy's stuff. I haven't sunk to where I'll leave a family out to die, Tim replied. Are you getting soft, bro? No, but why start a war we don't need to fight? If we bide our time, we'll get a chance to grab something and run. We just need the right opportunity, and then we're off to Amy's place by ourselves. From what Amy said, they have what we need to survive long term, not a rolling tin can like this. Her brothers were hopeless morons. She could run a knife through the base of their skulls now and be free of their stupidity. They hadn't been traveling long before the trailer slowed and pulled off the road. Amy's idiot brothers sprung out the door as they came to a stop, even though they remained unarmed. If both brothers got eaten by zombies, then it would be the best thing to happen to Amy. She headed outside after them, to see what the delay was, or to see the idiot's demise. When Amy reached the crest of the hill, she found the 4 men talking together as they pointed down the road. At the bottom of the hill, an enormous group of zombies surrounded a van full of people. The van had the insignia of a local summer camp. Amy wondered what possessed them to stop here in the middle of nowhere and not continue their drive to safety. Maybe the van broke down? Screams continued to come from inside the van, and all they accomplished was whipping the monsters into a renewed frenzy. They needed a plan, and they needed it fast. Even if they couldn't save the people in the van, they wouldn't be able to continue down the road with it blocked by the obstruction. Amy guessed the horde of zombies stood 35 to 50 strong, without actually counting them. It wouldn't be a tough shot for an experienced sniper at this range, but they would need a lot more ammo than what they carried. Plus, they would have a chance of killing the passengers. Amy wouldn't care about a few murders. It sounded harsh, but anyone who didn't help her survive wasn't her concern. They're just dead weight. Loud noises attracted those things, so any shooting would turn them into the target of the dead's wrath. Amy knew the men talked, but she had paid no attention until she heard her brother say, "I think I might have what we need in my duffel bag." When he opened the bag, she saw it contained 2 assault rifles and several grenades. Where did he steal this stuff from? Then he explained. "When the world went to hell, I raided the property room at the police station. These were thanks to a gang of scumbags from a recent drug bust. The grenades are live, and I cleaned, oiled, and loaded the HK rifles. Great, the thief saved the day again." Their plan had Dumb and Dumber sneak down one side of the street while they packed the weapons from the duffel bag. She would hike down the other side armed only with a handgun and a hunting knife. The forest closed in from both sides of the road and would conceal their approach. Once they were in position, her brothers would use the grenades as a distraction to get the zombies to move, while she climbed into the van and drove it away. Donald and his crew of losers would provide cover fire from the top of the hill if needed. Amy hoped they wouldn't shoot her by accident. Amy's job would be to pick her brothers up and then rendezvous with the others a little farther down the road. Without either brother saying a word, she knew the unspoken plan would be to keep going with the van and ditch the group. Right or wrong had become meaningless now, and this would help the 3 of them survive on their own. No need to carry dead weight with them. Amy didn't know what her brothers planned for the van's passengers, but it wouldn't be a pleasant surprise for any of them. Without alerting the zombies, Amy worked her way into position to wait for the first explosion. It didn't take long. The first grenade shook the ground along with its ear-splitting boom. A small group of the zombies staggered off into the woods to investigate the source of the loud noise. The van remained surrounded by zombies with no way for her to get near it without being attacked. Then the second grenade exploded and shattered the silence of the afternoon. More zombies turned away from the van and toward the noise to investigate. Too many zombies still obscured the van. A third explosion ripped through the air. The last band of zombies decided this third noise had been interesting and left to investigate. The coast cleared to allow her to approach the van. Amy focused on nothing but the van in front of her and forgot all about her survival training. Tunnel vision blinded her during the journey, as she focused only on the goal of reaching safety. As she moved toward it, she sensed a bullet fly past her just above her shoulder, and wondered why they had shot at her. Then she noticed the body of the zombie that laid behind her. It would have grabbed her before she reached the van if the bullet hadn't ruptured its skull. A cacophony of voices greeted Amy as she climbed inside the van. Amy couldn't concentrate, so she yelled, "Everyone shut the hell up." After a moment the voices quieted, and that's when she noticed the keys missing from the ignition. "Where are the keys?" "The camp counselor took them when he got out of the van." "Where is he now?" "There," a girl said. She pointed at the body that laid on the ground outside of the van. Amy almost tripped over it when she ran from the woods. The counselor's body had lost its right leg from just above where the knee should be attached, and the left leg from mid-calf down. The zombies had gnawed both arms off above the elbows. Zombies ate Mr. Deadweight camp counselor alive. No wonder they're so worked up. Even with pieces torn from its torso, it still snarled and snapped at Amy as she drew near. She used her hunting knife to put it out of its misery, so she wouldn't attract any extra attention from the horde. A quick search of the counselor's pockets turned up nothing. Amy slowed her breathing and searched the ground with wide eyes all around the corpse. Something shiny caught her eye halfway between the body and the van. The keys. They fell from her hands on her first attempt to pick them up because of her sweat-covered hands. After she stilled her shaking limbs, she held on to them. Now to make it back inside the truck. Amy closed her eyes and mouthed a silent prayer to the universe. Then she turned the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and she discovered the van still had over half a tank of fuel. The engine ran smooth, so she didn't understand what possessed the counselor to stop here and get out. There's no time to bother asking, besides the passengers are too hysterical to answer her now. Amy made a 3-point turn and headed to the rendezvous point to pick up her brothers. If they're lucky. When she found them, Ron snarled. "What took you so long, Amy? Were you off getting your nails done?" No, thank you from either of them, or any acknowledgement of the risk she took securing the van for their getaway. It's all about them, like it had been all their lives. Poor little Amy didn't exist in their world unless they wanted something from her. "Move over and let me drive," Tim said. "I want to reach the camp in one piece." She thought about putting a bullet in both their heads right here, but Amy feared being left alone. Once her brothers served their purpose, then she would act.
Donald watched as Amy climbed into the van. Why didn't she have it running yet? The zombies might return at any moment. A few minutes passed, and Amy clambered out of the truck. What the hell? She shuffled to the edge of the tree line with her eyes glued to the ground, and she stood searching for something. What could she be looking for now? Whatever it was, Amy must have found it because she returned to the van for a second time. Donald heard the starter engage, and the van roared to life. She executed a 3-point turn and raced off down the road. Time to get out of here, since they had already spent too much time standing here. With the road cleared of the obstruction, it was smooth sailing for both the RV and Donald's trailer. Their plan allowed Amy to pick up her brothers about a mile down the road, and then they would rendezvous 5 miles ahead. They hoped the horde of zombies wouldn't travel 5 miles and keep pace with them. Zombies never got tired, but they lacked the ability to plan. Red from the RV's brake lights glowed into the truck's interior. They reached the rendezvous spot. He didn't care if they parted ways now or continued on together. After the issue with Shawn and Joan, Donald wouldn't trust anyone until they proved themselves to be sane. He preferred the newcomers, took the van and its passengers, and went on their own way. Where they went, he didn't care as long as it was away from him. Who knew what they would find in Maine? Donald wanted people he could trust around him rather than wildcards. Both Mel and Gwen proved they had his back, but one of them was over 70, and the other needed to learn some survival skills. An experienced and sane partner would be great to find. Failure during the apocalypse meant death for them all. No restarts or second lives were available in this dead world. They only exist in video games, and those aren't being played anymore. They slowed to a stop in the middle of the road, and Donald checked his weapons. "Keep your eyes open, Gwen. I'm not sure how much I trust these guys. Don't forget the weapons they had hidden in the bag." "I'll keep my eyes open and stay with the truck. I know the drill." As Donald marched around the side of the RV, he discovered Mel and a small group of people stood around and talked. No van or sign of Amy, Ron, or Tim. Great, now what? He should have known those three would cause complications. Mel tried to get everyone calmed down, but everyone talked at once. Donald used his commanding voice. "Everyone quiet. We don't want to attract any unwelcomed visitors. One at a time. Tell us what happened." "That woman got into the van and drove us away from the flesh-eating monsters surrounding us. I thought they saved us. Then she picked those 2 men up and we instantly knew we weren't saved," a young man said. Another continued, "They is bad men. They is come in and they be looking us over like we is meat in the butcher shop. They is pick Jessica and Barbara from us and say they coming with us, and the rest of yous get out. They took 2 women from your group and then left the rest of you here." Mel asked, Yes, sir, another young lady said. They held us all at gunpoint, ordered those two to stay and the rest of us to get out of the van. The lady who saved us seemed upset with the two men, but she didn't stop them. She said to wait and a ride would come along. Wait here while Mel and I talk for a minute. Don, we can't just leave them here, so don't even suggest it. Calm down, I wouldn't suggest that, but we have to be careful. Do you want a repeat of the campground incident? This seems too convenient to me, like it's a setup. So what do you suggest then? We split the five up. If we isolate them, then they can't band together. It's the only thing we can do to keep us all safe. You know Linda is still sick? I am sorry about that, Mel, but I don't want all five of them together. It's too dangerous. You take those two. The other three can ride in the trailer. We'll make sure they're all unarmed first. They executed Donald's plan of splitting the survivors up and then continued on. Night closed in fast as they made progress toward their destination. With the progress they had made so far, they might still make it to the camp in Maine before it got dark. Donald understood the dangers of travel in the dark with flesh-eating zombies and other survivors that roamed the streets. Even if they were better equipped to fight, Mel was the only trained soldier in their small convoy. But at his age, Mel wasn't on his game anymore. As Donald continued to ponder the best course of action for their little group, the RV swerved to the left. As it overcorrected to the right, it spun out of control. The wild ride ended with a crash into the ditch on the wrong side of the road. Donald and Gwen jumped out of the cab. He didn't know if this would be a rescue or recovery mission. The RV laid on its side in the ditch, driver's side up. That meant they had pinned the main exit door underneath the crashed vehicle. Donald and Gwen headed to the bounder's windshield to see how they could best help those trapped inside. They discovered blood everywhere around the driver's seat and spattered on the inside of the windshield. Still strapped into the driver's seat, Mel's blood dripped from the wounds on the side of his neck. Strips of skin and tendons hung from the jagged wounds. From somewhere deep inside the RV, the now familiar snarl and moan called out to them. A crash and a scream materialized from their left. Donald found a blood trail leading from the roof escape hatch into the woods and Linda. Well, it had been Linda at one time, but now she was a snarling zombie with a blood-covered face with pieces of flesh that hung from the sides of its mouth. It wouldn't take an NTSB official to explain the cause of the accident, because it instantly became clear to Donald. The thing who used to be Linda lunged at him. The desert eagle barked once and her body collapsed to the ground. Besides the blood trail from the RV, they found no other sign of the two survivors from the van who had ridden inside the RV. There wasn't any rational reason to follow the blood trail, because they knew what they'd find. They're dead or worse by now. He found Gwen crying around the front of the RV. Mel had the blank look of the walking dead on his face, and a snarl came from his mouth. Mel, or what he had become, struggled against the restraint of the seatbelt. Zombies are driven to eat like a newborn craved milk. Donald let the pistol boom again, and Mel's former body went slack for the last time. A tear formed in the corner of Donald's eye, but he pushed the grief deep down inside. They needed to move, and they could grieve later. Donald took Gwen by the hand and guided her back into the front passenger seat of the pickup. Both Betty and Matthew joined Gwen in her tears. The gunshots told them a story they didn't want to hear. No words of comfort would be spoken. They're all lost in heartache that won't ever heal. The desperate cry from the lone group of survivors are the only noises Donald heard as they pulled away from the wreckage that had been Mel and Linda's dream home. No time to bury their friends if they wanted to survive. Donald knew they needed to stop for the night because of the red hue that spread through the sky. Travel in the dark through this now hostile territory would be too dangerous. After sunset, you wouldn't be able to see your hand in front of your face in this rural area. A cliché, yes, but there were no streetlights in the middle of nowhere. Donald spotted a turnoff up ahead that might meet their needs. They found a small picnic or rest area with no facilities. Only a parking area with some picnic tables and a few dirty grills cemented into the ground made up their makeshift campground. The lot provided limited cover from anyone who passed by on the road, and the ability for a quick escape. Donald parked the truck and trailer in the best spot in the lot. It had been level and provided direct access back to the state highway. They wouldn't be invisible from the road, but the foliage would make them hard to see if you weren't looking. It's getting dark, so we need to stop and set up camp here for the night, Donald said. No one argued or even answered him. They're too tired or suffering from PTSD, from all the violence they had witnessed today, he thought. Donald had seen violent acts during his life, but nothing like this day. Both Matthew and Betty were only children whose mothers died a horrific death today. He couldn't imagine how they felt. I want you two to stay in the truck while Gwen and I sweep the area to make sure we're safe here. You mean I don't have to stay in the truck this time? Donald glared at Gwen, even though she meant the comment as a joke to lighten the mood. He hated himself after this reaction because he couldn't imagine her pain either. After they scouted the immediate area and found it secure, Donald said, "Let's check on the 3 passengers in the trailer before we let those 2 out of the truck. I am not sure I trust the 3 strangers and I want to keep the kids safe." Donald went through the Airstream's door first while Gwen covered him. There weren't any weapons left loose in the trailer, but experience proved you couldn't be too safe with strangers. Only one of the female van passengers still sat on the couch. Where had the others gone? What happened to the other 2 people? She turned toward Donald. Her face pale, tears flowed from her eyes and her lips trembled. After a moment of silence, she spoke. "When you stopped before we heard the gunshots. The other 2 panicked and ran away. Why didn't you leave with them?" "Because there's nothing out there anymore. Why run out to die in the woods alone? I spent my summer as a camp counselor, but I didn't sign up for the end of the world." "None of us did, dear," Gwen said. "We're stopping for the night and we need to work together to survive. Are you with us or do you want to run off to join your friends?" "I want to survive." "I'm with you," she said. None of them had eaten anything since their breakfast of protein bars in Gwen's apartment. He couldn't believe it had been earlier this morning when they had all been together in Boston. It felt like a week had passed. The trailer had been well stocked and Donald made them an enjoyable camp dinner. All 5 ate like there wasn't a tomorrow and there might not be one. As they cleaned up after their dinner, Donald said, "We will establish a watch for tonight. We've seen that both the zombies and other humans cause problems. Gwen and I will carry weapons and the rest of you will take shifts with us to help to watch over the camp. I'll take the first watch and our newcomer will assist me." "Donald, I want to watch with you," Matthew said. "Matt, I need you in the trailer watching over Gwen and Betty. I can't be everywhere and that's where you can help me the most now. Listen, all I need from you is for you to stay awake and let me know if you see anything. I'll take the north and west sides of the camp and you can take the south and east sides. Understand?" "Yes, sir. I'm not an idiot. I would have started my medical residency in Boston this August. The camp counselor gig was my one last bit of fun for the summer before my work got serious. Oh, and my name is Helen. You can call me that rather than her or newcomer. A nighttime patrol when it goes right leaves you bored. Tonight's surveillance had gone right so far." Donald kept his eye on the road, the woods and Helen. He still didn't trust her, but she had performed her duty as a lookout well so far. If Helen really had medical training, she would be an asset to their group. Another hour and he would wake up Gwen for her shift. He would get a few hours sleep and then be okay for the rest of their trip. Helen screamed from the far corner of the trailer. Donald ran over and found her cornered against the back of the camper as 2 bodies closed in on her. In one fluid motion he freed his K-bar knife from his belt and brought it down on the first zombie's skull. The first body fell to the ground. He retrieved his knife and stabbed at the head of the second. The blade was long enough to penetrate the brain from its entry point via the mouth. 2 down. "Are you okay?" "Yes. The zombies snuck up on me," Helen said. That's when Donald noticed the 2 bodies belonged to the other 2 passengers they picked up earlier today. "I guess you made the right choice not following those 2 into the woods." Helen didn't reply. Gwen stood wide awake with a rifle in her hand when Donald turned around. "I guess I won't have to wake you for your watch now."
Betty Bowman never dreamed of herself as a soldier, but she found herself on a night patrol with Gwen in the middle of nowhere, New Hampshire. Donald allowed her to carry a hunting knife and a can of pepper spray, but he said no way to the gun. She knew which weapon to use on the living or the dead. Both the risen dead and other humans would challenge their continued survival. As a city girl, Betty never camped out in the woods. She would have never guessed her first time would occur during the zombie apocalypse. An odd thought occurred to her, that her first overnighter happened with a bunch of strangers the day she became an orphan. Betty couldn't say for certain if she had become parentless, because her father might still be alive. He had become an occasional drunk, and had always been a moron, so betting on her status as an orphan would be a safe bet. Betty had spent her teenage years obsessed with all things zombie. She read all the books, watched the television shows, and saw all the Living Dead movies more than once. The part Betty played in this story would be the group's resident zombie expert. She regretted that her expert knowledge hadn't been enough to prevent her mother's death. She worried about Matthew since he lost his mother earlier today too. Matthew was younger than Betty, and had been silent since he witnessed his mother's violent death. While they rode together in the back of the truck, she tried to talk with him, but he refused to answer any of her questions. The words he spoke after dinner were the first she heard him speak since his mother's death. Betty didn't understand if he was naturally shy or had shut down from all the loss he had witnessed. They let him sleep undisturbed in the trailer all night long. The airstream would protect him from any other attacks on the camp. At least she hoped it would. Betty knew nothing about Gwen, but she came across as the group's badass female lead. Betty knew for sure all the zombie stories featured a female lead character like Gwen. Gwen was tall with an athletic build that Betty hoped she might develop herself as she matured. Even if she had never met Donald, Betty was sure Gwen would survive the apocalypse somehow. She possessed the beauty and harnessed the power of the elves as she wielded her bow and arrows with deadly precision. She concluded Donald would outsurvive them all if the stress of loss didn't get to him first. He had shown himself to be both smart and tough. Two traits needed to win the war of the living versus the dead. Donald had proven his proficiency with various weapons, and his truck and trailer prepared him for the worst. She trusted when he said they would reach Maine and survive this apocalypse with his leadership. Betty had never been to Maine before, and part of her looked forward to her first visit. When her parents were together, her father drank up the little extra money they had, so they never went on any family vacations. Once her parents separated, her mother had to work all the time for them to survive on their own. So there still weren't any vacations. Now Betty started her first camping trip and family vacation, and it only took the dead walking the earth and the death of her mother to make it all happen. It amazed Betty how cold it got overnight even during the summer, and how boring it had been to walk around a parking lot surrounded by trees all night while you looked for trouble. Betty realized she didn't even have a change of clothes with her, and she had been wearing the same clothes for 2 days now. She had been glad their lookout had been uneventful. The horizon glowed red with the first light from the rising sun. "Do you see anything?" Gwen's words startled her from her deep reflection. "No, nothing dangerous. Just watching the sunrise. It's beautiful. Back home, I wouldn't have been awake this early." "The sunrise may be nice, but keep your attention down on the ground. Threats won't be flying in from the sky. They'll sneak in from the shelter of the trees." "Gwen, I don't even have a change of clothes with me. Seems like a silly thought with all that's happened, but it would be nice to change, eventually. Besides the clothes in Donald's trailer, we only have what's on our backs. He was lucky to be pulling his closet behind him. We need to find some clothes for the rest of us. Otherwise we'll stink like the rotting dead." The sun illuminated the sky with bright reds and yellows when Donald walked out of the trailer. "Did you have any trouble last night, Betty?" "No. After all your excitement, our watch turned out boring." "Good. We'll make some breakfast and then hit the road. An early start should get us to the cabin by early afternoon." "What's the cabin like?" "I've never been there. I inherited it from my father. My original plan was to drive up there and check it out after the Red Sox game. Didn't know I would end up with company." A playful smile touched his face, and his eyes twinkled in the morning's first light. She liked to see him smile, since he seemed both serious and sad all the time. He must carry the weight of the world on his shoulders. "Let Gwen know I'm starting breakfast so we can get going." The camp smelled like heaven while the bacon cooked and the coffee brewed. Betty hadn't been much of a coffee drinker, but she also hadn't been a camper, traveler, or apocalypse survivor before yesterday either. They all sat and ate in silence. Betty couldn't be sure what the others thought about, but she reflected on the loss they all experienced yesterday, and what they would face today. She imagined the others dwelled on the same thoughts. As they broke camp, Matthew spoke. "Donald, why don't we stay here? We have your trailer and stuff, and it feels safe here." He slept through the zombie attack the night before. "Matthew, I can understand that traveling scares you because I am scared too. Both you and Betty experienced an unspeakable loss yesterday. Gwen and Helen lost their friends. When we make it to my cabin, we'll be safe, and we can wait for help there." "You're afraid too, Donald? I didn't know tough guys like you were ever afraid." "We all get afraid, but I promise you, I'll do my best to get all of us safely to Maine." "Okay." "Okay," Matthew said. It surprised Betty that Donald let Helen ride in the truck cab with them as they departed. He made her ride in the trailer yesterday to keep her out of the way. Helen seemed nice, but Betty suspected Donald didn't trust her. Betty had devoured all things zombie, so she understood the dangers they would face before the apocalypse finished. If it ever ended.
Donald pulled the truck out of the rest area for day number 2 of their drive through hell. He had lived through many tricky situations and had traveled through dangerous places, but this topped them all. He wished for a squad of well-trained armed Marines to back him up. Instead, he had 2 women, a teenager, and a kid for an army. There would be no room for errors if they wanted to stay alive. Make no mistake, this would be a war, but it was a battle Donald didn't understand. Who could comprehend the dead rising to feast on the living? Mel no longer acted as their guide, so Donald had been thankful the GPS satellites still transmitted, or they would have lost their way by now. He didn't want to burden anyone else with these worries, since it wouldn't help their situation. On top of all these potential dangers, Gwen pointed out no one had a change of clothing. Only the clothes on their backs. The cabin in the woods of Maine had an enormous question mark over it, since Donald hadn't been there before. He didn't even have a picture to know what the place looked like. It might be a ramshackle dump or only a hole in the ground awaiting a construction crew. The cabin would remain an unknown until they arrived and saw the place for themselves. Better deal with each problem as it presented itself. To help calm his mind, he said, "Betty, since you are a resident zombie expert, how can we defeat these monsters? In all the stories, the zombie virus kills the body and the human part of the mind. It leaves the brain operating in some violent way. They seek the flesh of living humans to eat. The only way to kill them is to destroy their infected brain." Matthew asked, "Why do they want to eat if they are already dead? Makes no sense." "No idea, Matthew. Anyone bitten or scratched gets infected. They die and then they reanimate as zombies themselves. It's their circle of life, I guess. Maybe they aren't eating to satisfy their hunger, but they are doing it to procreate their species," Helen said. "What's procreate mean?" Matthew asked. "You want to take that one, Donald?" Gwen said while she wore an enormous smile. Donald glared at Gwen and said, "Ask me again in a few years, Matthew." "What's that building up ahead?" Helen asked. It had been a church with some type of store next to it. The sign read St. Nick's Church and Thrift Shop. A thrift shop would mean clothing and other supplies they could use. It would be worth a quick stop to look around and gather anything useful. Who knew what they would find further up the road? The area had been rural, and they had passed no place like this since they left Boston. The large parking lot sat empty, which didn't surprise him. One side of the property held the thrift shop while the other end had the church building. A meager but well-kept house sat next to the church. The sign out front of the house read St. Nick's Parsonage. Donald pulled into the lot near the thrift shop and angled the truck for a quick getaway. They needed to plan on how to handle this shopping excursion with no one getting hurt. A quick in and out where they grabbed anything worth taking. "Betty, I remember your mother worked at the car dealership. Did she ever let you drive cars around the lot?" "Yes, when the dealership was closed and no one else was around, she would let me drive sometimes." "Okay, here's the plan. Betty, you'll sit in the driver's seat just in case we need a quick escape. Gwen, Helen, and I will head inside the store and see what we find. Matthew, you stay here and keep your eyes open for trouble. Betty's shoulders slumped and her chin fell, but she didn't disagree with his plan. Donald made sure both Gwen and Helen carried hunting knives. They needed a silent way to dispatch any zombies they found inside the building. With any luck, they wouldn't need to use any weapons. Remember to aim for the head, he said. The door opened with a creak as a bell tinkled from above the door. He hoped they weren't ringing the dinner bell for a group of hungry zombies as they entered the shop. No electric lights shone, but sunlight streamed through the large front display windows, which provided a murky light to the showroom. No shopkeeper or other customers greeted them as they entered the store, but they expected nothing different at this point. It felt like they were the only survivors left in the world. Many types of clothing filled the racks within the store, so they got lucky finding this place. Donald spied some second-hand pieces of luggage and said, "Let's grab those and load up on the clothing. Take everything we can carry. Don't get picky. We'll sort it out later." They nodded their agreement and then split up to cover more ground so they would get stuff for each of them. Donald loaded up his bag with various pieces of clothes and didn't pay attention to what happened around him in the store. Laser-focused. A shriek from across the room interrupted his browsing. As he turned toward the cry, Donald ran straight into a zombie. The collision knocked them both to the ground. He held the zombie's hair with his left hand and grabbed his knife with his right hand. Then Donald thrusted the knife into the head of the monster. Donald leapt back up to his feet as he heard another shriek and found another zombie stood between him and Gwen. The monster lunged at him before he got his knife hand up. So Donald swung the bag of clothing and knocked the zombie to the floor. He crashed his boot down on the zombie's skull and it stilled. 2 down, but now Helen screamed. "Just need to get across the store." Bang bang bang. Who the hell was shooting? The gunfire ceased, and Betty stood inside the store with a perfect two-handed grip on the Glock 22 from the truck. 3 zombies laid at Gwen's feet and 2 more near Helen. Donald noted Betty dropped 2 zombies from the 3 shots. Wow, the kid could shoot. "Is everyone okay?" Betty asked. Both the women nodded yes. That's a bit of pleasant news, Donald thought. From now on, we all need to stick together. There's safety in numbers, Betty continued her speech. Maybe he didn't have to be the one who kept everyone safe. Even with the close call in this store, this thought lifted his spirits. "Let's finish gathering this stuff and get out of here," Donald said. They finished loading the truck with their loot and got back underway again. "Maine, here we come." "Betty, where did you learn to shoot like that?" "Before he got hurt during the marathon bombing, my dad was a Boston cop. He wanted his baby girl to be able to defend herself, so he took me to the gun range and taught me how to shoot. After his injury, he turned to the bottle and away from everyone who loved him. His former partner would stop by from time to check on us, and she continued to give me lessons at the range. An expert with firearms and zombie knowledge. Any other surprises that you have for us?" Donald asked. She smiled before she replied. "I play a mean game of Uno." "Girl, thanks for saving my ass." "I thought I was a goner," Helen said. "Maybe we'll get to play some Uno now." The drive had been quiet, and this put Donald on high alert. He knew the dangers of letting his guard down after the near tragedy in the thrift shop. Both the dead and living had proved dangerous enemies. They had almost reached the Maine border. From Mel's earlier advice and the GPS guidance, Donald knew a river separated New Hampshire from Maine. A river meant a bridge, and a bridge meant a potential choke point with no cover. If Donald planned an ambush, it would be the ideal place for one. He needed to figure out what to do before they reached the bridge and got trapped without cover. Driving with reckless abandonment while they towed a trailer behind wouldn't be a workable plan to keep them all alive. "We're almost to the border of Maine, and we need to cross a bridge to enter the state. We need a plan to avoid any trouble at the bridge," Donald said. "How about we drive fast so we can bust through any trouble?" Matthew asked. "That works in the movies, but this isn't a movie, Matthew," Betty said. "Do you have a drone?" "Aerial photography hadn't been my thing, so I'm fresh out of drones. What I am thinking is we should stop short and then go on foot to recon the bridge to see if it's safe. How's that for a plan?" About a half-mile before they reached the bridge, Donald found a secluded turnoff similar to the rest area where they had spent the night. It wasn't far off the road, but both the truck and trailer were difficult to see by anyone who passed by on the highway. He had been vague about his plan since Donald knew his entire army would volunteer to check out the bridge. All along his plans included only Gwen and himself. They'd run ahead and scout the crossing for any potential danger. Here's how we will handle this mission. Gwen and I will run to the bridge to see if it's safe to cross. Betty interrupted his speech. We shouldn't split up. Didn't you learn anything at the thrift store? Both Gwen and I are runners, and we can run a mile or two without breaking a sweat. Plus, we need to leave you here to protect the truck, and then you'll come get us when we know everything is safe for us to cross. How are we going to know when it's safe to come get you? Asked Betty while she bit her upper lip. I picked up some walkie-talkies at the thrift shop. It doesn't look like anyone ever used them. They are expensive ones that have a range well over a mile. When things are safe, we'll radio for you to come to the bridge and pick us up. As they discussed the plan, an SUV raced down the road. What was that? Helen asked. It looked like a large SUV headed straight toward the bridge. That's good for us because whoever they are will trigger any hidden traps. Gwen, let's grab our gear and go. They both carried rifles with scopes, extra mags, and a hunting knife. Donald took a Glock 17 as a backup weapon with some extra mags because of its size. A Humvee with a .50 caliber machine gun would have made him feel more comfortable, but this would only be a recon mission. They took a path that kept them close to the woods for cover and would bring them to an overlook on the south side of the bridge. The river crossed through a natural valley, so both sides of the entrance to the bridge had wooded cover alongside it. An older pickup truck and other assorted disabled vehicles blocked the bridge. Two men stood in the back of a pickup truck and pointed rifles at the stopped Mercedes SUV. Three more armed men stood on the roadway between the parked truck and the SUV. Two people stood in front of the stopped vehicle with their arms raised. One was a doughy-looking fellow and the other his younger trophy wife. Fatso must have been a rich man because nothing else would explain why this odd couple traveled together. From their vantage point up on the hill, Donald couldn't hear the conversation on the bridge below. He could only guess at the topics of their discussion. What should we do? Gwen asked. We could leave them all to their own devices, but I'm afraid that would embolden the men on the bridge rather than make them go away. In case you didn't notice, Don, there are 5 armed men down there and only 2 of us. I can see that, but we can fool them into thinking we have a much bigger force. How do we do that? He explained his plan to her. As they discussed their strategy, one man ripped the shirt off the trophy wife. The doughy man objected and got pistol whipped for his effort. The woman didn't react to either event. She stood still, with everything hanging out in the breeze. After they witnessed this, Gwen hurried off to take up her position. Donald eased his breathing to ready himself to eliminate the threats on the bridge. He needed to relax and concentrate to take out his targets. It came down to his rifle and the intended target. As he aimed and prepared to pull the trigger for the first time, the pickup truck that blocked the way exploded into a bright orange fireball.
Gwen's mind didn't have time to register fear. 1 second she picked out clothing in the thrift store, and the next, she laid on her back wrestling with a zombie. Dead eyes stared into hers, while its putrid breath filled her nose with the stench of the grave. Her stomach retched, and her breakfast threatened to make a surprise reappearance. It lunged teeth first and was more handsy than Gwen's worst high school date. She fought for her life. Then she heard a scream and knew it came from Helen, but Gwen had her own fight and would be no help. Gwen didn't want to die today at the hands or teeth of a zombie. She knew Donald leaned on her as much as she leaned on him, and those kids needed her too. Where had Donald gone? Why didn't he come to her aid? Gwen's arms turned to rubber, and the zombie's teeth closed in on their mark of the tender flesh on her neck. Where had her knife gone to? Right then she thought she had lost her fight, but then she heard the gunshot. The body she had struggled with moments before went still and became a dead weight in her arms. Gwen rolled out from under the corpse and expected to find even more grave news. What she discovered surprised her instead. Betty stood in the store's doorway with a pistol in her hands. The 14-year-old girl became their savior. After the close call with death by the zombie, Gwen knew they had finished their looting of the thrift store. But it had been a blur to her. She operated on automatic pilot. Would she ever adapt to this reality of death around each corner? One disaster after another, and any mistake would result in certain death or something much worse. Being a barista had always been mindless and boring, but she wished to return to her old boring life. She wanted to wake up from this terrible nightmare, warm in her comfortable bed in her tiny bedroom. Gwen felt a bond to both Donald and the kids, and she liked it. A connection to other people had been missing from her old life. The apocalypse finally allowed her to let people into her life. Donald interrupted her few minutes of quiet contemplation when he stopped the truck again in some random turnoff behind the cover of the forest. It looked like the same place they camped at last night. If they hadn't driven all this time north, Gwen would assume they had ended up right back where they started their day. He explained how there was a bridge ahead, and it is the last obstacle they needed to cross before they reached the border of Maine. He wanted to check out the bridge on foot before they tried to drive over it to make sure there weren't any surprises waiting there for them. Gwen understood his point since the bridge deck was wide open with no cover as it crossed the river. There isn't anywhere to hide once you start across the span. Donald asked her to run with him to the bridge, and Gwen understood why he had chosen her. She had an athletic build built by a daily run. Gwen could cover half a mile with minimal effort, and in less than 10 minutes. Helen possessed a more voluptuous build not made for running, while Betty and Matt were both kids. After they all had failed to concentrate and messed up in the store, she wouldn't let that happen again. Olympic athletes required a different type of discipline than a soldier, but she'd be sure to remain alert this time. Betty wouldn't provide backup this time either, since she would remain with the others in the truck. As they readied for their run to the bridge, an SUV raced down the road. Where did they come from? Donald guessed this would be good for them, since the SUV would flush out any trap set up on the bridge. Gwen didn't want to watch anyone else die, but it would be better if it happened to a stranger rather than someone from their little group. They all had experienced too much death already. While monsters hunted down humanity, why did men help them satisfy their goal? Survival of the fittest only benefited you when you are the fittest. Before they departed, Donald explained how the rifle Gwen carried worked. It wasn't a standard hunting rifle like the one he let her fire at the campground. Donald explained to her this one was an AR-15 assault rifle with a 30-round magazine. Gwen would replace the magazine once she emptied it. She carried 5 extra magazines with her. You simply point at the target you want to hit and pull the trigger. Unlike a war movie where the guns fire multiple rounds, this rifle fired only one at a time. One round sent down range each time you pulled the trigger. Even with the gear they carried, the run to the bridge took less than 10 minutes. Each step she took added weight to the worry she carried. Any failure or any moment of inattention would be death for all of them. Yes, Gwen competed in archery competitions most of her life, but hay bales never shot back at you or tried to eat you. To lose a competition meant going home without a trophy, not death or dismemberment. When they reached the overlook for the bridge, Gwen couldn't believe what she saw. 5 armed men held a man and woman at gunpoint who stood in front of their vehicle. It was the large SUV which flew past them while they readied themselves to move to the bridge. Part of her wanted to turn tail and run to save herself, but she knew Donald wouldn't run, so she stuck by his side. Some men run from danger and some run toward it. Donald ran straight into danger when lives were on the line. Donald developed a plan to confuse the armed men on the bridge. Gwen's nerves were steeled when she watched the man rip the shirt off the helpless woman. The fat man protested, and they rewarded him with a pistol whipping. What an odd couple. They couldn't have been together before this mess, because the woman was younger and attractive. Gwen ran off to the position Donald specified as she prepared for their attack. He told her to wait until he fired at the first target, and then she would put down 10 rounds of cover fire. Move to a new position a third of the way back toward Donald, and repeat with 10 more shots. Repeat this one more time, reload and return to their original location. Then empty the extra magazine toward the men on the bridge as fast as she could. Don't worry about aiming. just try to not hit the two prisoners in front of the SUV. If they could save the two captives, great, but don't endanger themselves doing so. Gwen didn't want to miss her mark to shoot, but she didn't want to fire too early and give away her position. As she steadied her weapon, the pickup truck on the bridge erupted into a bright orange fireball. How the hell did Donald do that? The remaining people on the bridge scattered in different directions. Gwen had remained focused and determined not to fail on this critical mission, so she executed Donald's plan to the best of her abilities. By the time she returned to their original position, the 5 armed men were no more. In all the excitement, Gwen didn't know who killed them. "How did you blow the truck up?" "It wasn't me," Donald said. "Who was it then?" Donald scanned the matching overlook on the far side of the bridge with a scope on his rifle. "Shit. We need to get out of here. Now." "Why, what's happening?" "Amy is on the other side of the bridge. I assume she did it, since we didn't bring a grenade launcher. Her stupid brothers can't be far behind, and they're all dangerous." They grabbed their gear and raced back down the path. Gwen felt like another fight brewed, and she didn't want to see a repeat of the campground massacre. Betty hadn't been able to save her mother from a certain death, but she defended her friends from their surprise zombie attack at the thrift store. She proved she wasn't just a teenage girl but a tough woman who could handle herself and come out on top in any dangerous situation. Betty fired a gun better than most adults, so why did they leave her behind with Helen and Matthew? She didn't need Helen or anyone else to babysit her. "They should have taken me with them." "Betty, they need me to drive the truck and your gun skills to protect us." "I saved your ass at the store." "Yes, girl, you did, and I'm very grateful to still be alive. Now keep your eyes open for any threats." Betty sat and bit her nails while she continued to stew over why they left her behind. She wanted to be where the action happened, rather than sitting on her ass and hiding. She spent her entire life watching other people survive the apocalypse on TV and the movie screen, and now it had become Betty's turn to thrive. But they had relegated her to babysitting duty instead. It should be her out there putting those zombies down. She possessed the knowledge and the skills to rid the world of the risen dead menace. "They've been gone a long time." "Betty, it has been less than 5 minutes. They have to run the half-mile to the bridge and then determine if it's safe. They'll radio us when it's time to meet them." "I should be part of the action." "You are by making sure Matthew and I are safe, along with the truck." "It feels like babysitting to me." "I don't need a babysitter," Matthew said. "I didn't mean you, Matthew." "Oh, never mind." Betty threw her hands in the air and turned away from the two of them to stare out the window. She didn't want to look either of them in the eyes, because she was afraid of saying something she would later regret. They continued to sit in silence for what felt like hours. How long does it take to run half a mile? No news on the radio either. Betty tried to stay alert, but she got bored sitting around in the truck and doing nothing. She tapped her foot against the floorboard and then got out of the truck and walked around. It had gotten stuffy as they waited inside, and she needed some type of action. Her focus waned while doing nothing. As she finished those thoughts, the ground shook, and an explosion shattered the midday silence. Then the sounds of gunfire rang out from the bridge. Betty heard multiple types of weapons being fired at the same time. "Helen, we need to get this truck moving. We have to get to the bridge and help them." "I don't know, Donald said we should wait here. He also said this was a recon mission, and he would radio back their status. The radio has been silent, and you can hear the gunfire. They need our help." Helen didn't respond. Instead, she sat with a grimace on her face while she stroked her chin. "If you don't get this truck moving, I will go help them myself." "No, Betty, don't leave us," Matthew said as tears flowed down his face. After another moment of hesitation, Helen started the engine and put the truck in drive. They covered the half-mile to the bridge faster than Mario Andretti. All the gunfire had ceased before they reached their destination. Dead bodies laid in the road, and a group of destroyed vehicles smoldered. The amount of destruction Donald and Gwen brought down on the bridge with only their assault rifles amazed Betty. Movement on the bridge captured her attention, so Betty took aim with her pistol. She had been ready to defend their group against any threat. An older fat man and a topless, attractive, red-headed woman were the only targets she found before her. Odd combination, she concluded. As she paused to decide on the threat level these two possessed, Donald's voice commanded, "Stand down, Betty." Betty lowered her weapon at Donald's command. The fat guy ranted as soon as she lowered her weapon. "Do you know who I am? What is the matter with you people? You could have killed us? You are a bunch of maniacs." Gwen interrupted the fat man's loud rant. "Hey dumbass, try saying thank you. We just saved your life in case you didn't notice." She then turned to the topless woman and she said, "Put a shirt on. There is no time for bickering. Get into your vehicle and get moving. You're welcome to follow us or go off on your own. Your choice, but there is someone in the woods worse than the guys who stopped you." With those words, Donald jumped into the driver's seat of the truck, and they sped off across the bridge. "Who did you see in the woods?" Betty asked as they sped away from the wreckage. "Amy was there with a grenade launcher. She blew up the truck on the bridge. I'm sure it wasn't Charity, and I'm sure her brothers are nearby waiting to ambush us." Donald drove for the next 45 minutes faster than he had since they left Boston. Betty thought they would crash if they continued to race along while they towed a trailer. Donald feared nothing. Then she remembered Matthew's mom. Betty thought, he isn't afraid of fighting, but he feared the possibility of losing any more of us. Donald stopped the rig in the parking lot of a super warehouse store. It seemed strange for this large of a building to be out in the middle of nowhere, but she guessed people everywhere had to get their stuff. The Mercedes SUV still followed along behind them as they pulled into the parking lot. "We're far enough away from any threats from Amy and her brothers, so we'll stop here. We need to figure out if those two following us are friend or foe. Plus, we can gather some more supplies. Be alert." After he spoke, Donald climbed out of the truck and pointed his shotgun at the windshield of the SUV. "I don't want to hurt you, but I don't know you or what your intentions are. Get out of your vehicle slowly with your hands in plain sight, and then we can talk. Look, buddy, my name is Dr. Taylor, and this is my wife, Natasha. We're trying to get away from the chaos at the hospital in the city, and we aren't looking for trouble. I am a trained trauma surgeon and can be a valuable addition to your group. You can understand why I'm not too trusting after the incident on the bridge. Okay, friend, I have my hospital ID, and there is a compact pistol in the glove box. We don't have any other weapons. Come check for yourself. Plus, if you don't have room for both of us, I'm a valuable doctor, so you can take me." The woman glared at him as he spoke these last words about casting her aside. What kind of man would sacrifice his wife to survive? Gwen and Betty held the two of them at gunpoint while Donald checked their SUV and the man's ID. Everything must have checked out because Donald visibly relaxed. "Okay, if you want to be a part of this team, now is the time you earn your keep. We are going inside to gather supplies, and when I say we, it includes you, doctor." "But I'm a valuable doctor." He spoke these words with a tremor in his voice. "That's exactly why you're going inside. This place has a pharmacy, and we need your expertise to get the medical supplies we'll need." The fat doctor's face had a strange look on it. Betty assumed it could be fear, indignation, or constipation. He, along with everyone else, listened to Donald's plan. Now the time came for them to execute it while they avoided any potential trouble, locked inside the store. "Shit. How could you two morons mess this up so badly?" She intended the message for her brothers, but she spoke it out loud to no one but herself because she found herself alone. Amy's plan had been perfect, at least in her mind. If only her brothers weren't complete idiots, they would have their own camping rig now and possess all the supplies they needed. They had stolen the van. A crime of opportunity rather than some master plan. You can't premeditate a heist when you have no way of knowing the opportunity would present itself. They thought the van held a group of teenagers, but it turned out to be a group of college students headed back to Boston after their term as camp counselors. Amy wanted to dump them all at the rendezvous spot, but the idiots wanted to take apocalypse brides for themselves. So the morons picked the two women they liked best to accompany them on their journey. After they dumped the rest of the passengers on the side of the road, they traveled on to Amy's survival camp. They found everything gone except for a few scraps of supplies and a group of the walking dead. No sanctuary would be found there. They took anything useful, and then Amy hatched another plan. Mr. Hero tried to get his crew into Maine, so Amy and her brothers would get ahead of them and ambush them at the bridge. All their supplies, the trailer, and the RV would belong to Amy. They would leave the group of idiots for dead, with nothing but the clothes on their backs. Besides, the gas had gotten low in the stolen van, so they needed to do something fast to assure their continued survival. Upon reaching the bridge, they discovered a group of stupid rednecks had beaten them there and had set up their own ambush. How had these fools executed her plan first? The group of hicks blocked the bridge with a bunch of junk cars and an older pickup truck. All 5 men carried pistols and/or rifles and waited for prey to enter their web. Amy didn't expect to run into any complications. She should have thought ahead and prepared better. As Amy planned on how to deal with the bumpkins, an SUV sped straight for the blockaded bridge. The armed hillbillies stopped the vehicle, and a short dumpy loudmouth stumbled out of the driver's side of the truck. From Amy's vantage point, the voices weren't clear, but she heard the blowhard say something like, "Do you know who I am?" "Yep, he's another moron about to die a painful death." Great, another complication she hadn't planned for. They would let the scene play out while they watched. No need to interfere and save them, since the entire lot of them deserved to die. Plus, now there's the potential to gather even more supplies from the 2 idiots in the SUV. Amy watched the incident play out on the bridge below, when a flash of light caught her attention from the tree line on the opposite side of the bridge. Now what? It turned out to be Golden Boy and the lanky bitch, as they prepared to play hero again. Perfect, all the players she hoped for together in one spot. Time for her to strike a blow for the siblings. Her plan needed to change on the fly, so Amy sent her brothers off on their own mission. The camper trailer and RV weren't here, so they had parked them somewhere down the road. Who would they have left behind to guard the vehicles? Maybe the old fart and the little brats? Or the college kids from the van? All of them had proved themselves to be useless, so it wouldn't be much or a fight. Even for her idiot brothers. Amy spoke to her brothers as her plan became clear. Find out where they parked. Kill anyone you find and come back here with their stuff. I'll keep them busy with a distraction of their lives. Dumb and Dumber left to complete their mission, while Amy readied herself for the fun at the bridge. It didn't matter to her if the people on the bridge lived or died. In her opinion, it would be better if they all died. Amy wanted the 2 heroes in the woods to survive. The ultimate revenge would leave them both alive to face the loss of both their travel companions and their supplies. It would be priceless. Amy's victory would be their humbling defeat. The timing needed to be perfect for Amy's distraction to have its maximum effect. She knew they would plan their own attack, since those 2 couldn't help being the knights in shining armor. Heroes to the end. Amy's attack had to happen first, but not too early. Through her binoculars, she watched the hero lining up his first kill shot. Now would be her time to act, to assure her victory. Amy took aim with a grenade launcher she recovered from the survival camp and let one fly. Boom! The noise shattered the silence and the shockwave shook the ground. A direct hit. The pickup truck must have had a full tank of gas, because it lit up like a bonfire from her single grenade. She couldn't have planned it better. Not being able to resist, Amy picked up her sniper rifle to pick off those still alive down on the bridge. Enough fun for now. Time for her to pack it in and get back to her idiot brothers and take possession of their new camping rigs. She needed to avoid being spotted by the two heroes on the other side of the bridge. The element of surprise would be the key to her clean escape. They parked the van out of sight at the end of a wooded path at the base of the hill they had climbed to overlook the bridge. Amy would drive the van back to meet up with her brothers and claim their prize. No one from the road or the bridge could see the van's secluded parking spot. They had left her brother's apocalypse brides tied up in the back of the truck. There they would remain bound, out of the way, and unable to escape. Maybe she would put bullets in their heads and leave the two of them behind too. No more dead weight. A pleasant thought on a day of victory. As Amy approached the end of the path, she discovered the van missing. What the hell? What had her idiot brothers done? Amy needed to remain out of sight, since they left her with no transportation. She traveled the path parallel to the road, under the cover of the woods. Neither the rifle nor the grenade launcher would be an effective weapon for close-quarters fighting, and both slowed her down. Amy left the grenade launcher behind and continued to run with only the rifle. These were her only weapons because they had left all the rest of their meager supplies inside the van. Now everything disappeared. Amy ran on while she contemplated how to kill her brothers and anyone else responsible for her downfall, once she found them. No one left her behind with nothing but the clothes on her back and got to live. They better have some serious excuse for why they took the van and left her stranded at the bridge. As she ran on through the woods, Amy heard a vehicle race down the road. She rushed to the edge of the tree line, and Amy made out the taillights on the Airstream as it raced away from her. Where are her idiot brothers going now? Did they leave without her? They should have control of the camper by now, and they should have raced away together the opposite way. Since Amy had run through the woods, she'd lost track of how far she had actually traveled from the bridge. She turned and sprinted up the road. Her original plan didn't include them driving the camper back to the bridge. The original plan had her drive the van and meet them a couple of miles down the road in New Hampshire. They would condense the supplies between the three vehicles and then depart. Hero Boy and his lanky bitch were supposed to be the ones without supplies and a ride, not her. It turned out the bridge had been farther away than she thought, but Amy pushed on as she sprinted toward it. When she arrived at the scene of destruction, someone would die. The sharp curve in the road before the bridge came into view and prevented her from having an unobstructed view of the bridge. Her heart pounded, and her breath drew in ragged bursts, but she continued to race ahead as hard as she could. As Amy rounded the corner, the bridge came into view, and she saw nothing. Well, not quite nothing. The smoking carcass of the redneck's pickup truck and a bunch of dead bodies dotted the bridge. Both the Airstream and SUV aren't there. Amy's brothers were AWOL too, and they left her without transportation and any supplies. If she weren't so tough, Amy would have cried. Instead, she plotted her revenge against everyone. Shit. How could you two morons mess this up so badly? She intended the message for her brothers, but she spoke it out loud to no one but herself because she found herself alone. Amy's plan had been perfect, at least in her mind. If only her brothers weren't complete idiots, they would have their own camping rig now and possess all the supplies they needed. They had stolen the van. A crime of opportunity rather than some master plan. You can't premeditate a heist when you have no way of knowing the opportunity would present itself. They thought the van held a group of teenagers, but it turned out to be a group of college students headed back to Boston after their term as camp counselors. Amy wanted to dump them all at the rendezvous spot, but the idiots wanted to take apocalypse brides for themselves. So the morons picked the two women they liked best to accompany them on their journey. After they dumped the rest of the passengers on the side of the road, they traveled on to Amy's survival camp. They found everything gone except for a few scraps of supplies and a group of the walking dead. No sanctuary would be found there. They took anything useful, and then Amy hatched another plan. Mr. Hero tried to get his crew into Maine, so Amy and her brothers would get ahead of them and ambush them at the bridge. All their supplies, the trailer, and the RV would belong to Amy. They would leave the group of idiots for dead, with nothing but the clothes on their backs. Besides, the gas had gotten low in the stolen van, so they needed to do something fast to assure their continued survival. Upon reaching the bridge, they discovered a group of stupid rednecks had beaten them there, and had set up their own ambush. How had these fools executed her plan first? The group of hicks blocked the bridge with a bunch of junk cars and an older pickup truck. All 5 men carried pistols and/or rifles and waited for prey to enter their web. Amy didn't expect to run into any complications. She should have thought ahead and prepared better. As Amy planned on how to deal with the bumpkins, an SUV sped straight for the blockaded bridge. The armed hillbillies stopped the vehicle, and a short dumpy loudmouth stumbled out of the driver's side of the truck. From Amy's vantage point, the voices weren't clear, but she heard the blowhard say something like, "Do you know who I am?" "Yep, he's another moron about to die a painful death." Great, another complication she hadn't planned for. They would let the scene play out while they watched. No need to interfere and save them, since the entire lot of them deserved to die. Plus, now there's the potential to gather even more supplies from the 2 idiots in the SUV. Amy watched the incident play out on the bridge below, when a flash of light caught her attention from the tree line on the opposite side of the bridge. Now what? It turned out to be Golden Boy and the lanky bitch, as they prepared to play hero again. Perfect, all the players she hoped for together in one spot. Time for her to strike a blow for the siblings. Her plan needed to change on the fly, so Amy sent her brothers off on their own mission. The camper trailer and RV weren't here, so they had parked them somewhere down the road. Who would they have left behind to guard the vehicles? Maybe the old fart and the little brats? Or the college kids from the van? All of them had proved themselves to be useless, so it wouldn't be much or a fight. Even for her idiot brothers. Amy spoke to her brothers as her plan became clear. Find out where they parked. Kill anyone you find and come back here with their stuff. I'll keep them busy with a distraction of their lives. Dumb and Dumber left to complete their mission, while Amy readied herself for the fun at the bridge. It didn't matter to her if the people on the bridge lived or died. In her opinion, it would be better if they all died. Amy wanted the 2 heroes in the woods to survive. The ultimate revenge would leave them both alive to face the loss of both their travel companions and their supplies. It would be priceless. Amy's victory would be their humbling defeat. The timing needed to be perfect for Amy's distraction to have its maximum effect. She knew they would plan their own attack, since those 2 couldn't help being the knights in shining armor. Heroes to the end. Amy's attack had to happen first, but not too early. Through her binoculars, she watched the hero lining up his first kill shot. Now would be her time to act, to assure her victory. Amy took aim with a grenade launcher she recovered from the survival camp, and let one fly. Boom! The noise shattered the silence and the shockwave shook the ground. A direct hit. The pickup truck must have had a full tank of gas, because it lit up like a bonfire from her single grenade. She couldn't have planned it better. Not being able to resist, Amy picked up her sniper rifle to pick off those still alive down on the bridge. Enough fun for now. Time for her to pack it in and get back to her idiot brothers and take possession of their new camping rigs. She needed to avoid being spotted by the 2 heroes on the other side of the bridge. The element of surprise would be the key to her clean escape. They parked the van out of sight at the end of a wooded path at the base of the hill they had climbed to overlook the bridge. Amy would drive the van back to meet up with her brothers and claim their prize. No one from the road or the bridge could see the van's secluded parking spot. They had left her brother's apocalypse brides tied up in the back of the truck. There they would remain bound, out of the way, and unable to escape. Maybe she would put bullets in their heads and leave the 2 of them behind too. No more dead weight. A pleasant thought on a day of victory. As Amy approached the end of the path, she discovered the van missing. What the hell? What had her idiot brothers done? Amy needed to remain out of sight, since they left her with no transportation. She traveled the path parallel to the road, under the cover of the woods. Neither the rifle nor the grenade launcher would be an effective weapon for close-quarters fighting, and both slowed her down. Amy left the grenade launcher behind and continued to run with only the rifle. These were her only weapons because they had left all the rest of their meager supplies inside the van. Now everything disappeared. Amy ran on while she contemplated how to kill her brothers and anyone else responsible for her downfall once she found them. No one left her behind with nothing but the clothes on her back and got to live. They better have some serious excuse for why they took the van and left her stranded at the bridge. As she ran on through the woods, Amy heard a vehicle race down the road. She rushed to the edge of the tree line, and Amy made out the taillights on the Airstream as it raced away from her. Where are her idiot brothers going now? Did they leave without her? They should have control of the camper by now, and they should have raced away together the opposite way. Since Amy had run through the woods, she'd lost track of how far she had actually traveled from the bridge. She turned and sprinted up the road. Her original plan didn't include them driving the camper back to the bridge. The original plan had her drive the van and meet them a couple of miles down the road in New Hampshire. They would condense the supplies between the three vehicles and then depart. Hero Boy and his lanky bitch were supposed to be the ones without supplies and a ride, not her. It turned out the bridge had been farther away than she thought, but Amy pushed on as she sprinted toward it. When she arrived at the scene of destruction, someone would die. The sharp curve in the road before the bridge came into view and prevented her from having an unobstructed view of the bridge. Her heart pounded, and her breath drew in ragged bursts, but she continued to race ahead as hard as she could. As Amy rounded the corner, the bridge came into view, and she saw nothing. Well, not quite nothing. The smoking carcass of the redneck's pickup truck and a bunch of dead bodies dotted the bridge. Both the Airstream and SUV aren't there. Amy's brothers were AWOL too, and they left her without transportation and any supplies. If she weren't so tough, Amy would have cried. Instead, she plotted her revenge against everyone.
As they walked toward the store, Donald spoke to the group. Remember to stick together. We don't need a repeat of the thrift shop disaster. Gwen and Betty, keep your eyes open and watch our backs. Doc, you'll be grabbing the medical supplies, and I'll lead our little parade. Try anything stupid, Doc, and my first shot will be through your skull. Everyone understand their role? 3 nods, and Doc kept his fat mouth shut this time. Walt's megastore warehouse laid ahead of them, dark but full of useful stuff. Why do people loot all the TVs first during a disaster? They all carried a flashlight because of the gloom inside the building. In addition, each carried an empty duffel bag to fill with supplies from the store. They tried to think of everything for their looting incursion this time. Learn from past mistakes or continue to make them and die from your recklessness. Doc huffed and puffed before they even finished crossing the parking lot. It would be a long and horrible apocalypse for him. He'll have a heart attack and die the first time they have to run from danger. The front door parted before them, even with the power off and the store in total darkness. Donald hadn't expected the door to open and hoped there wouldn't be any other surprises waiting for them inside the store. There must be an emergency battery backup for when the power failed to allow shoppers to exit the building. The floor plan of this Walt's warehouse looked like every other store found anywhere in the country. They would find the pharmacy area in the front on the far side from the entrance they entered through. A few select emergency lights provided their glow, preventing the store from falling into total darkness. They all moved like a squad in combat, except for Doc. Doc's movements were slow, clumsy, and he breathed hard and sweated as if he had been running. He moved through the dark store like a crippled hippo stuck on dry land. Either his lack of physical conditioning or an overdose of adrenaline from fear had their effect on Doc's sloppiness. Doc proved himself to be a coward since he willingly gave up his trophy wife to secure his own safety in the group. If they hadn't needed his help, they would have left Doc behind to fend for himself. They reached the pharmacy and found the security gate left wide open. It looked like the pharmacist had simply gone to lunch and forgot to lock up behind them. More than likely, another group of survivors had already broken in and picked through the drugs behind the counter. But Donald hoped they would find what they needed. Okay, you're on, Doc. Take the bags and fill them with the drugs we'll need. Think about the injuries and sickness that may affect us. Don't be stingy, because no one will come to restock us later." His hands trembled as Doc took the bag and entered the pharmacist's area. Donald hoped this guy didn't have a heart attack here. If he did, they would leave him behind. An entry-level medical resident had more value than this pig. "Keep your eyes open," Donald reminded Gwen and Betty. He said it to remind himself too, since he remembered how he became distracted and let his guard down in the thrift shop. It had been almost a fatal mistake for all of them if it hadn't been for Betty. They hadn't run across any obstacles. But then Betty whispered, "I see someone moving in the shadows." She pointed further back into the store. "Doc, you keep grabbing what we need. You two remain alert. I will check it out." Donald headed to the left of the point where Betty saw the movement to flank this adversary. He wouldn't take any more chances with strangers. First Shawn and Joan, and then Amy and her brothers. Not to mention the zombies who roamed around looking to attack and make them into a snack. This apocalypse hadn't been a time to trust others or let your guard down. Either could be fatal. Donald crept down and around the aisle until he had the man in his sights. He tried to hide in the aisle while he held a shotgun. "Slowly, put the gun down and keep your hands where I can see them. Don't do anything stupid." "Donald? Is that you?" "No way. Tom. What are you doing here? I haven't seen you since we were teenagers." Donald pointed his shotgun away from his old friend. "After graduation, I joined the Marines. It turned out I wasn't crazy about being a squad leader. So I took the opportunity at my next re-up to retire and leave the Marines for good. I came home and took a position in security at Walt's place. Until you showed up, I had thought I was the last man standing. There isn't anyone else in the store. No one living that I am aware of. I've been here for the last few days since I've got nothing or no one waiting for me anywhere else. I have a group of people traveling with me. We planned on stocking up on some supplies and then heading up to my father's cabin to ride this out. Come with us. I could use another friend and ally. Put your Marine training and combat experience to good use." Let me think about it. Hell yeah, man. There is nothing left here for me. I need some human company. It will be good to have someone I trust. Do all of Walt's security forces get shotguns?" He laughed. "No, I did my own hunting and gathering here in the store when things turned bad. There is plenty of ammo and a few more weapons in the sporting goods section. Ammo we can use, but I have better weapons outside." As they walked back toward the pharmacy area, both Beth and Gwen jumped to attention and pointed their weapons at the newcomer. "Stand down, ladies. You won't believe this, but this is Tom Johnson. We grew up together in Virginia. He'll be joining us on our travels. Plus, as a bonus, he works here and knows this store. He'll make our supply run go faster." Doc finished gathering the medical supplies, so they carried them out to the truck before returning to gather other necessities. Donald felt better having a trained Marine on duty along with the two ladies, so he strutted with a renewed confidence. As they exited the store, Helen asked, "Who is this?" "My name is Tom Johnson, ma'am. I grew up with Donald in Virginia. What's your name?" "I'm Helen, and the little man is Matthew. The woman sulking over there is Natasha. I'm honored to meet you all. Let me finish helping Don with the shopping. Then we can get out of here. I don't enjoy sitting out in the open." Next stop, food. Grab non-perishable items. Same team with Tom leading this time, Donald said as a reminder about their mission. "You can count me out. I did my duty gathering the meds. Don't forget I'm the valuable doctor." "Sure, sit this one out then, Doc." It relieved Donald to not have the doc liability accompany them in the store a second time. The 14-year-old girl had proved herself both tougher and more useful than this guy. How did he ever make it through medical school? By the time they finished hauling supplies from the store, both the trailer and the back of the truck overflowed with stuff. As best as Donald could tell, they had another 30 miles to travel before they reached the cabin. They needed to make it there before nightfall. Too many dangers to camp out on the road again another night. "Tom, there isn't room inside the truck for another passenger. You can ride in the trailer," Helen said. Her cheeks glowed and a grin bent her lips. Donald noticed Helen's interest in Tom, and he appeared to enjoy her attention too. "No, that's okay. I'll take one of Don's AR rifles and ride in the back of the truck. That will give me a 360-degree view to see any dangers." As they got into the truck, Donald leaned over to Gwen and said in a voice only she could hear, "You know I've never been to this cabin? It might be a shack or hole in the ground. I just don't know what we'll find. Don, you got us this far. It will all work out. Don't worry. All of us would be dead, or possibly worse if it weren't for you." Donald appreciated the faith Gwen had in him, but he wasn't sure he deserved it. He felt like luck played a big part in his success too many times since they escaped Boston. Luck can run out at the wrong time and then you're screwed. As they drove off, he said, "Gwen, there's a binder in the glove box. Max, my father's lawyer, gave it to me, and it has information on the cabin. Pull it out so we can find the place." They found the unmarked road exactly where the notebook said it would be located. It had been almost invisible if you didn't know where to look because of a tunnel of trees that obscured the roadway. The road went on for a half-mile before it ended at an enormous metal gate. A number pad laid by the side of the road in front of the gate. After they found no power on anywhere for the last 2 days, the number pad glowed red, and it shocked Donald. He punched in the 6-digit code from the book, and the heavy gate groaned inward. A wide open field lay on the far side of the gate, and the road continued on. They drove for another half-mile before coming to another imposing metal gate. This barrier's impenetrability impressed Donald more than the first. Another keypad glowed red before it. Donald consulted the notebook again before inputting the 8-digit code. The gate creaked and moaned as it slid to the side. On this side of the gate, he noticed the holes in the ground for pop-up bollards beyond the gate. They encircled the entire entrance area, opposite where the gate opened. Another open field, and the road continued down the center. Donald couldn't believe the amount of land his father owned here. As they approached the 3rd gate, Donald noticed a deep moat dug around the outside of the fence. The fence itself was about 10 feet tall, and the trench another 10 to 15 feet deep. This gate stood straight up like a drawbridge. It required a 12-digit code, and after Donald entered it crashed flat to the ground, leaving a flat driving surface to drive across. A gate slid aside behind it, allowing them access to the compound. Donald pulled through the gate and got his first look at the cabin in the woods. Donald couldn't believe what he saw now that they had arrived at the camp. Lieutenant Thomas Johnson led a 10-man assault team responsible for guarding the prison transport convoy. His squad traveled between a detention center and a remote airfield. Both destinations held high classified status and had the highest security known to the U.S. military. They transported the worst war criminals to their ultimate destination. Johnson's job didn't include knowledge of what happened to them after the 25-click trip they took in his care. He guessed tea and cucumber sandwiches didn't await them. Deliver the cargo and then move on to their next mission. The team traveled at the darkest part of the night. No street lights illuminated the way in the desert, and the U.S. military had the advantage because of their night vision goggles. Their small convoy raced across the desert in the pitch black to avoid enemy detection. A lead security vehicle, the armored prisoner carrier, and the rear guard made up the convoy. Fast, unpredictable movement kept them all alive and avoided any major enemy confrontations. Tonight's mission would be the same as every other night. Lieutenant Johnson rode in the rear security vehicle per standard operating procedure. All 10 men were alert and vigilant. One prisoner they transported tonight claimed number 4 from the top 10 most wanted list. The first 12 clicks of their journey passed by without incident. Almost halfway home. Then the blackness of the night lit up like the summer sun, and a fireball vaporized the lead vehicle. Lieutenant Johnson never knew if an RPG or an IED hit them, but he continued to smell the burning flesh in nightmares. The prisoner transport truck skidded, spun, and flipped on its side across the road as the driver lost control. Their armored truck skidded to a stop, and Lieutenant Johnson and his remaining men spread out in a defensive perimeter. Night blindness from the burning hulk of the lead vehicle prevented them from identifying the direction of their attackers. Their night vision had disappeared in an instant with the fiery explosion. Small arms fire seemed to erupt from every direction. The .50 caliber machine gun on the top of the armored truck roared along with the weapons of the remaining soldiers. An unknown force surrounded and outgunned Lieutenant Johnson while they sat at the furthermost point from any help. Johnson radioed for backup, knowing even now it might be too late in arriving. An RPG lit up the night and silenced the .50 caliber gun mounted on the truck. Another orange fireball made the inky desert night light up like a shooting star. Lieutenant Johnson knew the attackers wouldn't destroy the prisoner transport vehicle, because they planned this as a rescue mission. The enemy would leave no American survivors alive. Small arms fire continued to echo all around the soldiers, letting Johnson know his time had expired. A familiar noise in the distance drew closer and gave him a bit of hope. If only they arrived in time to save them. Enemy troops had lit up the night with their explosive attack, but the sky soon would be lit up with friendly fire. They just needed to survive long enough. Then the thunder and lightning arrived. 2 gunships escorting 3 flying troop carriers carried a fast response assault team. Tracers from door machine guns and 20mm Gatling cannons made their presence known in the desert. The 15-man fast response crew secured the prisoners and eliminated the hidden enemy in a matter of seconds. Lieutenant Johnson and 2 men in his command survived the night thanks to the crew who came to their rescue. No prisoners escaped either. These were the war games Donald, Isaac, and Tom played as they grew up in Virginia. The 3 friends dreamed of the day when they would all enlist and become the tough fighting force the Marines needed to defend their country. By their 18th birthday, Tom had become an orphan who signed his life away to the Marines. Donald and Isaac had other plans that didn't include accompanying their childhood friend off to war. It turned out the actual war had been nothing like the battles they envisioned as children, and he resented being abandoned to it by his so-called friends from his youth. Donald and Isaac never had what it took, and Tom wished he never had it either. Tom's life experience and his veteran status got him the job as security chief for Walt's mega store warehouse in this nowhere town in Maine. It had been the town where he and his wife had lived, but she hadn't waited for him to return from the war either. Unlike his time as a Marine, this go-nowhere job never endangered his life, until recently. He only had to deal with rude customers, the occasional shoplifter, or a drunken brawl in the parking lot. Things started going awry only a few days ago. Each morning more store staff called in sick, if they bothered to call at all. The ill staff came from every department in the store, not just his security crew. The media blamed the sickness plaguing the country on some new flu strain the CDC constantly droned on about. Colorful banners hung at the pharmacy urged the customers to get their flu shot at Walt's special discounted price. The CDC urged all old and young to comply before it became too late. The first strange event had been an attack in the parking lot. Tom rejoiced that the outside of the store wasn't his jurisdiction, so he called the local sheriff to handle this dust-up. One customer jumped on top of another and started biting and scratching the first. There were plenty of witnesses based upon the screams that came from the front of the store. By the time Tom got outside, the 2 gladiators ran off through the woods together. Why would they fight with each other, draw blood, and then run off together? People in Maine are strange. He only lived here because this was where his ex-wife had grown up and he wanted to please her. What a mistake that had been. News of this strange event prevented many others from venturing out and shopping at the store. When the power blinked out, the remaining employees abandoned ship. Tom stayed in the dark store alone. He had no one to go home to anymore ever since the divorce. So he walked back into Walt's sporting goods department and took one of the discount 12-gauge shotguns out of the rack behind the counter. Tom didn't understand what happened outside of the store, but he needed to defend himself. He decided hiding in the store would be his best bet for the time being, since there were plenty of supplies. Plus, he had nowhere else to go. His life had become pathetic after leaving the military and the divorce. The store had some limited generator and battery backup capabilities, but it took no time for these systems to fail. For whatever reason, the main emergency generator never turned on, so it left the store running on the backups to the backup system. Tom knew how to maintain a gun because of his military training, but he didn't have a clue about how to fix a diesel backup electrical power generator. He helped himself to breakfast and waited to see if anyone else would show up for work today. It wasn't normal for everyone to skip out on work, but things hadn't been routine for days now. Then Tom noticed 2 vehicles pulling into the parking lot. A large pickup truck pulled a large trailer made of shiny aluminum with Virginia plates on it. He only noticed the license plates because he grew up there, and you didn't see anyone from Virginia in this part of Maine. Why would they come here? The second vehicle had been a large luxury SUV. Upon exiting their vehicles, they equipped themselves with a small armory of weapons from the trailer. They set up a simple security perimeter around their vehicles and sent a 4-person incursion team toward the store entrance. Something looked familiar about the leader of the motley crew, but Tom couldn't place the face. The store's doors slid open to let the intruders enter, which surprised Tom. He guessed the emergency backup batteries hadn't died yet. The group headed straight to the pharmacy area. Great, a group of well-armed junkies. Tom decided his best course of action would be to observe and only engage them if absolutely necessary, since they outnumbered him. His shotgun held only 4 shells, and he would have to be perfect if he attacked them. An effective weapon, but not against a larger group of armed enemies. There was no reason to defend the store anymore, since everyone else had abandoned it. So he found a spot to wait and watch them from. Being a trained combat marine, he thought he had been stealthy, but maybe Tom had gotten too old because next thing he knew, a voice said, "Slowly, put the gun down and keep your hands where I can see them. Don't do anything stupid." Shit. Wait a minute, that voice. It sounded familiar. It's one Tom had heard many times as a kid, but not since then. He had a tough time placing both the voice and the face at first, but then the answer popped into his head. "Donald, is that you? Can it be the same Donald Bishop he grew up with in Virginia, all the way up here in Maine?" After a brief delay, the voice responded. "No way. Tom Johnson? What are you doing here in Maine? The last time I saw you, we were both teenagers." Tom noticed the recognition in his old friend's eyes and watched him turn his weapon away from him. "After graduation, I joined the Marines. It turned out I wasn't crazy about being a squad leader. So I took the opportunity at my next re-up to retire and leave the Marines for good. I came home and took a position in security at Walt's place. Until you showed up, I thought I was the last man standing. There isn't anyone else in the store. No one living that I know of. Everyone started calling in sick a few days ago. Tom, I have a group of people with me. We planned on grabbing some supplies and then heading up to my father's cabin to ride this thing out. Come with us. I could use another friend and a trained combat marine at that." This chance to join his old friend might fill the empty spot that had grown in Tom's life. He had drifted along with no purpose since he left the military and the divorce. It would be an opportunity for him to live life again. So it took him no time to decide. Let me think about it. Hell yeah. Since my divorce, I have nothing left here and could use some company. Do all of Walt's security forces carry shotguns around the store? No, Tom laughed. I did my shopping when things turned bad here. There's plenty of ammo and more weapons and sporting goods. Ammo we can use, but I have better weapons outside in my truck. Donald introduced Tom to all of his crew, but there was one light who shined bright in the bunch, Helen. She was a voluptuous beauty with short inky hair. He hadn't laid eyes on a beauty like her for a long time, and he found he couldn't take his eyes off her. But Tom knew Helen would be way out of his league, since she had to be much younger than him. The odd thing was, she seemed to give off signs she might be interested in him. Love at first sight. He sure hoped so. Tom used his knowledge of the store to help them get what they needed as fast as possible. They loaded both the truck and trailer with all they could hold. Tom volunteered to ride in the back of the truck. It would allow him an unobstructed view so he could watch over the group, Helen in particular, assuring they would arrive at the cabin unharmed. With a renewed purpose, Tom felt alive again rather than just existing. Their trip had been uneventful, and they arrived at an unmarked turn-off into the woods without incident. The road was narrow and continued deeper into the shadows of the woods. An imposing-looking gate laid ahead of them. Donald leaned out the truck window and entered a code into a keypad, and the gate complained as it opened. The power at Walt's went out 2 days ago, so he wondered how the electricity still worked here in the middle of nowhere. On the far side of the gate, they found a large open field. A smart strategy for whoever built this place, since any attacking force would have to cross a field with no cover before they could attack the camp. Even if they could breach the gate, no one would be able to sneak inside. The road continued again before it reached another massive gate. They didn't have this much security on the average military base Tom visited as a Marine. Donald punched in another code, and the second gate yawned open. Another open field laid beyond this gate. The second field provided another excellent line of sight for anyone defending the camp. As they traveled past the gate, Tom noticed bollards had popped up from the ground as they drove by. This is Secret Service White House-type security. A long way off in the distance, Tom spied wind turbines spinning in the breeze. This explained the electricity required to open the gates. The place was off the grid with its own electrical supply. They drove further and encountered a third gate. This one looked like it came from a medieval castle, since it had a dry moat in front of the wall. This third wall had to be at least 20 feet tall. When Donald punched the code in, a drawbridge descended while a gate opened behind it. Donald's father ran an illegitimate business, but he must have made a killing, both figuratively and literally, to build a camp with security like this. Who said crime didn't pay? When they cleared the fence, the camp itself came into view. If Joey classified this as a cabin, Tom wondered what their old home in Virginia looked like now. At least 5 unique buildings were visible from where he sat. The largest building stood 3 stories tall and over 100 feet long. Another enormous building had garage doors on the front of it, and a few wind turbines laid scattered behind these buildings too. Tom had been so in awe of his surroundings that he almost didn't notice the 3 men who stood in front of the large building. "Don, look alive?" 3 armed men at 11 o'clock. The truck skidded, and Tom jumped from the truck bed to take up a defensive position. The engine block sat between him and the 3 men as he aimed the Colt AR-15 at them. 2 younger men held M1 carbines in a relaxed, ready manner with the barrels pointed toward the ground. The old man stood in the front and carried only an enormous smile. He looked like a demented band director. Donald took a defensive position by the open door of his truck and held his tactical shotgun. Before either of them could say a word, the smiling man said, "Donald, we knew you would arrive today. It is so good to see you and your friends. My name is Vincent, and I was a friend of your father's and the caretaker of this camp. Welcome." Donald Bishop had warm memories of traveling to a hunting cabin with his father as a child. He had been about Matthew's age when they took their first trip together. The hunting cabin of his youth had been small and rustic. It featured 1 large common room with 2 small bedrooms, but his childhood mind pictured a castle in the woods. His adult self would have called the cabin a shack and would have looked for the closest hotel to sleep in instead. His father taught Donald how to survive off the land during these trips. How to scavenge for edible plants, hunt game and fish. How to make a fire and prepare his catch so it would be safe to eat. It didn't matter what they discovered in the woods, because Donald treasured the time spent with his father. All these special times occurred before the night he discovered Joey had been a monster all along. These memories shaped what he thought they might find once they reached the cabin in the woods of Maine. The simple structure he pictured would provide a jam-packed existence for the crew Donald now traveled with. They would use the Airstream as their fallback plan, but it would still leave little privacy for the group. When he drove through the third gate, Donald's memories hadn't prepared him for what he would find. Instead of the tiny rustic log cabin of his youth, he discovered an industrial-sized behemoth of a building. Instead of 3 tiny rooms, this mammoth structure comprised 3 stories and was the length of an airliner. The house in Virginia looked like a starter home next to this place, and the compound measured over 5,000 square feet of living space. Beyond the monster building, another oversized structure with large roll-up doors could be seen. The doors were the size you would find at a loading dock or a large car dealership service area, rather than a suburban garage. This building would swallow the pickup truck and Airstream and still have room left over for a football game and the spectators. As Donald scanned the grounds, he spied greenhouses full of color, along with various other outbuildings. His engineering degree would help, but it would take weeks to figure out what each building contained and how all the systems worked. He should have read the notebook before their visit, but who could predict the end of the world? A bang on the roof of the truck jolted him back to the present as Tom shouted, "Donald, look alive!" 3 armed men at 11 o'clock. He slammed on the brakes and jumped out of the truck into a defensive position behind the open door. The truck's door wasn't armored, but it was the only cover available. From the corner of his eye, Donald saw Tom had positioned himself on the opposite side of the truck. He stood behind the engine block of the truck for maximum cover. Tom's urban operations training from the Marines took over. 3 men stood sentry in front of the building. 2 younger and 1 older. Each of the younger men held M1 carbines with the barrels of the weapons pointed down rather than at the truck. The old man stood armed with only a broad smile on his face. "Donald, we knew you would arrive today. It is so good to see you and your friends. My name is Vincent, and I was a friend of your father's and the caretaker of this camp. We've been getting ready for your arrival. Welcome." The man with the smile walked forward, not concerned about the weapons pointed at him. Donald nodded to Tom, but neither lowered the aim of his rifle. "Please, your drive must have exhausted you. You are safe here now. No enemies or monsters can breach the security of this compound. Come in and rest, eat, and then we can talk." "Vincent, how could you have known we were coming today? I didn't tell anyone outside of this group, and I don't think anyone phoned ahead. My wife Catherine has the site, Donald, and she foresaw your arrival. We can explain it all later. Come inside, all of you, and be our guests. The boys and I got a deer just this morning for the special occasion of your arrival." Vincent led the group toward the imposing building. Stairs led up to a deck which wrapped around the second story of the building. Large double doors led into a cavernous common room. A large old woman labored in the kitchen area, and the smells were incredible. She turned as they entered and walked toward Donald. "I am glad you made it here safely. There's a magnificent meal for all of you to eat here. Then you'll get some much-needed rest. Tomorrow Vincent and I will show you around the camp. Now come and eat." So they ate without speaking until they were all full. The stress, lack of sleep, and loss from the last few days melted away with each mouthful. Donald had many questions and wanted to explore, but the old couple insisted it could all wait until the morning. "Take a hot shower and get some rest," they told the group. After they had cleaned the kitchen, Vincent and Catherine left for the evening. "Did they say hot showers?" Natasha asked. "I want one of those." "I'll join you, honey," Doc said with a big smile on his face. "You will not." Natasha stormed off toward one of the closed bedroom doors alone. Tom laughed. "Ouch. Guess you aren't getting laid tonight." "Shut up, jerk," Doc replied and stormed off in the opposite direction of his wife. "Electricity and water. I wondered why it's still on here but wasn't in Boston?" Gwen asked. "On the way in, I noticed wind turbines and solar panels, so that explains the power. With all the fresh spring water here in Maine, everyone has a well, so that explains the water," Tom said. "When things seem too good to be true, many times they are," Donald said. "We'll get cleaned up and then we'll organize 2 watches. I'll take the first patrol and Tom will take the second. There's a lot to watch, Don." "Yes, I get it. Let's concentrate on watching this main area. It's big, but we'll all be in here. I'll take Gwen with me, and you can take Helen during your watch." "When do I get sentry duty?" "You know I'm capable with a gun," Betty asked. "Let's work on getting through this night first and then we'll discuss it. Your father had quite the place here. What did he do?" "My father was the DC area mob boss for the O'Connor crime family. My mother carried the O'Connor name, and my father married into the family. They controlled all the crime in the Boston area and wanted to expand south, so they selected my father to head up their expansion. He feared the government or a competitor would come after him. I'm not surprised he built a fortress like this to hide out in." "Is this what you expected to find?" "Not even close. I remembered a small log cabin we used to visit in the mountains when I was a kid, but it was a tiny shack compared to this place. It looked like he built this place to survive the apocalypse." "Sounds like you had some pleasant memories of your father, even if he wasn't always a legitimate businessman." He smiled as Donald remembered the quality time he spent with his father before he discovered Joey's true nature. "My father thought ahead and had been paranoid, so there should be some interesting surprises for us to find. I guess we'll discover them together in the morning." It surprised Donald how much he enjoyed Gwen's company since they had only known each other for a few days. He compared it to spending time with an old friend. They lived through a string of constant action along with the thought of certain death, and it helped bond people together. Besides their back-and-forth chatting, their patrol of the common area had been uneventful. At 3, they woke Tom and Helen to take their spots. The next morning Donald woke to the smell of bacon being cooked and coffee brewed. He felt rested even though he had slept on the sofa last night. Donald let Gwen have the bed in the suite they shared. She had already woken up, and the conversations radiated from the common room. They thrusted a heaping plate of eggs, bacon, hash browns, and toast into his hands, as they escorted Donald to a place at the table. "Eat up, Donald, there is a lot to do today." It was the old man, Vincent. Donald hoped this place hid no evil secrets. It looked like an oasis, and he wanted to forget about the apocalypse outside the walls. Donald ate his breakfast while he soaked in the serene atmosphere. Everyone in the room appeared relaxed this morning, with one exception. Doc sat by himself off in the corner with a scowl painted on his face. Natasha smiled and laughed with the others seated at the table. Donald guessed that selling out your wife for your own safety didn't go over well, and Natasha had let him know. Her icy stare told you not to mess with her. There had to be more to her story. Once he finished his breakfast, Donald said, "Okay, Vincent, show us around. Gwen and Tom come with us. Everyone else can hang out and relax for now." He noticed Betty gave him a dirty look after his comment. She desired to grow into an adult and take part in all the action. Betty displayed her shooting ability when she saved them in the thrift store, but he wanted her to be a kid a little while longer. Tomorrow, she could become a warrior. As you can see, this floor is the main living quarters. It has 6 bedrooms plus the master, along with 7 bathrooms. The kitchen and the large common room make up the central area of the floor. Let's go upstairs first. The top floor is the Communication and Observation Center. It features 360 degrees of windows for direct views of the grounds. There are computer workstations to monitor the cameras surrounding the camp. An AI software package can discern threat levels, or you can observe each camera manually. A ham radio set can communicate anywhere on the grounds and with others, up to 2,500 miles away. "Isn't it dangerous having glass surrounding the room like this?" Gwen asked. "This glass can stop a .50 caliber bullet, and the fences are over 1,500 meters from the building. It would take a superhuman sniper to get close enough to even hit the building." Donald looked around at the various equipment and noticed cameras displayed on the monitors from each ring of the camp walls. This would be a more comfortable and efficient way to perform their nighttime patrol. With this many vigilant electronic eyes, no human or zombie would ever sneak up on them. Like he could read Donald's mind, Vincent continued, "Your father believed in triple redundancy, so each location has 3 separate cameras. The monitoring algorithm can detect movement and determine if it is an animal or an actual threat. Either way, it sends us an alert. It is one reason we are so good at hunting, since we have an unfair advantage." The vantage point and the high-tech equipment both impressed Donald. It would keep them all safe from any outside threat, living or dead. What is powering all this equipment? Remember triple redundancy. There are 12 wind turbines spread out around the camp, 3 solar arrays, and a large stream that can provide hydroelectric power if needed. Let's head downstairs to check out the first floor. This level had an industrial warehouse feel to it, with shelves, cabinets, and various storage closets that filled the area. Donald could see food stores, medicine, health and beauty aids, and clothing filled several storage racks. There were doors labeled Armory wedged between the shelves of supplies. Down here you will find food staples, clothing, toiletries, and weapons. Your father's vision was to have enough supplies on hand for 10 people to live for a year, without having to resupply. Hopefully, this whole nasty mess will straighten out long before a year has passed. Don't count on it. Tom mumbled, so only Donald heard him. Let's go outside and walk around the grounds. The building with the roll-up doors was about half the size of a warehouse club store. It held 3 Jeeps, a half-dozen ATVs, 2 pickup trucks, and an M113 armored personnel carrier, along with Donald's truck and the Airstream trailer. Maintenance supplies, fuel storage, and tools lined the walls of the structure. Their tour of the grounds continued with the 6 greenhouses. The arrangement for the greenhouses assured each received the maximum amount of sun exposure each day. Vegetable plants in various stages of maturity overflowed each building. A large outside garden contributed to the food supply during the brief Maine summer. Other small storage outbuildings dotted the remaining grounds. The furthermost building had been the caretaker's residence. It sat isolated at the far corner of the property. Although you own the camp, Donald, you and your friends must stay out of our residence. It is the one building strictly off limits to all of you. Do you understand? Yes, I'm sure you value your privacy, Donald said. I know you have seen a lot today and have many questions. I will answer them all in time, and we will show you how everything works. But not today. Take it easy and explore the camp yourselves while I take care of some things. Why don't we help you? No, I said not today. With these words, Vincent stormed away from the group. Odd. What do you think that strange outburst was about? Tom said. Maybe he isn't used to having company yet? With no one up here except him and his family, it felt like the place was all his, Donald said. Maybe living up here all this time has driven him nuts? Didn't you ever see The Shining? That seemed like a lot of anger from the old man. Always be nice. Vincent and his family have kept the camp up and running, and they have welcomed us with open arms and 2 enjoyable meals. Let him have his space and the benefit of the doubt. Besides, what kind of trouble could an old-timer like that cause? After the strange interaction with Vincent, Tom thought something wasn't right. He had no actual proof, just a bad feeling in his gut. As they walked back toward the building, "This place is way too big to call a cabin," Tom said. "I'm going to grab one of those vehicles and do a recon to find out what the security is like for myself. We don't want anyone or anything to surprise us. Things may not be as they seem." Tom hoped Donald would choose to accompany him because he didn't trust Vincent and wanted the backup. Instead, Donald said, "Sounds like a plan. I'll check out the security equipment up on the top floor. We'll figure out how the security system works ourselves. Shouldn't be too hard, since I completed an engineering degree." Tom had wondered how they kept this large fleet of vehicles gassed up, but then he found the answer in the garage. Electricity propelled both the Jeeps and ATVs. It made sense to depend on electric vehicles with the camp's continuous electrical supply from 3 unique sources. The pickup trucks relied on gasoline power, and the armored personnel carrier ran on diesel fuel. Fossil-fueled vehicles allowed a longer range of travel than the battery-powered options. The M113 was a military surplus Vietnam-era machine, and was an impressive vehicle when viewed up close. It resembled a tank without a gun turret, and provided seating for up to 11 passengers. Tom could picture mowing down plenty of zombies while he drove this bad boy. Since he traveled by himself, Tom took one of the electric ATVs. Tom armed himself too, even though he expected no problems while he remained inside of the fence line. He needed to observe the security around the camp with his own eyes. Vincent's explanation proved impressive, but something still didn't sit right after their second meeting with him. Tom followed the road back toward the gate they had entered through the day before. He verified the gate to be as secure as he had remembered. The gate's construction was about 12 inches thick of solid armor, and approximately 12 feet tall, with a numerical touchpad on this side too. Anyone who attempted to enter or exit the camp needed a code to operate the gate. Bad news for a quick escape, but good security, since any intruder who climbed over would still need the code to open it. His inspection convinced him the entry gate would be secure. Tom rode off in a clockwise direction, parallel to the wall. The wall itself stood 20 feet high and appeared to be solid and robust. Apple trees ringed the inside of the fence, so he rode slowly and as close to the wall as possible. Tom guessed even the armored personnel carrier wouldn't be able to bust through this security wall. No weak links were apparent during his inspection so far. Around the 4 o'clock position from the front gate, Tom found another smaller entry gate. This had a keypad for entry but wasn't as imposing as the front entry gate. However, it could still hold off a major assault. Beyond this gate, the 4 wind turbines stood that Vincent mentioned during the tour, so Tom guessed this doorway provided a convenient access point for maintaining and repairing them. It would be a lengthy trip around the outside from the entry gate for an incoming incursion force. This entrance wouldn't be visible from the roadway, so the convenience of access to the wind turbines didn't pose any significant security risk. Plus, this smaller entranceway wouldn't have allowed a full-size truck entry to the grounds. As he continued to ride further, Tom saw more apple, pear, and even some peach trees planted around the perimeter of the fence. There would be plenty of fresh fruit to harvest soon. They could can or freeze it to help them eat well through the winter months. The wall continued to look impassable from the outside perimeter. Once Tom reached the far side of the camp, he discovered an open manway through the fence. Someone attempted to camouflage the opening, and he might have missed it if he had passed by any faster. The door resembled a submarine door with a big rotary handle on the inside. Tom ventured through the open doorway to find what laid on the other side. The noise level from the electric motor on the ATV had been low, so his approach had been stealth. Tom had a sidearm and a knife, but not the equipment he would have liked to carry for a major battle excursion. His Marine training allowed him to move through the woods in a covert fashion. Tom's cautious nature drove him to find the reason for the open doorway. Who would have used it to enter their camp? Near the camp's entry road, the field beyond the wall had been wide open. Back here, the woods were overgrown and dense, so Tom couldn't see over 10 or 15 feet in any direction. He knew nothing that roamed the woods, living or dead, could detect his presence either. A well-worn dirt path meandering through the forest, and it would have been a peaceful walk on a normal summer day. The zombie apocalypse made each new day a unique challenge now rather than normal. Stripped. After he traveled through the dense forest for about 15 minutes, Tom discovered a large clearing. Tom moved off the path to remain hidden within the tree line, because voices sounded from up ahead. The clearing held a cage filled with a collection of 8 to 10 men, women, and several children. All had been stripped naked and showed signs of abuse. A large pit, about 8 foot deep and 15 foot square, stood in the center of the clearing. Moans and groans from zombies emanated from the hole. A dirt-covered backhoe sat parked off to the side. Tom couldn't be sure if the backhoe had dug the pit or awaited to fill in a mass grave. While Tom stood and observed the setting, Vincent spoke. "Friends, as I told you when I came here for our previous visit, if your champions can defeat the home team in battle, you can all go free. Who are your champions?" 2 men in the cage stepped forward to volunteer. One man was tall and skinny while the other was equally tall but slightly overweight. "Boys, the champions. You know what to do." Vincent's boys stepped forward. One held a revolver and the other a cattle prod. Bang bang, the pistol sang, and both the champions collapsed with bullets through their heads. They ripped the door on the cage open, and Vincent's boys grabbed 3 kids. They dragged them kicking and screaming to the side of the pit, and threw them in. Moans and gnashing of teeth from the zombies mixed with the screams and whimpers of the children as zombies ripped them to pieces. The remaining captives screamed, and Vincent's boys opened fire, killing a few more of the captives. Tom started in shock after seeing Vincent's family murder children by zombies. He retreated in disgust from the grotesque scene that laid in front of him. Vincent, the caretaker, and his family imprisoned and massacred people, including children. As Tom backed up, he tripped on a dry branch which snapped as he fell. The crack sounded like a shotgun going off in the forest's silence. Vincent's boys turned toward the tree line and shot wildly with their M1 carbines. Even though neither of the gunmen displayed any discipline or training, he found himself both outnumbered and outgunned, so Tom did what he needed to do to survive. He sprung to his feet and ran for his life. Tom ran and heard the heavy footfalls that pursued him up the path. Adrenaline fueled his muscles as he sprinted toward the ATV. More shots rang out. But untrained civilians running through the woods wouldn't hit anything, unless they get lucky. They did, sort of. Tom felt a hot sting on his left ear, but he kept moving. A voice bellowed out behind him, "Let him go, boys. They have overstayed their welcome, and it is time to evict the entire lot of them." The path sped by, even though Tom had lost some of his soldier fitness since he retired. He should start running again if he survived this chase. Tom raced through the manway, wheezing while sweat poured off him. He slammed the door shut while he turned the handle to secure it behind him. That should slow down Vincent and his murderous family. Wasting no time, he jumped on the ATV and raced straight for the cabin. Donald and the others needed to be prepared for the coming attack. Halfway back to the cabin, the battery on the ATV died, and Tom rolled to a stop. Shit. He jumped off the machine and ran. That's when Tom heard the moans and smelled the stench of the dead coming from his left. There's no time to wonder where the zombies came from. Fear gave him the strength to run on even harder than he had before. Tom made for the door of the cabin, and as he tore it open, he could see the crowd of the dead as they closed in on the cabin. There were over 50 of them. A regular horde of zombies. "Everyone grab your weapons. We are being overrun." His body screamed for him to collapse in exhaustion, but Tom knew these people needed to know the threat that came for them. Tom was the only trained soldier here, but he hoped the others had some survival skills they could tap into. He remembered Donald saying he was going up to the observation level, so Tom ascended the stairs to find him. They needed a plan of action now, if they would survive this attack from the dead, and these madmen. Donald would have liked to go with Tom on his ride to inspect the wall, but Donald felt his time would be better spent learning how the control room operated. Tom had been a Marine and could handle himself in dangerous situations. He would be their eyes along the wall to find any security issues. Plus, if he wanted to be truthful, Donald wanted to spend more time with Gwen. They entered the cabin through the storage level, rather than climbing up on the deck. He wanted to check out the contents of the armory. They needed to pack heat, since they didn't live in a fairy tale world anymore. We need to have these weapons upstairs with us, not locked up out of reach in the storage area. You think there is danger here, Donald? It seems so peaceful. We need to be prepared for anything with death surrounding us. The world has changed and it's now a war zone. We need to be prepared to fight or run so we can continue to survive. Gwen stood silently and bit her upper lip. After she took a deep breath, she said, "Okay." They hauled a bunch of hardware from the armory upstairs to the living area. They took long rifles up to the observation level and distributed short-range weapons to the rest of the group. Everyone received firearms and knives except for Matthew and Doc. Matthew got a knife, but Donald didn't think a 10-year-old who had never fired a gun should start now without being trained. Doc traded his pretty Russian bride for another, vodka. Donald would equip the kid with a weapon before a brooding, loud-mouthed drunk any day. The time to train Matthew to defend himself would come sooner rather than later, but Doc would be on his own to choose whether he lived or died. Donald brought Gwen, Helen, Betty, and Matthew up to the observation level so they could figure out how to use the surveillance equipment. He figured the women were smart and the kids knew more about computers than any of the adults. The old saying states, "Technology is anything invented after you were born." This is the Security and Communication Center. We need to figure out how all this stuff works. "Excuse me," Matthew said as he sat down at a terminal. Betty took the seat next to him. They both started pressing buttons and things changed on the screens. After a few minutes, Donald heard audio through the speakers on top of the workstations. "What's that sound?" The cameras break the ground surrounding the camp into separate zones. Each zone has both cameras and microphones. You can display any camera you choose on any of the screens, or let the computer observe for you, Betty said. Let the computer observe for you? Yes, there is a threat detection algorithm running. It can determine when a viable threat exists and send an alarm to the users. It's a pretty cool system. How did you learn so much about computers, Betty? Gwen asked. AV club in school. She replied with a broad smile on her face. The only problem I've been able to find is a section of the back wall. Everything is out, so no audio or visual signals are coming through. Donald thought about Vincent's words. Your father believed in triple redundancy. So, had this section been turned off on purpose? He should head out there and check on it himself, because it appeared intentional to him. Can you use the system to find out Tom's current location? Matt pointed to a screen. He's standing in front of that gate. It's over by the wind turbines. Is he headed toward or away from the section of the wall that has the camera failure? He's headed that way now. Can you put the working sections up on the monitors on both sides of the dead section? They did, and Donald watched Tom drive off one monitor but not into the next section. He must have stopped within the blacked-out area. The ATV Tom rode had been silent, so they couldn't track him by engine noise. Only natural background sounds came through the speakers. Wonder why we can't hear the ATV's engine running. It's an electric version. So it doesn't make any noise, Matt said. Donald smiled as the kids proved how smart and resilient they both were. Seems like he is taking a long time getting to the next camera, Gwen said. Wonder what he found there. Tom had always an observant person. Do you think we can see something from the windows facing his direction? Donald took a pair of high-powered binoculars and a sniper rifle over to the windows that pointed toward the blind spot. The caretaker's cottage and some trees blocked the view of Tom's location from the window. While he scanned the area, Donald saw the sun reflect off something in the general area where they thought Tom had stopped. He switched to the scope on the sniper rifle and found the reflection was the sun's reflection off the parked ATV. The trees prevented him from getting an unobstructed view of the wall, even with the high-powered scope. Donald continued to scan the area to find what made Tom stop to investigate for so long. Gwen walked across the room and said, "Can you see anything?" Tom parked the ATV near the wall, but I can't see him or what caused him to stop. There's nothing new on the camera feeds, but we discovered a map of the camp. That location has an access door, so maybe he stopped to check it out. How big is the door? From the prints, it appears to be a normal-sized door. It's like one found on the front of any house. What was so interesting about a door? Unless someone had left it open. Who would have left a door open? Guys, come here. We're getting something on one of the other mics. Donald and Gwen rushed back to the monitors to see what Betty referred to. What is it? We are hearing a distant popping sound coming from the microphone closest to the door. Can you play it back? Probably, but we haven't figured out how to yet. Just listen. At first, there was nothing to hear. Then the noise Donald dreaded came through the speakers. Those are gunshots. He ran back to the window, grabbing the sniper rifle on the way. Donald scanned the area through the rifle's scope. After a minute, Tom ran toward the ATV, but he didn't see anyone or anything chasing after him. Why the hell was he running? Did Tom do the shooting or had someone shot at him? Donald discovered a gun port in the bulletproof glass. He opened it up and took careful aim behind Tom. If anyone dead or alive chased after him, Donald would dispatch them. He wouldn't allow a repeat of the campground incident. No one else in this group would die if he could prevent it. He took deep calming breaths and he steadied himself so he would be ready to shoot. Screams from across the room filled his ears. He didn't understand what the issue was, nor did he have time to care. It's time for action. No one pursued Tom. Donald had no clue who discharged their weapon or what Tom ran from. People yelled and talked over each other, but Donald ignored the cacophony to concentrate on his potential shot. He would be Tom's only backup, and the enemy he ran from remained unknown. After he raced away from the wall, Tom stopped the ATV in the center of the field. What the hell was he doing now? He looked behind him and then sprinted toward the cabin. When Donald swept the rifle in the direction Tom had looked, he understood what the voices across the room had been yelling about. Zombies. There were 50 or more, no time to stop and count them, and they closed fast on both Tom and the cabin. Tom would make it back here first since zombies weren't swift of foot, as long as he didn't slow his pace. Donald took careful aim and picked off a few of the zombies who led the charge behind Tom. Nobody would mistake him for being the best sniper in the world, but Donald continued to drop them since there were plenty of targets for him to choose from. The only problem was his rifle only held 6 rounds. A real-life math problem which he didn't have an acceptable solution for. Even advanced calculus provided no solution to this life-or-death calculation. He ran out of ammo and stopped to reload the rifle. Donald noticed Gwen had joined him with her own rifle. Access doors in the walls on each side of the camp have opened, and zombies are pouring in around us. Something is driving them right at us, she said in between gunshots. Tom's voice echoed up through the building, however Donald wasn't sure what he tried to say in all the chaos that erupted around him. Instead, all he could do was mull over Gwen's words, something is driving them. He returned to the gun port with the loaded rifle and scanned over the heads of the dead. Then he found it. One of Vincent's boys drove a touring ATV at the rear of the crowd of zombies, and he used a cattle prod to drive the herd forward. He acted like a deranged zombie cowboy. Donald aimed for a headshot and he pressed the trigger with a steady force, sending the round down range. The ATV skidded out of control and flipped over onto its side as the boy dropped to the ground, dead. The herd mentality kept most of the zombies moving toward the cabin. A few noticed the fresh meat and stopped at the buffet instead. Where's the other group of zombies coming from? Over here, Betty shouted from across the room. He raced to the other side of the building to find another group of zombies storming the camp. Donald swept the scope past the group and found another ATV with the other son driving it. After the run across the room, Donald had to steady his breathing before he took aim and fired. He missed the headshot this time, but the round found a vital organ which dropped the boy and caused the ATV to flip out of control. The zombies appeared confused because of this wreck behind them. Some continued to stumble forward, while others stopped to enjoy the new snack at the ruined ATV buffet. As he looked back toward the gate, Donald watched a third touring ATV screech to a stop. 2 people sat in this one. Vincent and his wife. Donald took aim and fired. This time his round missed the intended target, but it still found a kill. Vincent shoved his wife's dead body from the ATV as he spun it around to make his own escape. Another man who willingly sacrificed his wife to save his own life. Donald pulled the trigger again, but this round went wide and missed Vincent. Vincent proved to be as slippery as a snake. Tom and Helen arrived at the 3rd floor, and they surveyed the damage done to the camp along with Donald. There were now close to 100 zombies roaming the grounds of the camp. The monsters had trampled gardens, smashed the windows on the greenhouses, and knocked over fruit trees. It would take them days to pick off the crowd of monsters, one at a time. Even from their elevated location, where they have excellent fields of fire. Betty and Matthew figured out how to remotely close the doors so no more of the dead could enter the camp. As they discussed the best way to dispose of the remaining zombies, they heard an engine roar to life. "What now?" Tom asked. Jogging to the other side of the building, they watched the armored personnel carrier as it pulled out of the garage. "Who's driving the tank and where is it going?" Helen asked. Donald took a quick look around and noticed only Doc and Natasha were missing from the group. Which one of them could drive an APC? The M113 headed toward one group of zombies and crushed them with its tank treads. The APC made quick work of pulverizing the crowd of the dead into a bloody pulp. "Why didn't I think of that?" Tom asked. "Tom, grab a rifle and we can take out any stragglers the APC misses. We'll make quick work cleaning up now." The M113 continued to squash the dead underneath it, while Donald and Tom shot any remaining zombies who avoided the crusher. In minutes the dead returned to being deceased and unmoving. When the APC came to a stop after it finished mashing zombies, Natasha climbed out. She stood on top of the deck of the M113 and took a bow to those gathered in the observation area. "Where did she learn how to drive an APC?" Tom asked. Donald shrugged. "There is obviously more to her story than what meets the eye." "I don't know, but looking at her makes my eyes happy." After the excitement of the attack finally died down, Tom told the group what he found in the woods. Zombies roamed in the pit, and the possibility of living people still caged out there. How Vincent and his family had been responsible for all the destruction. "Doc, you are coming with Tom and I to see if we can find any survivors out in the woods." Donald noticed the glance Tom gave him. It said, "Why are we going to take the drunk? I'm a doctor and I'm way too valuable to go out there with those things." His words were hard to understand because the alcohol caused him to slur. "That's why you're coming. If anyone survived, they will need a doctor." "I can come." Helen spoke up to volunteer her expertise. "No, Doc is going this time. You ladies can stay behind and make sure the cabin is secure." Donald and Tom kitted themselves out with AR-15 assault rifles, Glock 41 sidearms, knives, and extra ammo. They gave Doc a knife because Donald didn't trust him with a gun. The knife might have been pushing it in his current intoxicated state. They took a pickup truck and traveled out of the gate where the zombies had entered the grounds. This allowed them to drive to the clearing rather than hike the path like Tom had done earlier. They entered the clearing and found the scene as Tom described it. A pit with zombies inside it and a cage with naked people locked inside. Only 3 survivors remained alive in the cage. 1 man and 2 women. They were all sunburnt, scarred, and dirty. "We won't hurt you. We're here to help you. The people who locked you up won't bother you again. We have water, clothing, and this man is a doctor. When we open the cage, please don't run away. We would like to help you." Donald spoke these words in a commanding but non-threatening manner. He noticed they had the same look on their faces abused war prisoners had. Big blank eyes which stared off into space and didn't acknowledge their saviors. The best survival mechanism when you have lost all hope is to shut the outside world out. "What about the zombies in the pit?" Tom asked. "We'll take care of them in a minute. Let's save the living first." They approached the cage with clothing and water bottles for the survivors. Dehydration and exposure would be the captives' biggest enemies to survive. They made the offerings to them before they opened the cell to build trust. 3 sets of wary eyes looked at the items like they were being offered poisonous snakes rather than the necessities of life. "Those things are for you. Please don't panic, we will open the gate now." Donald used bolt cutters to cut the lock holding the door shut. Bit by bit, he pulled open the door. Before he had it halfway open, one of the two women leapt up and charged at him. She pushed Donald out of the way and ran straight for the pit. "No," he yelled as she threw herself down into the depths of the pit. Zombies stampeded over each other to get just a morsel of the fresh flesh, to quench their never-ending hunger. Her screams echoed throughout the clearing. It left them with only the sounds of shuffling and the inhuman moans from the zombies. The last two prisoners sat in the cell and stared off into space, not moving. Neither made any attempt to take the clothing or water set before them. Donald stepped into the cage. He took 2 blankets and covered the 2 remaining prisoners. Tom handed each of them a bottle of water. "Doc, come give these 2 a quick exam before we take them back with us." Tom dispatched the remaining zombies in the pit. Why would she have committed suicide by zombies after being rescued? It was one of those things Donald didn't understand or had a logical answer to. The only person who could answer his question had become Zombie Chow. After Tom killed the last of the monsters, Donald fired up the backhoe. He used it to fill in the pit of death. This machine would come in handy to bury the bodies that laid around the camp. Things would start to stink if they left the bodies outside to rot. "Tom, you drive the truck back. We can take those 2 inside and get them cleaned up, fed and clothed properly. I will drive the backhoe back so we can use it to clean up the bodies back at the camp." Vincent always knew their deeds of darkness would get exposed. Then they would fight for their lives. He thought there would be time before everything went haywire. The fine home-cooked meals and the crap about his wife having the sight were the smokescreens meant to throw the group off their trail. His creative tale of being the camp's caretakers should have given him some credibility and helped to disarm Donald and his crew. Given enough time, they might have taken out the entire group. 1 victim at a time or 1 grand gesture to kill them all at once. That would have been a fine day. None of Vincent's family ever met Donald's father, and they never applied as caretakers for Joey's property. True, they took care of the grounds. But they had invaded the camp and made it their home. Some rich crook from Virginia had no right to own this much land in Maine, their adopted home, and not share it with others. Yes, he didn't know Joey Bishop in person, but he made it his business to know about him, to prepare for the day someone might show up. His family moved onto this land 2 years ago, and Vincent had been sure no one would come to visit anytime soon because the place had been vacant for years. Vincent's assumption had been correct until zombies rose from their graves and ended the world. Now it was only a matter of time before Donald or someone else claimed the land for their own. They figured if Donald showed up, he would be alone, so he would disappear just like all their other victims. What kind of threat is one man to a family of psychopaths? To assure their continued survival, they developed their own emergency evacuation strategy. All smart CEOs developed an exit strategy to protect themselves for when the shit hit the fan. Vincent, Catherine, and the boys had a hankering for pain and death. Not their own pain, no. They liked to inflict unending agony on other people. Torturing and killing were the family's favorite pastimes. Like the old saying goes, the family that maimed and killed together knew how to live a full and complete life. The remote location of the camp provided a perfect spot for their new headquarters of terror. It sat in the middle of the woods with no neighbors for miles in any direction. Only acres of trees surrounded them. No one would ever hear the screams, and they had the uninterrupted privacy they needed to perfect their deadly art. The zombie apocalypse should have been their time to thrive. In some strange twist, Catherine and the boys were now dead, and Vincent ran for his life. The zombie horde they released on the camp should keep Donald and his friends busy for days. They must fight the horde, and then they'd need to dispose of the rotted bodies. If they survived step 1. It had been his brilliant idea. They gathered a group of about 50 zombies, each on 3 sides of the camp, corralled in hidden locations behind the camp's maintenance access doors. When the time for their escape had come, they would open the doors and drive the herd inside like brave cowboys from the Old West. The one flaw in the plan had been not accounting for the sniper rifles and the skill to use them. No one should have hit a target from that range. Now Vincent paid the price for his lack of planning. Sure, it gave him a head start to run, but where could he run to now? There wasn't another camp like this one anywhere nearby, and he lost all his demented allies. Rumors abounded of various militias who hid out in the fields and mountains around the area. Some of these people were downright crazy. Vincent might be mad, but he possessed a super genius mind and wouldn't submit to these violent simpletons. He cleared the second gate which led out of the camp. The battery level indicator on his ATV fell below the halfway mark. With all his ill-gotten money, why couldn't Joey buy some real ATVs? Vincent would make it through this last field, but the fading battery power wouldn't get him much farther before he ran out of juice. He hoped Donald and his friends still dealt with the horde and hadn't started chasing after him. If they chased him, he would be doomed. Vincent approached the last gate of the camp. He would love to leave these gates open so others, living or dead, could sneak in and do the job he hadn't been able to finish. It's only a happy dream, because the gates would close after a maximum of 5 minutes with no one passing through them. Vincent and his family should have thought harder about their plans for self-preservation and escape. Too late for Catherine and the boys, but not for him. As the ATV hit the state highway outside the camp, Vincent needed to decide if he should head north or south. Which direction would be the best to choose? He determined south would be his best option, since it allowed him to head into New Hampshire. The White Mountains would have abandoned hunting camps for him to hide in, and even find some new victims or allies like himself. After he traveled another 10 miles south, the battery on the ATV died, and he rolled to a stop. He gathered his limited supplies from the dead vehicle. A compass, canteen, hunting knife, 2 protein bars, and a rifle with 4 rounds left in it. Not much to survive on while out here alone. In the past, he had experienced both better and worse odds. Vincent hoped for a miracle to come his way. He considered himself to be a god of death who couldn't lose in whatever task he tried. He continued to walk south along the highway for an hour or two before his miracle found him. Yes, now he knew for sure that he was an unstoppable god. The unmistakable rattle of an old VW engine's melody came down the road from behind him. As the vehicle approached, Vincent identified it as an older VW bus. A smile spread across his face as he heard the engine slow, and the bus stopped right next to him. He counted 4 people, new victims, riding inside the van. "Mister, are you okay? Do you need a ride?" "Yes, I got separated from my group, and I'm trying to get to safety. I think they're all dead. Please help me." Vincent tried hard to look like a scared old man. The driver who had spoken looked like a modern-day hippie. Skinny, long hair, unkempt beard, and no physical conditioning. 2 women and a teenage boy rode in the van along with him. What a lovely selection of victims for Vincent to enjoy working over. He might let the boy live and then teach him how to awaken the evil locked within him. A new protege? "We heard about a safe area in New Hampshire. You are welcome to join us." "Thank you so much. I'm so scared being out on the road on my own. We all got attacked by those monsters, and I'm lucky to have escaped with my life." "Bummer, man. You will be safe with us. More hands and eyes make the trip safer for all of us. Jump in." Vincent climbed into the back seat of the van and smiled to himself while he wondered if these people would become his allies or his next victims. He secretly hoped they would become his next victims.
Amy awoke because of the tremors that racked her body. Her teeth chattered as consciousness returned. An itch on her nose drove her crazy, and she tried to quench the feeling but found her arms wouldn't respond. She worked her legs, and Amy found they wouldn't move either. As the fog cleared from her brain, she discovered her body ached everywhere. The worst of her pain radiated from the back of her head, her breasts, and from between her legs. Reality crashed down on Amy as she realized she laid naked, tied spread eagle to a bed in some small room. Amy put 2 and 2 together, and she now understood what all the aches and pains meant. Where was she, and how did she become imprisoned here? As Amy tried to concentrate, some details punched through the haze in her head. She remembered reaching the survivalist camp with her brothers, and they found everything and everyone gone. Only a few scraps remained from the once abundant store of supplies. Amy and her brothers hatched a plan to take Donald's RV caravan by force at the state border. When they got to the bridge, they found another crew had already blockaded it. Before she could develop a different strategy, 2 morons tripped the booby trap, and Donald showed up to play the hero. Amy hatched another idea on the fly. She engaged the group on the bridge with a grenade launcher they took from the survival camp. Her brothers failed at their simple task of capturing the RVs, and then they both disappeared. Amy remembered the angst of losing everything at the bridge, and she had almost broken down crying. A sharp pain to the back of her head completed her memory. Then only blackness until she awakened tied up here. What could this place be? Whatever it was, this couldn't be good for Amy. The room held only the bed and a cheap dresser pushed against the far wall. It would have functioned as a tiny bedroom or a nursery. Someone had boarded the one window in the room up, but sunlight spilled in around the edges of the boards. Dim light trickled in from under the closed bedroom door. There remained only enough floor space for one to shuffle sideways around the sides of the bed. The place was unkempt, tiny and cramped. Not a pleasant place to wake up in. She heard muffled voices and footsteps coming from outside of the room as the fog further cleared, and she tried to wrap her mind around what had happened to her. Amy closed her eyes to feign unconsciousness. They threw the door open, and 2 sets of heavy boots stomped inside. "You can open your eyes, sweetheart. No need to fake it. That roofie we gave you would have worn off by now," a rough male voice said. Amy eased her eyes open. She would exploit every advantage she discovered to get herself out of this situation. "There you go, sweet pea. My. You're even hotter in the morning light. It helps to be awake, but I'll take you either way, sweet thing." He reached out and fondled her breasts and laughed as she winced from his rough touch. Weakness, she thought, don't show any, but Amy couldn't help herself. She needed to keep her wits to formulate an effective escape plan. "What's your name, honey pie?" Amy kept her mouth shut. Big and Dumb reached out and slapped her across the face before she even saw it coming. "Hey! What's the matter with you? No damaging the property. With the apocalypse, you know that food, weapons, and ass are the new currency. Get your ass out of here. Leave us alone for some private time." "Sorry, boss, but I didn't want her disrespecting you," Big and Dumb said before he left the room. She hadn't been sure if she should be more worried or relieved now that she was alone with the boss. His eyes radiated lust as they washed over Amy's naked body. He was tall and muscular with black hair as dark as midnight and a cruel snarl on his face. A jagged scar graced the left side of his face. "Ass may be currency, sweet thing, but I just might keep you for myself. You've got to keep your followers happy or shaking in fear to survive during the apocalypse. Okay, I don't need your name. Tell me why you killed my men at the bridge." A flash of understanding must have passed in her eyes because he smiled. How could she manipulate this goon and get free of this mess? Think, Amy. You're smarter than this baboon. I'm sure you're wondering how we discovered it was you. We positioned an observation group up the road from the bridge. Unfortunately, they positioned themselves too far up the road to help the crew on the bridge. We won't make that mistake a second time. They said you didn't have any interest in the victims stopped on the bridge, so why did you kill my men? Amy determined to give nothing away to the stupid brute. If she could bide her time, a chance to escape would come. She just needed to find his weakness and manipulate it. He stared straight through her as if he somehow read her mind. "Okay, no need to answer me now. We'll have some fun instead, sweet thing. Just remember, if you don't cooperate, then I'll let all the boys have a go. Trust me, you don't want that." With his last comment, he dropped his pants and mounted her. Amy hoped for an opening, but this animal was smart enough to keep all his essential parts away from her mouth. Given a chance, she would bite anything off of him within reach to facilitate her escape, and hopefully his death. Whichever occurred first wasn't her concern. She had hurt before he started pounding into her, but now she ached with every thrust. He finished fast, thank goodness. "Oh, that was good, honey. Yes, you'll be my piece of ass for sure. You get some rest now, and when I come back, you better be ready to start talking. The more you cooperate, the more pleasant your stay will be." Amy hadn't meant to drift off to sleep, but the stress of being raped multiple times, along with the residual effects from the drugs, caused her to give in. Footsteps from outside the door woke Amy and returned her to the terrors of this little bedroom. The sadist was absent this time, and an old woman stepped inside. She was short and chubby, with a weathered and wrinkled face. The mask she wore wasn't a hard face, but you didn't find any kindness reflected there. She spoke with no preamble. I would like to give you some food and some clothes, but I don't want any problems. Understand? There are guards outside the room, and they won't be so kind to you if you give me any problems. Amy nodded, since she needed food to keep her strength up. An escape attempt while naked and weak would be a death sentence. She would accept any advantage offered to help her escape this nightmare. The woman unlocked Amy's left hand and gave her a sandwich. With her legs and right arm still secured, Amy had no choice but to eat the lunch while she laid on her back. It's peanut butter on homemade bread. The protein will give you energy. After she finished the sandwich and the drink the woman gave her, Amy spoke for the first time. I need to pee. I will unlock your bonds, but no funny business, missy. You can clean up in the bathroom, and there are clothes inside for you to wear. They barred the window in the bathroom, and if you take too long, the guards will come in, and I guarantee that visit won't be a pleasant one for you. The woman unlocked Amy's other hand and then her feet. When she stood, she found her legs wobbled. She led Amy to the bathroom, located right outside the door of her prison cell, and shoved her inside. The bathroom was small, dingy, and dirty, just like her prison cell with a bed. A toilet, sink, and shower, along with a camera mounted in the corner, made up the room. These sickos got off watching her everywhere. After she showered and used the stiff tattered towel to dry off, she found clothing to put on. They consisted of a worn-out oversized t-shirt and a threadbare pair of sweatpants. As Amy walked out of the bathroom, a guard grabbed her upper arm and shoved her back into the little room of hell. He slammed her door behind her, and the lock clicked back into place. One step toward freedom, since she now had some clothing, but no shoes or even socks, and hadn't been tied to the bed again. Amy explored the room. The furniture in the room consisted of a worn wood dresser and a twin-sized bed. There was one door locked and one window boarded up. Inside of the dresser, she found more worn-out pieces of clothing. No shoes and not even a pair of socks anywhere. Dust bunnies, dirt, and other unidentifiable debris were the only things under the bed and dresser. Nothing to use as a weapon or a tool to facilitate her escape. An unlocked trapdoor with a map leading to a secret exit would have helped. If it were a movie, she would have found the map along with a loaded automatic handgun. Footsteps trampled in the hallway and awoke Amy again. She chided herself for losing her edge and not being more alert. Be the hunter, Amy. The door burst open and the degenerate animal had returned. I hope you enjoyed your fine meal and your shower. When you cooperate, you get rewarded. When you don't cooperate, let's just say you won't like what happens then. Now let's talk about what happened to my soldiers at the bridge. Since Amy knew knowledge would be power, she kept her mouth shut. She would outwait him in silence to see what he might give away. Amy hoped he would give up something valuable to help her escape this nightmare. If only she could figure out what his weakness was. Once she knew his flaw, she would exploit it and be free. Come on now, Mom told me you talked. Don't get all quiet on me. Okay, let me start. My name is Zachary Taylor, and I am the President of the Republic of the White Mountains and the General of the White Mountain Militia. Those men you killed were confiscating equipment and supplies from the enemies of the Republic. That makes you a traitor to our righteous cause. Of course, your work in other areas will help reduce your sentence. Amy could tell this guy was a sadistic wacko with a god complex. He shared the name of the 12th President of the United States, thought rape, murder, and theft were okay in his own little republic. She couldn't wait for the opportunity to kill this SOB in a slow and painful way. You'll be happy to know that the 2 women traveling with you are safe here now. They are getting acclimated as we speak. I'm sorry to say the 2 gentlemen you traveled with are both dead. At the news of her brother's demise, Amy trembled inside. They were idiots, but they were her family. Now she knew for sure no one would come to save her. Any chance of escape would be up to her alone. We were trying to grab some stuff for ourselves at the bridge, nothing more. Oh, she talks after all. Nice to hear your sexy voice, baby. Stealing is a capital crime in the Republic. Good thing we killed those two guys with you. That will even things out and provide the justice our law demands. Well, get some rest, sweetie. I want you to be fresh for our fun time together later. Amy's stomach churned with his words, and she fought to keep her meager meal down. The sandwich hadn't been enough, but she would need to eat to maintain her strength. When the time came, she needed the stamina to run or fight. With her brothers dead and the survival camp destroyed, where would she escape to now? She had no idea. Better to deal with one obstacle at a time. Days passed by, but Amy lost track of exactly how many. Life fell into a predictable pattern. Zachary Taylor would come into her room and rape her. Then she would get something to eat, and some time to clean up in the shower. She hadn't figured out the location of her imprisonment, or how many people made up the so-called Republic of the White Mountains. Amy saw a few different guards outside her door, but none ever spoke a word to her. She needed them to make a mistake and make it soon, so she could find out how to finally make her escape. The only pleasant news from her captivity was Amy hadn't had to fight off any zombies. Wherever they were located, it must have been isolated or barricaded from the rest of the dead world. If she hadn't been made into a commodity for the leader's pleasure, it wouldn't be such a grim life during the apocalypse.
Ron couldn't figure out how they reached the point where Amy called all the shots. It had been her idea to travel north to the survival camp in New Hampshire she bragged so much about, and that plan didn't work out for them. Then she planned to blockade the bridge to grab the Airstream trailer and the Bounder RV, but this scheme had fallen apart too. Someone beat them to the bridge, and now the three siblings tried to play catch-up. So Ron and Tim ran through the woods and tried to capture the trailer and the RV, if they were even really here. They raced toward a parking area, Amy determined to be the ideal place for them to hide out in. Amy claimed the spot would only be a short distance up the road, and they would reach it in minutes. She assured them the trailer and RV would be parked there right for the picking. When they reached the halfway point, an explosion and small arms fire erupted from the bridge. Tim, pick up your pace. We need to move faster. Tim had become used to eating too many donuts, like every other lazy, out-of-shape cop. Ron dreamt of scoffing down surgery snacks while shaking down lucrative criminals. Instead, Ron pursued the hard way by fighting with towel heads in the scorching desert heat. The pig's life, like Tim chose, would have been easier and more profitable than the military. The opening in the trees demarcated the hidden parking area, up ahead of them. They were almost there. Their part of the plan was to find the trailer and/or the RV and neutralize any opposition. They would prefer to capture the pickup truck and Airstream, but the older RV would have served their needs too. Then they would pick up their women and their sister at the designated meeting place, south of their current location. Easy peasy. Ron burst through the edge of the forest into the parking area with his weapon at the ready, and he discovered nothing. Shit! He yelled as Tim entered the clearing after him. Where's the trailer? Tim said. Before he answered, Ron looked around them and watched the taillights of the trailer as they flashed further up the road. They came from the direction the two brothers ran from, and the lights had almost made it to the bridge. We can circle back around and take them out at the bridge, Ron said. They re-entered the trees at a full run and followed a more direct path back toward the bridge. Then Ron heard the boom after a breath of scorching hot breeze passed by. The round missed his head by inches. What the hell? He turned to say something to his brother, but Tim wasn't standing behind him anymore. Ron spun around in confusion before he found the body that laid on the trail behind him. It had been his brother Tim at one time, but now half his face had disintegrated into a bloody pulp. The next round struck Ron and his world turned black. Moans pierced through the darkness of Ron's mind. He struggled to open his eyes, but his eyelids fought him like they were weighed down. Every breath he drew and each beat of his heart shot new spikes of pain throughout his body. There were zombies eating something near him, but he can't tell what they're eating. The blessed peace found only in darkness returned for him. This time voices cut through the darkness. Ron couldn't decipher what they said or if they even spoke words. Any meaning escaped him. The voices were female, and as they shouted, he heard pumpkins smashed in the street. He hadn't remembered decorating for Halloween already. Those were his last thoughts before the shadows overtook and claimed him again. Ron had that dream again where he flew through the air. He loved it when he had this dream. It made him feel free. It doesn't hurt when he dreamed most days, but pain racked his body with each gasp for breath. In fact, his entire midsection throbbed with each raspy inhalation. As his eyes opened, Ron realized he wasn't flying, but being carried on a makeshift stretcher. Rather than an ambulance, an old VW bus waited for him. As the door slammed shut and the engine coughed to life, his new friend, darkness, returned to claim him. Voices again. Ron wished people would stop talking while he tried to sleep. Their words lost all meaning to him. He lost blood. I don't know I can do. Sacrifice. Oh, negative. Why care about this one, about him? Your best. Worst become the new sacrifice. Ron passed out again. The next time Ron awoke, the room was bright as the midday sun beamed through the windows. His throat burned like he had swallowed razor blades, and his core ached with the simple effort of taking a breath. Someone had connected an IV bottle to his arm, and some clear fluid dripped into him. It didn't appear to be an actual hospital room, even though it contained some basic hospital equipment. The equipment looked well used and old, like someone had purchased it at a hospital surplus sale. Either way, he remained alive. Ron looked around for a call button, but found none. He tried to call out, but no sound came out. His head spun as he tried to sit up. The small amount of movement he attempted wore him out, so he leaned back and his eyes slammed shut. Before he submitted to sleep again, a beautiful redhead walked through the door. Good to see you are finally awake. You were unconscious for 3 days. Let me go get the doctor so she can check your wounds. Ron tried to speak, but with his raw, inflamed throat no sound came out. He nodded in recognition, but even this slight movement made him dizzy. Don't try to move yet. Your wounds did a lot of damage to your body. I'll be back with the doctor in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. He became tired and sore from doing nothing but waking up, so he would heed her advice. Then the murkiness slid back in, and he drifted off into unconsciousness. A bright light shined into his eyes and woke Ron sometime later. He couldn't tell if 5 minutes or 5 days had passed since the pretty nurse visited his room. His throat was still a useless sore burning mess, and his midsection throbbed with pain. The person who shined the light into his eyes was an older but attractive blonde lady wearing a lab coat. Hi, I'm Dr. White. You suffered a serious gunshot wound to the chest. It broke a rib, but somehow you lucked out by not suffering any other major damage. I patched you up as best as I could, considering the situation. But you still have a long road to travel before you fully recover. Do you understand? Ron tried to speak, but it was still impossible, so he nodded. This time it didn't make him dizzy, and he remained conscious. He mimed taking a drink, and this time the doctor nodded. She poured him half a glass of water. Drink this slowly. You have been unconscious for 3 days now and haven't eaten or drank anything. We need to build your strength up rather than throw up. The water eased the burning rawness in his throat. These simple movements were enough to sap his energy reserves again. He laid back and sleep overtook him again. This time he dreamed. He found himself in a tropical paradise with Christina Hendricks. The water was a pure ultramarine blue, while the sky was a cloudless cerulean blue. Soft white sand cushioned his feet as he walked toward this beautiful woman. She smiled and removed her bikini top as Ron strolled across the sand. What a perfect day. Then there came moaning, and it wasn't the pleasurable kind. He turned and saw zombies invading their perfect beach scene. As he spun back toward Christina, a man with a rifle had replaced her. The gun went off, and a spike of pain radiated through his chest. It became difficult to even take a breath. Tim appeared on the beach, and Ron tried to yell a warning to his brother. Nothing came out of his mouth, and the zombies grabbed Tim from behind and ripped him limb from limb. Ron screamed. A scream startled Ron awake from his nightmare. His breathing had been ragged and heavy, as if he had run for miles, but then he remembered he had only been dreaming. The dream had been a little too real and too close to his actual life, minus Christina Hendricks. The only positive news, some strength had built back into his body. His throat remained parched but didn't burn, and his chest died down to a dull ache. As his condition improved, he could get some answers now. He called out, and the pretty nurse entered the room. She looked just like Christina Hendricks during her run in Mad Men. What is it, honey? Are you feeling okay? I'm better, thanks. Can someone tell me how my brother and sister are doing? Oh honey, I'm so sorry. They found a man with you, but the zombies had attacked him. There wasn't anything we could do to save him. Besides him, we didn't find anyone else." "No," he cried as he realized his brother had died, and his sister went missing. His nightmare had come true. Ron didn't know if he wanted to go on living without his siblings. What was the point? He closed his eyes and let the darkness take him away, not caring if he returned. The constant buzz of the VW engine in this confined space gave Vincent a pounding headache. He daydreamed about wrapping his bare hands around the brunette's neck and thrusting an ice pick through the teenage boy's left eye. An opportunity to kill would come, and Vincent needed to be ready to heed it and act. No more Mr. Nice Guy for him. Look where it left him. Your ordeal must have left you parched. Why don't you drink a bottle of water? We picked them up at a convenience store down the road. Vincent took the water bottle offered by the woman. Some would have called the blonde woman, likely from a bottle, a looker in her day. Today, run down and worn out would be the verdict. She still possessed the most beautiful emerald green eyes he had ever seen. Once the party started, he would kill her last, so he could look into those eyes unmolested. "Thank you. You are all so kind to me," Vincent said. "So you are all alone now?" asked the hippie driver. "Yes, I'm afraid the savages killed all my family and friends." "Why do you call them savages?" "The zombies are our brothers," the teenager said. "Wow, you are a sicko," thought Vincent. Too bad the teenager won't become a protege after all. He was too crazy to reason with, so he would be the first kill for Vincent. Vincent decided not to reply because he didn't want to say anything that might lose his advantage when the time to act presented itself. Instead, he took a good long drink of the water. After he had run for his life, the icy drink of water felt good as it went down. With no thought, he took another long pull. His nerves calmed, and he relaxed as he drained the bottle of its last drop of liquid. The blonde woman laughed with a lovely lilt, and the hippie smiled a big toothy grin as he looked into the rearview mirror. They're pleasant people, Vincent thought as his mind drifted. The once irritating popping and chugging of the old VW engine now had a rhythm like his favorite song. What was that song again? Its name lay just out of reach as it floated in the clouds of his mind. Vincent's eyelids became heavy while the VW swayed back and forth, just like when Vincent had been a baby safe in his mother's arms. All his energy drained away and sleep overtook him. His world became nothing but peaceful darkness. With a jolt, Vincent returned to consciousness. Where am I? Last he remembered, he had been riding in a noisy tin can with 4 new victims who waited to die at his hands. How had he let his guard down and fell asleep? Did they drug him? The water, you stupid old fool. The place where he laid was cold and hard with no overhead lighting. It was quiet, so they had left him alone. He tried to sit up, but he couldn't move because they had tied him to the table. As the fog cleared from his brain, he recognized the table was all metal, and they had stripped him of all his clothing. The hunter somehow became the hunted. Think, Vincent. Get yourself out of this situation. He would be the victor, not the weak victim. From across the room, Vincent heard a door open and the unmistakable clunk of high-heeled shoes pranced across the room. A woman would fall to his charm. This is the break he needed to facilitate his escape from this mess. Wonderful, you're awake. I can give you the marvelous news of all the lives you'll save. You are a lucky man. A tall, older blonde woman wearing a clean white lab coat said. Based upon your accommodations, I can see we're cut from the same cloth. We would make great allies and wreak havoc together. Release me, and you'll see how valuable I can be. We'll rule the apocalypse together. You're a funny old man. The only help we need from you right now is your blood. Your blood type is O negative, and that makes you a universal donor. No worries. I'm a doctor and know if I take 40% of your blood, you would die. I'll only take a quart right now, so you'll continue to live. This won't hurt a bit. Vincent would have fought and killed this woman before she laid a hand upon him, but the bonds held him fast to the table. A prick in his arm told him the needle had pierced his vein, and the life drained out of him. If he lost this much blood he would become lightheaded, but he fought to maintain consciousness. You're making a mistake here. We'd be great together. You and me. I have all I need here. Besides, I'll see you at dinner tomorrow night. It will be a wonderful meal for all of us. Sweet dreams until then, old man. The name is Vincent. I look forward to the dinner. Maybe you could loosen my bonds a little." Without speaking another word, she took his blood and walked away. Before she slammed the door behind her, she turned the overhead lights off, which plunged Vincent back into the murky darkness. He thought about enjoying the dinner tomorrow as he drifted off to sleep again. The door crashed against the wall, and the rattle of metal clunking awoke Vincent from the loveliest of dreams. Catherine, the boys, and he had rounded up a group of Girl Scouts they had discovered camping in the woods. 8 young innocent lives, along with the 3 women who their parents trusted to watch over and keep their daughters safe. All 11 got to experience their own unique types of pain. The contest they created was to see which scout could survive the longest. One 10-year-old girl made it the entire week before she expired. The sounds of her screams were music to their ears. It had been both a sweet dream and a happy memory. A delightful and recent memory. "Hi, buddy." The man's face appeared familiar, but the bald head with a nasty scar that ran down the side didn't. Vincent didn't like the smile on this guy's face because it read murder. He recognized the look from his own past, just before a kill. "Have you forgotten me already? I'm Mac, your savior from yesterday. You would have died a nasty death on the road if I hadn't picked you up. Yes, the long greasy hair is to soften my appearance and hide my scar. Who would accept a ride from a monster with a scar?" Mac roared with laughter at his own little joke. "Mac, I think we would do grand work together. Release me, and you can see how useful I can be. If I let you go, you'd miss out on dinner." "I don't understand. How can I eat dinner when I'm tied down?" Mac laughed again as he reached back outside of Vincent's view to pick something up off the ground. "Trust me, you'll understand shortly." Mac jerked his arm back, and the motor of the chainsaw roared to life. "I won't lie. This will hurt. A lot." Mac revved the engine and pressed the chainsaw down, but Vincent felt nothing at first. Then the blood shot up from the jagged cut, and his leg throbbed with pain from his hip right down to his toes. He screamed, and was thankful the darkness of unconsciousness took him away from the horror. Vincent drifted back to consciousness as he smelled a pork roast cooking in the oven. It had been one of his favorite meals Catherine would make for him. Dinner time must have arrived. He longed to eat Catherine's pork roast one last time, but Donald took her from him. "You're back. That wasn't so bad, was it? Just another minute, and I'll finish the cauterizing of the wounds. We don't want you bleeding out. Refrigeration is hard to find, so we have to keep the meat alive as long as possible so it doesn't go bad. Nothing personal." With the realization Vincent provided the meal and wasn't the guest of honor, he passed out again. Vincent awoke from the oddest nightmare he could ever remember. He dreamed that his past victims rose from the dead and came for him. The dead don't rise, and besides, Vincent was the badass hunter, not the hunted. That would never happen. The air smelled of burned meat, and a strange ache came from his legs. He tried to rise from his bed, but found only his head moved. Some unseen force locked him in place. His skin had become icy, and the bed he laid on was too hard. "Where am I?" He scanned the room until his eyes rested on the place where his legs had been. Everything rushed back to him in an instant. "We had a good run, Catherine. I wouldn't change a thing. It looks like I'll be home with you soon." Sweat dripped off Donald's face as he operated the backhoe. Vincent's attack on the camp occurred 2 weeks ago, and cleaning up the mess still occupied all their time. Indian summer set upon Maine, but this warm weather wouldn't last much longer. They survived attacks from the zombies, a family of serial killers, and now they faced the task of surviving the coming long frigid weather. Winter would be the next enemy they needed to face to survive at this camp in Maine. Zombies, nature, and man all became their enemies, and they needed to work and plan together to defeat all 3 challenges. It took almost 3 days to hunt down all the straggling zombies who lurked inside the camp's walls. Donald planned on taking only Tom on these hunting missions, but Natasha insisted on coming along too. Her skills with the APC and any weapon she touched proved her story went deeper than what she had told them. A Russian mail-order trophy wife wouldn't have the skills she possessed. She refused to answer any of Donald's questions about her past. With these new realities, Donald and Tom gave lessons on how to fight and survive to the members of their crew. Natasha proved a crack shot with any weapon she touched, and Gwen adapted to a hunting rifle quickly. Betty shot a pistol like a pro and handled a rifle with skill. The rest of the group displayed adequate defensive skills. They're not a team Donald would have trusted in a battle yet, but they all had improved. Doc's tale told a different story. He had become a useless drunk. Natasha continued to shun him, and he continued to drink himself into oblivion. Donald didn't know where Doc got the alcohol from anymore, because he locked it away to stop Doc's constant drinking. With how far he had fallen, there had to be more to Doc's story too. While intoxicated, he would mumble to himself, and occasionally he blurted out, "I've seen the end and the zombies win." Donald didn't care if Doc killed himself as long as he took nobody else with him. Helen had picked up the slack as the resident medical expert and took care of everyone's health in the camp. She examined the 2 survivors from Vincent's family cage and patched up their physical wounds. The man's name was Bobby, and he had worked as a technical support person before the apocalypse. He became a quick expert with all the communication, surveillance, and technological systems in the camp. Bobby had taught both Matthew and Betty about how everything ran, creating his own little engineering department. The woman who had been caged with Bobby raced Doc to the pit of useless. She hadn't spoken a word since they had freed her from the cell. She drifted about the camp like the zombies with a dead look in her eyes. One night, Donald found her standing naked as she stared out a window at nothing he could see. He returned her to her bed and made sure she put some clothes on. Donald had heard of PTSD before, but he experienced no one as broken as this woman. Cleaning out Vincent's cabin had been a nightmare. Donald found body parts and many instruments of torture scattered throughout the structure. He would have preferred to tear it down and burn it to cleanse the land, but Tom talked him out of it. With winter coming, we may need the building as a fallback location or to house other survivors. It's better to keep it for now, Tom said. Donald saw his logic, since the main cabin was huge and would be hard to heat if any of their systems failed. If they found new survivors, how would they determine if they could trust them? Their track record hadn't been stellar so far. The ongoing repairs had been more than Donald expected. They had over 150 zombie bodies to bury, so he had been busy digging holes with the backhoe. They had found no other heavy equipment on the grounds, so the backhoe ran constantly. Gardens not trampled by the invading zombies needed harvesting, along with the fruit trees planted inside the walls of the camp. The harvest needed to be canned to preserve the precious fruits and vegetables. No one wanted to run out of food during the darkest part of winter. Greenhouse glass had broken during the zombie invasion, and they needed to replace the window panes before the cold descended on the camp. Preserved fruit and vegetables would provide nourishment, but freshly harvested crops during the winter would be even more valuable. Those plants provided the start of their spring gardens too. Donald wondered if they could get their hands on some farm animals, but that task would have to wait. Too many other tasks needed completion first. Matthew ran toward the backhoe and waved his arms in the air. Donald saw his lips move, but the noise from the shovel's engine overwrote his words. As he shut the backhoe down, he sensed the excitement in Matthew's voice. "Donald, come quick. There is someone on the radio who wants to talk to you." Who could have called him on the radio? Donald never owned a ham radio set before he came to the cabin, nor had he spoken on one before. The number of potential survivors shrunk each passing day. They spent time each evening listening to news from other parts of the country and the world. Based upon the radio transmissions, the world was screwed. Everywhere on Earth, people fought zombies. Some areas, like here in Maine, were safer than others, but zombies became the new majority. Locations with a lower population before the apocalypse remained more secure now, since there were fewer zombie candidates. The storm of the millennium caused a massive amount of destruction along the East Coast. No news reports came in from South Carolina, Georgia, or Florida. Initial messages claimed the entire state of Florida had been ravaged by the hurricane. Destruction was total and complete within 75 miles of the Atlantic coast. Washington, D.C. disappeared, and the U.S. government disappeared along with it. No one knew for sure what had happened there. FEMA wouldn't provide any relief to those struck by the hurricane or the zombie plague. Some rumors speculated the CDC remained online and worked on a cure, but there were no hard facts. Atlanta had been far enough from the shore that it may have survived the hurricane's devastation, but no one confirmed if they were still in business. There were tons of theories on what caused the zombies, but most were a bunch of crazy conspiracy theories. Some said it had been an accidental release of a viral weapon, which sounded a lot like the Stand. Others thought it was the next likely step in human evolution, and this is what the species had become. Climate change and overpopulation were often cited too, but Donald couldn't see how either issue could raise the dead. The voice that came through the speakers had been one Donald thought he would never hear again. "Max, it is good to hear your voice." "Yours too, Donald, and I'm glad you made it to the cabin in Maine. How are things up there?" "When we first arrived, we had an issue with the caretaker. We handled it and are now getting ready for the winter." "What caretaker?" "Vincent and his family. Never got his last name." "Donald, there wasn't a caretaker at any of the cabins. I was your father's lawyer and had been aware of all of his business dealings. Anyone staying there was a squatter. I'm not sure how they would have bypassed all the security." "Oh. Where are you?" "We made it to your father's place in Tennessee. When things started looking bad, we left Virginia and headed for the mountains. Things are running well here and we'll be safe through the winter." "Who is there with you?" My family and a few friends plus a few other survivors. This camp isn't as big as either of the other two, but is sufficient for our current needs." "How did you know we were at the camp in Maine?" "This channel is a unique frequency that connects all the camps together. We were monitoring it, and someone from your camp tried broadcasting on it. Isaac. Heard the voice and got me." "Are you referring to the Isaac who stabbed me in the back?" "Sorry, Donald. Yes, both he and Corinne are here with me. What a coincidence that we all survived." "Yeah, great. Donald, let's set up a regular call once a week to stay in touch. When things quiet down, we can help each other out." "Okay, if I'm not available, Bobby or Tom are fine to talk to. Bye until then." "Bye, Donald." Donald couldn't believe both Corinne and Isaac survived the end of the world. He didn't really wish either of them ill will, but knowing they were still alive and still mooching off him had been too much to take. He slammed the door behind him and stormed out of the building to work off the anger which built inside him and threatened to pour out. Tom had never shunned hard work. As both a civilian and a Marine, he attacked each task with the heart of a warrior. This had been a good thing because the damage to the camp had been extensive and required an extreme amount of labor to correct. With only one backhoe, it took forever to dig the graves they needed to dispose of the zombie corpses. Plus, they needed to save every bite of food they could because he had experienced Maine's long and unforgiving winters firsthand. There would be no running to the corner grocery store to pick up supplies. Thank goodness, everything stored inside the main living structure and garage had been untouched by the parade of the dead. Joey had built both buildings like a fortress. The fruit and vegetables needed to be harvested and then either canned or dried to preserve them. Broken glass needed replacement in the greenhouse structures to protect both the matured plants and the first fruits for the coming spring's gardens. Besides the food and body disposal, Tom provided survival training to the members of the group. He was the only trained soldier, so he bristled any time Donald stuck his nose into his instruction. Who died and made him the boss? Tom knew more about survival and combat tactics than Donald ever would. Even with all this hard work, Tom still liked to wander the grounds alone. He needed this time by himself to recharge. The camp's grounds contained many smaller outbuildings scattered about. With all the added chores, there hadn't been time to explore each of the structures, and Tom wanted to understand the purpose of each one. "There's too much urgent work to go on a snipe hunt," Donald would say to him. Tom grew tired of reminding Donald about his military training and survival skills. He had lived in war zones while Donald enjoyed a cushy life. Combatants had shot at Tom and he survived. Countless paths carved through the woods surrounding the camp's walls, and they provided Tom with opportunities for endless hours of hiking. He fell in love with Helen, but these walks provided an escape to be alone without her constant nagging. You couldn't spend every moment with someone, even if you cherished them. Helen had reached the point where Tom wondered if she was worth the effort anymore. One day while he explored, Tom discovered something in a building that would change his life forever. This place hadn't been a Spartan storage or utility structure like most of the others. It had dark paneled walls, a fancy mahogany desk, and bookshelves which lined the walls. As part of the original construction of the camp, this had been Joey Bishop's private office. At first, Tom had planned on telling Donald about his find. But by then, Tom had gotten sick of Donald's pretending to be the king of the apocalypse. Just like when they were kids, Donald had to be the big cheese since his father had everything. No, Tom would learn the secrets the room held, and he would keep them all for himself. Maybe he would find something to use against Donald and dethrone him? For weeks he snuck away after each day's work ended and explored the contents of the office. For a criminal mastermind, Joey had been an idiot. Why would one keep records of all their crimes? It had probably been an enormous ego, but if the cops ever discovered this stuff, he would have gone to prison forever. Joey got the last laugh since he was already dead along with the police. The big crime boss didn't even have to get his hands dirty by dealing with the zombies. Good timing for him, if you could call death good. Either way, he had escaped. Weeks turned into months, which turned into passing seasons. He spent the winter reading through the records of all the crimes recorded within Joey's office. They documented every type of felony you would have expected an organized crime organization to control. Gambling, prostitution, drugs, loan sharking, protection schemes, blackmail, and even murder. Each volume recorded who committed the crime, what they stole, and how much they collected in protection money. What Tom never realized was his dad worked for Joey and the mob. He ran gambling receipts for several bookmakers as his job. It seemed ironic because it became common knowledge that Tom's dad had a serious gambling problem. As Tom read more, he discovered how big his dad's gambling addiction actually had been. He had been 6 figures in debt to the same crime organization he worked for. To fix his indebtedness issue, he skimmed money off the top of the receipts. Joey Bishop had been a man who was too smart and too cruel to steal money from. He invited Tom's dad to the house one night and murdered him there. They disposed of his dead body in the pigsty. That's why they found no sign of him once he went missing. His dad hadn't left Tom and his mom like they had been led to believe. Joey Bishop took his dad away from him. Someone needed to pay. Donald's father had been the one and only man responsible for his dad's death. He remembered Joey being so sympathetic after his dad disappeared, when he had caused the disappearance. Tom swore he would avenge his dad's death if it was the last thing he did. "Tom, you never came to bed last night," Helen said. "So what?" "So I missed you." "What's the matter?" "Leave me alone." He stormed away from Helen the next morning after he made this discovery. She took Donald's side one too many times. Tom knew Helen had no part in his dad's death, but she couldn't understand the depth of his loss and pain. If she continued to side with Donald, then she would end up paying the same price as him. The only place he could find any peace was when he hiked in the woods alone. So he retreated to the forest. Tom walked through the trees on that fine spring day, and he wondered how they survived the winter despite Donald's poor leadership. Things needed to change, but he didn't know how to change them on his own. With all the pain and distraction that played out in his head, he hadn't realized how far he hiked from the camp. Instead of a peaceful jaunt through woods, he covered miles of the northern wilderness. Tom almost walked straight into the woman before he even noticed her. "Hi, stranger. Are you lost?" she said. "What? Who are you?" "My name is Amy, and I'm the supreme leader of the Republic of the White Mountains. We're rebuilding America as it should have been, and you can play a part." "What are you talking about?" "The powerful elite ruled the America of old. Now it will become a nation created for the free people. This reset rid us of the old corruption and will allow a better way forward. You look well fed, so I assume you came from somewhere well stocked. We need supplies to assure this new freedom, and we are looking for fine men like yourself to contribute to the cause." "Yes, the place I came from has all the supplies you'll need, and I'll get it all for you. Plus, I'm a former Marine. We can use a well-trained, robust man like you. You can be a general in our militia. Now let's form a plan." They hashed out a plan on how Tom could contribute to their new society. Neither knew at the time another set of eyes watched them talk and listened in on their plans. After they finished planning, they enjoyed themselves together before parting for the day. Tom fell for Amy hard during that afternoon tryst. As he returned to the camp, he heard a branch snap up ahead of him. He ran and glimpsed the crazy mute woman survivor from the cage as she ran away from him with a giant head start. No need to waste his energy trying to catch up to her. The stupid bitch had been a mute, and he knew where to find her, and then he would end her life. Tom had a plan to dispose of her and send a message to the others at the same time. Each day, they worked the grounds to get prepared for the coming winter. Then one day, the snow, wind, and ice made their dramatic appearance. The icy breeze cut through Donald's skin and froze his bones. Donald had been glad they prepared so well, because the winter proved as deadly an enemy as the zombies and other survivors. His only concern had been the erratic behavior displayed by his trusted friend and lieutenant. Tom became more of a loner after each passing day. He snapped at anyone who even looked at him the wrong way, including Helen. Donald knew him since he had been a kid, and even with the loss of his dad, he never acted out like this. Winter seemed to never end when you sat in the middle of it, but like every year before the apocalypse, the warmth of the spring finally returned. Based upon their weekly radio call, Donald learned Max was alive and well in Tennessee. Their group had grown when a large farmer from the Midwest found their camp after he escaped from Washington, D.C. He had first-hand knowledge of the destruction of the capital city, and proved to be a valuable asset for their increased food production. Donald bristled when he found out Corinne and Isaac had a baby girl together. This completed her betrayal, and he felt nothing for her anymore. How had he ever fallen for her? Tom had grown even further estranged from Donald as the trees bloomed. He remembered the day Tom snapped at Helen and then moved out of their bedroom. Whenever he tried to patch things up with Tom, Donald seemed to make matters worse. Tom didn't want to hear a word he had to say anymore. Based upon his mistrust, Donald only confided in Gwen and Natasha. Natasha had been a never-ending mystery, but she was a fierce warrior and had proved herself loyal. Betty leaned on her and Natasha taught her how to survive. He remembered the vault at the compound in Virginia, and he discussed the possibility of falling back there if things went wrong here. Only Gwen, Natasha, and Donald knew of this fallback plan, and he swore them to secrecy. The other members of the group hadn't proved their worth or sanity to Donald. It might sound cruel, but he didn't need any liabilities if things degenerated further and they needed to run. A scream jolted Donald from a deep sleep. He jumped from his bed and grabbed his Desert Eagle on the way to find out what the commotion had been about. Helen stared out the window into the front yard. There in the middle of the lawn laid the mute survivor woman, naked, spread eagle on the ground. 6 stakes fastened her to the ground. 1 in each arm and leg, along with 1 through her head and 1 through the heart. Strange symbolism. Donald, what the hell happened? We need to go figure out who did this, since it wasn't suicide. Tom, you and I need to check it out. Do it yourself. I've got more important things to do, Tom said before he turned and stormed from the room. I'll go with you, Natasha said. Donald didn't want to argue with Tom, and Natasha had proved her value, so he accepted her offer with a nod. Helen, can you and Gwen try to keep the kids away from this scene? They've both witnessed enough death for a lifetime. I will, Donald. Who would have done this? Natasha asked. Either one of us is a murderer, or Vincent left a back door for his return. Max told me my father didn't have a caretaker, so Vincent had another way inside these walls. His return seems unlikely since it has been so long since we heard from him. Vincent probably ran and never stopped. Tom has been acting weird, but I can't imagine him doing this. He isn't the same person you grew up with. We're all under a lot of stress facing the end of the world. You could be right. Let's start by cleaning up this mess and then talking with Bobby. Maybe he tired of the crazy mute following him around like a lost puppy all the time. After they filled another grave, Donald and Natasha took Bobby aside. Donald had never been an investigator, but Natasha had learned interrogation skills during her training. This had been one of the few facts she shared regarding her mysterious past. Tell us what happened before we rescued you from the cage. Well guys, I was hiking through the mountains during the summer. One minute I'm walking along through the woods and the next thing I know, I'm coming to in a locked cage with a group of strangers. My head throbbed once I regained consciousness, so someone had hit me from behind. How long ago was that? Less than a week before you guys found us. There was a couple, another guy by himself, the lady who just died, and another woman with 2 kids. Even then, the crazy woman wouldn't talk to anyone. They had locked the others in the cage before me, but none had been in there for over 2 weeks. At least that's what they had said. What happened after that? As you saw when you saved us, they had stripped us. They provided some stuff to eat and drink at irregular intervals. Just enough to keep us alive. One day, the crazy old guy showed up and told us to pick 2 champions who would fight to the death. If they won, we'd all go free. The single guy and the man from the couple volunteered to fight for us. It's obvious that I ain't made for fighting. Who were they going to fight? That's the strange part. None of us realized there were zombies yet. The younger guys brought a tractor with a shovel attached to it, and they dug a pit with it. Later they backed up a trailer and dumped some zombies in the hole. Tom must have stumbled along after that because he told us he witnessed the results of the fight. They shot the champions and threw those kids into the zombie pit to die. Yes, that's right. The kids belonged to the lady who jumped into the pit when you opened the door. I guess she wanted to be with her kids, but it is a rough way to go, dude. Bobby, do you have any idea who would want to kill the mute woman? Donald asked. Look, dude, I know everyone thinks I must have done it since we were the only survivors from the cage. I didn't kill her, man. Like I said before, I'm a tech geek, not a warrior. By the way, I respect both of your fighting skills. They dismissed Bobby, and once they were alone, Donald said, What do you think, Natasha? He's a weird one, but I don't think he killed her. His type is too weak to commit a murder. Me either. Let's talk to your husband next. He's my ex-husband. It was only early afternoon, and Doc reeked of alcohol. Donald still hadn't found Doc's secret stash. He walked around drunk all the time. What information do you have about the woman's death? Doc's words slurred because of the alcohol. I don't have to tell you shit. I'm an important doctor with important research, and I don't have to answer your questions. Why did you bring that whore with you? Partial T. How do you like a punch in the mouth, asshole? Her tone sounded like death. Both of you calm down. Your research was yesterday's news, and you have done little doctoring since you've been here. We are trying to figure out what happened, so we'll know if we are still in danger. In danger? You two are morons. Look around you. The world contains nothing but danger now. We're all going to die. My research would have saved us all, but it's too late now. I will go get another drink. It's been a while since my last one. You two can piss off. His attempt to storm off resulted in Doc tripping before he staggered away. That was interesting, Donald said. He's too drunk and lazy to have done it. Even when he was in his prime, he wasn't that motivated to kill someone. Then that leaves Tom, the ladies, the kids, or an outsider. How would an outsider get in here to kill her? That's the question. I've been around the grounds and the security is excellent, but the camp isn't completely impenetrable. I would follow the principle of Occam's razor. So you think Tom did it then? What's his motivation? Oh, I'm sure he has killed before as a Marine, so what's one more kill? Why he killed her, I couldn't say. But he has been unstable for a long time now. How should we handle it? I say we keep our eyes on him and make sure our security is as best as we can make it. If it comes to it, I'll have no problem killing him to keep the rest of us alive. I've killed many and have no problem killing one more. Okay, Natasha. We'll keep our eyes open, but let's lay off on the killing for now. Yes, sir. Don't worry. I won't kill unless I'm being paid for it, or I need to stay alive. Several weeks passed with no other issues at the camp. Then one night Matthew called out, Donald, Gwen, I think there's a shadow moving in this camera. Donald stared at the camera feeds along with the other two, and they found no further motion. The night sky held the new moon, so the sky had been dark. It might be bats, or just a camera glitch. I'll look out the window with the night vision scope. Maybe I'll be able to recognize something, Donald said. He scanned the area where Matthew detected the shadow in the camera. Donald found nothing out of place. Not a man, zombie, or even an animal roamed the woods. It must be a reflection on the lens. Gwen walked over as he finished up the scan. See anything? No, it must have been something on the lens or a camera malfunction. We'll keep our eyes open and let the next watch know. Neither Donald, Gwen, nor Matthew saw anything else that evening. They told Natasha, Helen, and Betty to keep their eyes open during their watch. The shadow would nag at Donald and kept sleep out of reach for the rest of the evening. Matthew's 11th birthday approached, and things had settled down at the camp. Donald and Gwen took him on a surprise camping trip to celebrate his big day. They discovered the lake shortly after they arrived at the cabin, and it had been the ideal spot for a camping trip. It wasn't far as the crow flies, but required a 2-hour drive on the roads from the cabin. They packed one of the electric jeeps with the supplies and equipment they would need for their trip. Besides Gwen and Matthew, Natasha had been the only other person who Donald trusted with their plans. She gave him tips on how to stay safe while they were away camping. He thought she was being paranoid, but she replied, "Paranoia has kept me alive in many dangerous situations." He added the items she had suggested to the gear in the back of the Jeep. The drive had been uneventful, even if it had been long. Thanks to how remote this part of Maine had been, they rarely came across more than a zombie or two at a time. If they stayed in Boston, they would have fought with a new horde each day. Population density was directly proportional to zombie density. They hadn't seen another living human survivor for almost a full year now. Once they reached the camp, Donald took the precautions Natasha suggested before he set up the solar charger and the tent. The Jeep's batteries were dead after the drive, and the solar charger would take 24 hours to replenish them. Plenty of time to enjoy themselves and the fresh icy spring water of this remote lake. It cooled their overheated skin on a hot and humid summer day. Donald felt the stress melt away as they spent their afternoon together at the lake. Gwen and Matthew both visually relaxed as the day wore on. Playing on the shore of the lake with the two people he loved the most made him forget all about the apocalypse happening around them. It felt like a normal summer vacation rather than a fight for their lives against flesh-eating monsters. Then the ground shook from an explosion. Their heads turned as one and they saw the thick black cloud ascending toward the sky from the direction of their camp. What the hell? Natasha's advice had been to secure the approach to their camping area with the claymore mines from the armory. Donald had surrounded the land side of their location before he set up their campsite. When a claymore mine goes off, it fires shrapnel at the approaching enemies, shredding everything up to 100 meters away. As they looked to the sky in horror, the second claymore mine in their protective bubble exploded. Donald grabbed his Desert Eagle and prepared for the coming battle.